Hello and welcome. It's Theater Thursday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Seth, Prostar, Lore, Gaz, Whimsius01, Zebus, Skullthrone, Argent, Anubis, Electric, Yukito, Sinju. Hello, Soup, Her Highness. Is it Komorapoi? Can I call you Komor or Poi? I'm not sure how to say your name entirely, brother. But hello, first time chatter, welcome. Hello, Chocoberry. Sky Hawkins. Brooder, that's right, hell yeah. The Poi, hell yeah. What's up, Nick? ProStar, thank you very much for, my God, 38 months with your Prime Gaming. Holy Lord. Thanks for sticking around since literally the dawn of time. I appreciate that. Thank you, brother. My God, is that a 90 stream streak, Skullthrone? Jesus, dog. What's up, man? How those maps going, brother? How come I haven't seen any hex maps in a while, huh? How come I ain't seen any maps in a bit? Where my maps at? My Slam Creation Showcase. Where are my maps at? I dread the day. Yeah, oh my God, that'd be evil. That'd be like actually diabolical work. Targeted stream purely just to like destroy stream streaks. Oh. If there were anything to fucking kill me over, it'd be that. Running 2 games a week now. Nice, brother. Hell yeah. Well, sick, dude. I hope those games go well for you. You are a braver man than I. I'm trying to figure out how to properly balance the Elf Bro game with CIC or SOT. So we're gonna see how the fuck that goes. I am ready to vibe. Dude, same. I am also ready to vibe. We're gonna go over some Pathfinder stuff today. We're gonna go over the session and do some prep for the next session. Make sure everything's in order. Make sure I'm using all the rules appropriately. And then we're gonna go over some homebrew. And maybe just a little bit more homebrew and see what I can get away with, Smile, because it worked pretty well in episode 2. And that was off the cuff homebrew. So we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see how much I can play with this system. Because I don't know how to tell you guys this, aside from just saying it outright. I love Pathfinder. My God, do I love Pathfinder. Start looking at classes like Alchemist. Oh, yeah. If you want actual crafting rules, look at Pathfinder. My God. It's nice. It's right there. It tells you exactly how everything works. Oof. It's delightful. Soup's fighting everybody in chat talk. Okay, I think that's... I mean, Soup is, a little on edge. They hurt themselves recently, so... They need to vent their frustration some way. I have some questions. Sure. I've been going back and forth between trying to determine D&D or Pathfinder as my game. Honestly, brother. Honestly. I am loving Pathfinder a ton. And I think it's also in part because I've heard my players express how much they like Pathfinder, which definitely helps. Because if we both enjoyed the system, oh, we're eating good. Boundaries of your players. Smile. Obito tube. Come on. Excellent. But hashtag blessed? Same, dog. The moment Momo was like, I love Pathfinder, I was like, oh my god. We did it. We did it, boys. That was my biggest fear. My biggest fear was that I was going to run the game like dog shit. Like, make it a completely unenjoyable experience. I was like, I've put so much pressure on myself to make sure that I run this right and make it feel exactly like our other games. Oh. Yeah, watching her pop off in combat and actually like, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. I was like, god damn. Oh my god, she's not only does she get it, she's cooking. She's cooking. Call her the chef. Thanks again for the 5e tools. Of course, brother. Anytime I can help people save money, I will gladly do so. 5e tools is great for that. Same things with Archives of Nethys, if you're ever looking at Pathfinder. Sadly, our game commitment killed it before. Ooh. Sorry, brother. Yeah, scheduling is an actual piece of shit. I'm really sorry. When does Lore get his fee towards nudging you to Pathfinder? Great question. I think Paizo is paying him handsomely. Switch to Pathfinder? My hope is that I can, in fact, switch to Pathfinder. My hope is to, once we wrap up the beginner box, see if they want to continue the adventure, Chaos and Kalador, or if they want to go back to SOT. I'm totally fine with both, but I am going to try and push for turning SOT into a Pathfinder game. And now that I've learned that you don't want to try to recreate a character one for one, but you instead want to re-envision a character for Pathfinder. You want to reinvent a character. I am now way more excited for it, so to speak. I hope that for the Star Trek universe to be real, just so I can play D&D all without schedule conflicts. Huh? I don't think I'm familiar enough with Star Trek to understand that reference. Fluffy Go Boom. Thank you very much for your Prime Gaming. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much. It's all good. Running RuneQuest, Eosium BRP system with old school homies who can commit. Nice. Do you have any, is it a fear or if they are like to continue SAT when 5e? No, I don't have any fear about that. My biggest fear isn't if they decide to want to continue playing 5th edition. My biggest fear is continuing to run 5th edition in a system that's basically falling apart. The modules that I've used for 5th edition are basically not being supported anymore. So either I have to find alternatives or forego them entirely, which sucks ass. I have a lot of modules that I really like using, and I've basically built my entire system around them. And if they just go kaput, like one of them already has, I'm kind of up shit's creek without a paddle or a boat. And that already happened with the combat utility belt. Whoa, Wolfmaster. Thank you very much for 5 gifted subs, brother. Incredibly kind of you. If you got a gifted sub, be sure to say thank you. As well, thank you very much for pushing us towards our goal. I completely forgot about the sub goal. Or, good lord, that's right. It's that bad. I think D&D is easier to get into, but Pathfinder seems a lot more in-depth. Okay, yeah, so let me preface. Let me preface. In terms of accessibility, Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition is generally much easier to get into if you are not playing Adventurers League. If you're playing Adventurers League, which is the system that they set up to run games at game shops or tournaments, like DragonCon and stuff like that, it is a little bit more complex. However, if you are joining a table, which is generally homebrewed out a lot of the rules, it is much easier to join. It is easier to get a grasp of your character, your concept, and everything from level 1. However, for people who prefer a considerable amount of crunch, like moi, I bow to the camera, you generally have to staple on tertiary systems to make 5e into what you want, which speaks a lot about 5e's malleability. The fact that I can like staple on stress, and then staple on a custom magic system, and then staple on a spell ranking system, and then staple on custom status effects and conditions speaks insane volume for 5th edition's ability to be changed and altered. However, the issue doesn't lie within 5th edition. The issue lies within Wizards of the Coast. I love 5th edition. I've been playing 5th edition for 8 fucking years now. It got me into the hobby. I met a lot of friends through 5th edition. The issue are the corporate overlords above head. That's my biggest problem with it. I haven't even looked at most of the 2024 stuff. I've used bits and pieces of it. But I do not want to deal with Wizards of the Coast bullshit shenanigans. I tried Pathfinder Second Edition. It did not live up to the hype. So here's the thing. Pathfinder is built for a very particular group of people. I am that particular group of people. I like crunch. Pathfinder 2nd Edition has a surplus of crunch. And by crunch, I mean little numbers that accumulate to a larger number. A -2 here, a +2 here, a +1 here, a +3 there. That's what I mean by crunch. That is not for everybody. That, in fact, can be incredibly off-putting to a person who wants to roll a 20 or a d20 and get told if they hit or not. Very big difference. So, is Pathfinder for everybody? No. Is it for me? Yes. Have I been more or less forcing my players to play baby's first Pathfinder in my 5th edition games? Yes. Maybe that's why they like Pathfinder so much. Whoa, let me go through these real quick. My God. Jesus. I already did Wolfmaster. Thank you again, Wolfmaster. I appreciate you, brother. Lore, thank you very much for a gifted sub to Sky Hawkins. Sinju, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs of the community. Very generous of you, brother. Again, if any of you got gifted subs, be sure to say thank you. They are not cheap. CPO! Hey, Crowned. I played my first game of D&D last week. Thank you for getting me interested in it. I play Celestial Warlock and confused the hell out of my party. Dude, nice! I'm glad that you finally got in a table. That's fucking awesome. Is it with like friends you know in real life, or is it like people you met online? Both are great, by the way. I like the crunch just fine, but practice managing it with a whole table led to a lot of really dry combat. Oh, interesting. So I will say maybe if everybody's learning it, it might lead to something like that. I don't know. I have a bunch of new people trying out Pathfinder for the first time. And I think it just comes down to, I guess, the sort of experience that you want from the table. Because we're all thespians. Like, we all role play out our attacks, we role play out the abilities and stuff like that. And I can imagine for some folks, having played at some tables where people are like, I roll, did I hit? Okay, that's my turn. And don't role play at all, or aren't in character at all. Eventually, the I spend an action gets super fucking boring. I could see that already. If I was at a table with my friends and it was no role play or very minimal role play, and every turn was just I roll to attack, did I hit? No. And that's my turn, I would lose my fucking mind. Because I'm a fucking dork. I'm a nerd. I fucking flash a peace sign at the camera. I'm a dork. Whenever I get the opportunity to describe stuff in needlessly useless detail that prolongs my turn by like 45 seconds, I'm gonna fucking do it. I will describe how Delwyn stretches out his arm to swing his shovel. I will describe how Marius rears back with both hands to slam his hammer down. That's the thing. My players are more drama-oriented, but keeping track of everyone's stats and conditions. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that will absolutely hamper drama. Of that, you are 1000% correct, Boof. Dude, if it's like, and the goblin stabs you, dealing 4 points of damage. Also, you're off guard, so actually, technically, this becomes a critical hit. Also, you're poisoned stage 2 right now. So I need you to roll me a fortitude save. A 13. Okay. So you go up a stage. You're now stage. What were you stage at again? Okay, now you're stage 3. Dude, I could see that fucking immediately taking me out of the game. Especially if I'm only there for like the fun drama.
Drama. Hello.
Selbrock, oh my god, guys. Jesus, you guys fucking destroyed that sub goal. Jesus Christ. Selbrock, thank you very much for 5 more gifted subs to the community. Fucking obliterating the sub goal. Very kind of you, my man. If you got a gifted sub, once again, I gesture to the chat. I gesture to Selbrock. Be sure you say thank you. Karnath, thank you very much for 10 months, brother. Almost a full year. I appreciate that. Hope you all have a good day. Brother, I hope you have a good day. What do you use for your VTTs? Oh, that's why you use VTTs. Sorry, my fucking brain turned that into a question. It wasn't even a question. And that's why it's so hard to find a group. Either I join as a player and find it boring because the DM wants to do only combat, roll dice, and ignore RP, or I try to DM and overcomplicate things and go too deep into lore, and people either get confused or bored. Interesting. Players who don't roleplay are mood killers, and have my table or that action done face. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. I haven't really found a way yet in my DM experience to get those people to even like sort of try roleplay. I feel like that is like a final hurdle, so to speak. Now, mind you, not everybody is a thespian dork like moi, or maybe like yourself, which means if you try to force those people to role play, you're going to get a very bad experience. So I'm trying to figure out how you would maybe eventually coax them into thinking that role play is their idea. So that way they role play.
Folks, this.
Oh my God. All right, you're fired.
What? What?
From a GMing perspective, what's easier to prep? Oh, definitely second edition. The fact that I can actually use a challenge rating calculator and get an approximate, like something that says this is extreme and it means it. Oh, so good. I'm also very bad at painting the picture in my mind with words. Okay. So for myself personally, that comes from a lot of time role playing. I think I've been role playing and writing role play for basically 16 years now. And I've read a lot of books. So I'm like a particular type of weirdo.
So you're saying role playing actually helps with stuff?
100%, dude. Role playing giga helps. It's so annoying. Every session, these clowns say they love it when they do one thing every 10 minutes for 3 hours. How are you saying you're having fun? You didn't do anything. And they're like, I had a great time, DM. And you're like, how?
Maybe they just like the company, the company of friends.
That's the other thing, too. A lot of people are just there for game night. They don't care about the Archduke betraying the people and all that shit. I don't give a fuck about that. They're there to play with their friends after a shitty week of working their job, and they want to kill some goblins. And they're like, my God, can this guy stop yapping and let me fight some goblins, please?
It's basically like gambling without the gambling, You're just rolling dice.
Let's go gambling as I throw my D20 on the air. It's a nat 1. Oh, dang it. Another nat 1. Oh, dang it.
But that nat 20 though, when you get it though, we're in it. We're in it again, boys.
Dude, I know that's how Momo felt when she nat 20'd with her bastard sword and did like 20 something points of damage and fucking exploded the skeleton. That's all I was waiting for. I was just waiting for her to crit once. Because I knew any creature she crit against was gonna die.
I like how that's literally it, right? You can have like 7 nat ones in various points of a session, but once you get like 1 or 2 nat 20s at a crucial moment, you're sold.
Oh, dude.
Like I'm ready to go back in, Chief.
It's a whole different game. Once you when you get those nat 20s when you need them, oh, the dopamine rush.
It's the gambling without, the worry.
And PF2E's healing. Pausing after every fight to do healing raw absolutely sucked. Really? Interesting. I quite enjoy the healing. I think it's because I enjoy the party using their resources. I was a big pusher in CTF for the party to use their resources. Those fuckers wouldn't do it. Or they would hoard.
Oh yeah,
them.
I keep forgetting, but the thing that Eridan makes, the little fruit thing.
Oh yeah,
is that like Goodberry?
It's like
is it like a Goodberry?
Yeah, it's like a giga version of Goodberry.
It heals for.
It heals for 1d6 plus 4.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, so
That's
so his main goal is to, after combat, he's going to spawn a cornucopia berry. He thumps it into your mouth, and then for his exploration activity, he spends 10 minutes refocusing to gain cornucopia back. So it's a way for him to keep you topped up outside of combat, which is great.
It's is it a so good berry, right? It has a set amount of berries that replenishes after like a day, right? Is cornucopia like
It is
something
one
that just
berry.
you can do? Yeah, one berry, but every 10 minutes you get a berry instead of like you get 10 berries, good berries, but that's for a day. You gotta
Correct.
spread it out. Oh. Can you keep the berries though? The
They
cornucopia
wither.
berries are not. Ah.
So they wither if they're not used. Which is
What's
what we
the
saw
duration?
with it's a 10 minutes. So it'll last for 10 minutes.
Okay. Not good.
He gave it to
I was always
Formir
confused.
before coming into this room, but Formir didn't use it. 10 minutes elapsed and the berry withered in his hand.
Can you eat the withered husk of that berry though?
No, it like basically disintegrates in your hand.
So is there like any remnants of it? Is it like ash that floats away?
I think so.
Can you huff the ash
You wouldn't
as
get
it
anything
floats
aside
away?
from hurt yourself.
It'll hurt. Wow.
I mean, you're
Man,
huffing
hostile
ash.
DM.
Have you ever huffed ash?
Yeah, but this is different. This is a good berry, a giga berry.
It was a giga berry. Now it's ash.
Still remnants of a giga berry.
I want you to go to your grill or your barbecue outside. I want you to scoop up some of the ash at the bottom and just.
I didn't say that. It's when it withers away, right? It's basically like the charcoal like kindling, right? It goes up in the air.
I don't want
You got
that in my nose, dog. What the fuck?
Well, obviously, it's not like one big chunk. It's like little scraps that float by, right?
No, I wouldn't allow that. Mostly because I want you to use it in the moment. And if you were too wasteful to, if you wasted your food, you don't get anything. Lightning bolt. The consumable items are often too much. I need to keep them for the last boss mentality doesn't help me. Oh. Yeah. Thankfully, if I beat the shit out of my players, they use their consumables, which is pretty great. So, for example, I had a little bit of fun. I got to do what I've done before in 5th edition, and I was testing it out with Pathfinder. So let me preface. There are some times where I will adjust a creature's abilities or mechanics on the fly. And that's as simple as typing that into a little box on the character sheet. What I did mid-fight was I added a little ability to the skeleton guards called Sun's Onslaught. Is this an ability that the skeleton guard possesses innately? No. Is it something that is unique to the skeleton guards within the tomb vault in Ebor's temple? Yes. You may be asking, what does Sun's Onslaught do? Well, I'm glad you asked. It is a unique reaction that the skeleton guard gets so long as they are wielding a sun spear. If you attempt to move away from a skeleton guard while they are wielding a sun spear, they can spend their reaction to make a normal sun spear strike against you. I smile. Now, is it a normal reactive strike? No. I waggle my finger. It is not. Or that would mean that any time a creature did anything within 5 feet of the skeleton guard, they would get to make their reaction. No, this was specifically only if you attempted to move away from the skeleton guard. And I would say it did its fucking job. I like the Skellies having Sentinel. Same. I also liked it. It felt very threatening. I was homebrewing the fuck out of these guys. They don't have trip or grapple or anything on their character sheet. So I added it. And I figured out what they want you to do with this creature is to attack, and then they want you to trip them. Or usually tumble through, because these creatures innately have a scimitar. And I gave them trip. And the way I described it was they'd make 2 strikes with their spear, and then with the butt of their spear, they trip you up. I think you need a hand free. Yeah, you need a hand free to trip. I decided that if they're using their Sun Spear, they can trip you. It's part of their attack mechanic. And the way that it would work is they trip you, you fall prone on the ground, and then usually, or within time, another skeleton guard will wander up before you've had your turn to stand up, and then they stab you while you're off guard. It was a means or way for you to spend an action, basically eat up your action economy. It's cool that they can have these additional traits to spice things up. I agree. And the moment I was able to get away with this, my first foray into homebrewing Pathfinder by kit bashing the literal fuck out of this skeleton guard, I was hooked. I was in, baby. I was like, yeah, he is gonna trip as his third action. Yeah, he does have Tomb Rust on his spear. Yeah, you do have to make a Fortitude saving throw. Oh, the zombie I didn't even kit bash, which is great. I didn't even homebrew the zombie. The zombie is just straight up a menace. The zombie is slowed permanently. There's a trait that the zombie possesses because they are a shambling corpse. So as a result, it only gets 2 actions, which is why it's added into that mess basically to teach the players this is how slowed works. And the zombie had plenty of time. It got to spend its first turn punching out of its coffin, its second turn standing up, or second action standing up. Its next turn, it got to move out after watching Eredin cast a Giga Heal, and then it wandered on up to him and bit the shit out of him. And I think it was 1 hit, I think it was 8 or 11 points of damage. Actually, I think I can look. Hold on. It was enough to basically make Eredin shit his pants. It was really funny. Let's see. Oh, I also got to crit as the skeleton guard. Very pog. I enjoyed that. I thought that was, in fact, very neat. I'm assuming the vuln to vitality, correct. Of that, you are very correct. If this creature takes any vitality damage, such as healing, or slashing, they would take not only so if they took 3 points of slashing, they would in fact take 8 points of slashing. Thankfully, the zombie was out of the AoE heal, and as such was protected from the wall. Where's that bite at? Oh, it's coming up. Just watched him cast heal. 9 points of damage. Yep. That made him shit his pants. Nearly killed the young bear. I was trying to. And actually, I should have killed the bear because I forgot.
Oh? Excuse me?
Stabilize is great. It allows you to prevent a creature from dying. They don't need to roll their recovery check. Hilda was afflicted with Tomb Rust. Every turn, they'd have been taking poison damage, which I believe is a failure. Is just another dying tag ticked up.
Will you retroactively kill the bear then?
No. No, Hilda's in the
goodness.
baby Bjorn right now.
They just keel over. At one moment, they're like, yeah, they were playing with Sven Balder's beard, and they just like they just seize and then goes limp.
Foaming at the mouth, fucking collapses in the baby Bjorn, and I go, and just like that, Hilda is gone.
The Tomb Rust finally has taken hold.
Little did you know, it's an insidious poison. It waits until you've let your guard down.
Just like the common cold.
So if I am remembering that correctly, Lore is more than welcome to correct me. Hilde should have been taking poison damage at the end of their turn, while also rolling a recovery check to both negate the poison and also try to survive.
Correct.
God, I'm so fucking good at this game.
Wait, so the first time they went down, did they do a recovery check?
They didn't get to. Eredin cast Stabilize on them before we even got to figure out how that worked.
Oh, okay. I know you said that you're not gonna retroactively kill Hilda, but do you want to try and roll it right now just to see?
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of curious. If they would have managed to succeed that what do you call that? The fortify? I forgot what the roll was.
Fortitude save. So let's say it's the end of Hilda's turn. Hilda needs to beat a DC 14 Fortitude, or else the Tomb Rust goes up. This is their second round of being poisoned, which means the poison has a duration of 6. It has 4 rounds left. So we roll the Fortitude save. That's a failure. They go up to stage 2. They take 1d4 poison, and they are. I think it's just gonna. I don't think they're gonna smack because they already have a bunch of stuff. Yeah, they're already off guard, so they can't be off guard twice. So they would take the d4 poison damage. We roll the d4 poison damage. They take 2 points. Their dying goes up by 1, and then we roll a recovery check for them. The end of their turn. That's a failure. Their dying goes up by 1. They're now a dying 3.
Jesus. Man.
Nobody does anything. Somehow. Nobody does anything. It gets all the way back to Hilda's turn. Hilda is still poisoned. They need to roll a Fortitude save at the end of their turn. A success. They go down one of the stages. They still take poison damage. They fucking die.
Oh. Okay. So if they don't do anything, that happens. But considering Eredin and Stanvalder are looking after Hilda, so every time her dying goes up by 1, they can stabilize and basically bring it back down by 1, right?
Greg, I think it sets it back to 0. Stabilized does.
Okay. Okay.
It removes the dying condition, but it increases the wounded condition as per normal rules.
Which is super dangerous, because what would happen then if they cast Stabilize, which is what would have happened, Hilde is now, let's say she's wounded 1. And let's say she dies again.
Yes.
She immediately starts, I believe it's dying 2.
Dying 2. If they stabilize them again at dying 2.
They stabilize, she goes wounded 2, she starts dying again, she starts at wound or dying 3.
Oh, it doesn't matter even if they stabilize.
Yeah, going the yo-yo up and down will get you super fucking killed in Pathfinder.
Okay.
The
So
worst
is
thing
there
you can
no?
do is go down on your turn as well, because if you go down on your own turn, at the end of the turn, you'll proc the damage and you'll have to do the recovery check again.
Jesus.
Yeah, I've had players die to a reactive strike that puts bleeding on them. Just straight up,
Wait,
no
so-
wounded, nothing.
Is there a way to recover wounded? Like if you're wounded 2, can you bring it back down to wounded 1
Of course.
through anything or no?
There
Okay.
is something specifically that I believe Aridin can do, which is administer first aid or
Treat
treat
wounds.
wounds.
Yeah. It's in the
Okay,
name.
okay.
Treat wounds.
So he
So-
spends 10 minutes and he rolls a medicine check. The DC is 15. And he gets a little bonus as a leaf druid, or I believe it's his background. Natural medicine, where he can use nature instead of medicine.
Oh wait, that still doesn't work, right? Since it's 6 rounds, so it only is 6 rounds, right? The poison.
Mhm.
So that's like less. That's like less than a minute.
Correct. That's 30 seconds.
And yeah, so Eridan needs to, but Eridan needs 10 minutes to cast the treat wounds run, right?
Oh, are you asking, is there something in combat that can reduce your wounds? Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, something. No, just something to negate the. Since I was asking a while ago if theoretically she would die, like Hilda would die if they don't do anything. But if they try to do something, right? Even if she goes like, okay, she's dying now, but they basically, do the thing. I forgot the word again. Sorry, like the treat wounds thing that removes the dying condition, but their wound still goes back up. So they're trying to basically stabilize this Hilda, right, from the tomb rust thing. Can they like remove the wound so that she doesn't go up by dying again, right?
The to my knowledge, the only way at this level for them to reduce the wounded condition or wounded conditions is through treat wounds, which is a 10-minute activity.
Oh,
There is one more way.
Oh,
If they're at maximum HP, they can spend 10 minutes to remove the wounded condition.
it still doesn't
So
work
if you
then.
use like the healed spell or something like that, and you max out, you can just wait 10 minutes and you're Gucci.
No, but the thing is, we're trying to basically beat the tomb rust, which is 6 seconds.
Oh yeah, no,
which
you're
is like
fucking
6
dead.
rounds.
yeah. So
Yeah,
the issue is that persistent damage while you're dying will fucking kill you.
My advice:
My God.
pour an antidote down the bear's throat.
Yeah,
It'll
give
Do they
them
have an
some
antidote?
bonus.
Yeah.
They
One
do have
thing you
antidotes.
can do, you can pour the antidote down their face and then use a spell like guidance or something like that to give them a +1 status bonus. That's a +5 to their roll already. If their crit succeed, it goes down by 2 stages. They're very likely not to die.
Jesus Christ. Boss man basically sentenced this poor
Dude.
bear to death.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Plus
like
aid. Aid works too.
Fuck, literally,
there
there's
was
like
there's
there's
2 rounds of combat left where Hilda just could have fucking Giga died.
yeah, I was like, because I was trying to like ration it out in my head. Like, okay, if they could she theoretically survive if they actually went through with it, or are you literally just gonna spend like a couple minutes of like role play to see this bear basically, keel over?
If they knew what
They
they
just-
were doing, they would have been able to stabilize her and keep her alive. But they're
Yeah,
brand
but
new
imagine-
players. The chances of that happening.
Yeah, that's
mm-mm.
yeah, that's right. Imagine, right? Like if this played out in game, basically like all 5 of them just huddled around the poor bear, and they're like, "Oh,
What's wrong with
it's
her?
literally
Oh my
life or
God,
death
bro.
situation."
That would set such a fucking crazy tone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's really grim.
Oh my god.
But you got to imagine like Sten as well, like crouched over the bear as
Yeah.
it draws its last breath, looks up at the druid, heal her, please. And
Literally,
once again, he has to watch one of his most important women in his life disappear.
Or cinema.
Oh,
Man,
content.
what a way though. What a way to cap off session 2 if that's what happened. We're literally getting so much character development in like session 2 of
Oh,
like a one shot like adventure path.
that's so funny. I think I'd have
So
let
fun.
Stenvalder use his hero points for Hilda to re-roll like failed saves and stuff.
Yeah, but hero points doesn't guarantee like a success,
Oh, it
right?
doesn't
So-
guarantee shit.
Hero points do have a cool trick that you can do with them, though. If you spend all of your hero points, you can
Oh, yeah,
remove
yeah.
the dying condition
Oh, that's
and
right.
not increase the wounded value. So he can do that with the bear if he chooses.
Well, there you go.
Does it wait, is there okay,
But
so
still die against
let's
the
say
poison.
no. So there's 5. Let's say they have 5 hero points.
Sure.
Is there a minimum requirement of hero points to basically do that?
So
Or does it need
this
to be
is-
all 5?
I think it's important to know that hero points aren't in one big pool. Each player has their own pool of hero points. You can't swap or donate them. So if Sten had 1, 2, 3 hero points, it doesn't matter. He would have to spend every single one. And then it would stabilize
okay.
the bear.
Oh, okay, so if they have only 1 hero point left, they're like, I want to stabilize the bear. It goes through. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
that's
there's
good.
a common
That's good.
there's a common sort of practice in 2E where it's always good to keep a hero point on you, just in case.
Mhm.
Just
okay,
in
that's
case
good,
you
that's
go down.
However, like Lore said, even if they stabilize Hilda by spending all of their hero points, Tomb Rust is still
Yeah.
going off at the end of the turn.
Yeah,
It
that's
removes
like
the dying condition, not the poison condition.
yeah, it's like 3 there's like 3 more turns that they have to go through.
Correct.
Man, that would have been oh man, that would have been harrowing to watch.
Yeah, that's basically 2 opportunities at the end of their every turn for 4 rounds to basically either guarantee death or a very slow death.
Man, that's like IS. You just see. I'm not sure which of the party is more like what do you call this? More practical. Like they look over at Stan. He's suffering, Stan. She's gonna die, and either way, you can ease the suffering now. You can stop it all. It's like oh fuck. Oh, that would have been a very grim tone for Chaos and Kalador in
Nice.
session 2.
Very different game. Very different game.
Although I feel like that would really hook them though. Now the investment has gone way up.
I think it would. So maybe if it had been the Herngar who were responsible for Hilda's death, then yeah. But I think if they died to some random undead in a vault, and they're that close to the entrance, I think they're just gonna. I think Stenvalder would have just turned around and left.
Oh yeah, just stopped.
He might have stayed
probably would
if
have had to-
Aridin would have stayed. Like if Aridin didn't leave, he might have been persuaded to stay. But I could easily see that character being like, "And I'm gone. Like my bear's dead. I'm leaving now."
Alright, that's the end of Stenvalder.
Yeah, because
Now
that's also part of Stenvalder's kit. He built with a companion in
Oh.
mind.
oh, not just lore stuff, mechanical too. Okay.
Yeah, so if he loses that bear, he loses some of his ranger abilities.
Man, it's fucked that Sirak chose to have a little baby bear. I'm doubly fucked now. Realizing like yes.
It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Namely because it takes his actions to do anything. If he wants that bear to do something, he needs to spend actions to do it. Otherwise, that bear is going to stand there and do what it was told to do last. If it says fight that Falcon skeleton, it's going to fight that skeleton until you tell it to stop fighting that skeleton, or the skeleton puts it in the ground. I don't think I want to homebrew all too much for the Herngar. Actually, I lied.
I just realized something. Did you homebrew the tomb rust thing?
Yeah.
Onto the skeleton?
100%.
My mother of God, you really wanted to kill someone.
No,
Oh
I
my-
wanted to teach them the poison mechanic. And I still haven't done it. So guess what, motherfucker? It's coming back.
Wait. How? Okay. How many hit points does Hilda have? Like 13, right? Or more?
16. She has more than Eridan.
Okay. More than Aridin, less than Stanvalder by 20. By 4. 4 or 6. Right?
5.
5. Okay, 21. So, if somebody dies or goes down to Tomb Rust, you could have killed one of the players, like straight up.
Yeah.
Considering we were.
Everybody,
Come
it
on.
wasn't just Hilda. Anybody could have died to Tomb Rust. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that persistent damage will fucking kill your character.
Why do you want this for level 1?
I don't. Hey, I don't want it.
Level 1.
I don't
Hey.
want to kill the characters. I want to teach them how the poison mechanic works.
Yeah, but the poison mechanic, this specific poison, it seems like it really
It's
fucks you
all
over.
poisons. It's all poison. It's literally a D4. It's a D4 of poison. There are poisons out. There are venoms out there that do like 2d8.
It's like you can have the Hyungar, right? To have them because they're slavers. But no, you chose some random undead, and it's not like regular poison. It's a fucking tetanus that's gonna kill them.
Well, fucking guess what, Pussy? The Hergar
Look, man,
crossbow
tetanus is
bolts are gonna
dangerous.
bleed.
It just fucking occurred to me like, wait, it feels like such a convoluted method to have poison
What
at
do
the
you
very start.
mean? What do you? It's rust. It makes super sense. It makes super sense. I don't want to hear it. It makes super sense.
It
I
does.
think
It
if
makes
that's the-
sense, and you're based for doing it.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Okay, does the
Sorry about
armor
that.
of the skeleton have rust?
Yeah.
Were they rusty skeleton?
Yeah.
Literally just the Wait, did you say no?
I said yeah.
Okay, so
They were covered in rust. I mean, their
Yes.
whole picture is covered in rust. What do you want about?
okay. So theoretically,
Look at this fucking guy.
could they have gotten tomb rust from just the skeleton's armor if
Ooh,
they
so I want you to know I was this close. My fingers are touching, by the way. From
Oh my
giving
God.
them the flame skull ability called fiery explosion, except it was rust explosion.
Christ.
Jesus Christ.
love
I
it.
would have lowered the damage. I'd have lowered the damage.
Yeah, but they still would have gotten tomb rust. That's the
I would
thing.
leave it as is.
So
The
When
whole
they-
thing
Ah, yes.
explodes.
when they die, you need to make a reflex save, or you take piercing and fire damage. And the
And
way-
tomb rust.
Well, hold on. The way it works in Pathfinder is that if you succeed, you take half damage, and if you fail, you take full damage, and if you crit fail, you take double damage. So I'd have made it if you crit failed. You have to roll a fortitude save on top of that, and then you get poisoned.
It would
Jesus.
be the biggest stab block for a level 0 creature in the game.
Man, let me tell you, I did. You know, I can like temper my expectations, right? Like hardcore. Like, oh yeah, everyone's gonna fucking die at level 1. Hell yeah.
To be fair,
But
though,
you didn't advertise as it's as hardcore.
like with Sun's Barrage, though, like you could, in theory, just make it up on the fly and just add it in the fly. That's
Ah.
totally something you could do,
Not
or have it on the
Oh, yeah.
sheet and then never use it, depending on whether or not if the PCs are going down like crazy.
That's what I was. That's what I did with Sun's Onslaught, where I was like,
Exactly.
I was like, they're doing pretty good. Like, maybe I'll spice it up. And then I watched a crit bring Stenvalder down to 2 hit points. And I watched
Just
a
slowly
crit.
put it away.
I watched a hit take Aridin down to 4 hit points, and I went, and I just sort of let off the gas a little bit, and I went, all right, boys,
yeah?
have at it.
Oh yeah.
Listen,
What about your what about the calling for when you saw Hilda go down to Tombros, you were like, yes, maybe only one of the skeletons had rust on their weapons.
No, they all had two breasts. I was making them roll saves every fucking hit.
Now, good heavens.
I went, all right, that's a 22 to hit. I need a fortitude save. As I poke them and they'd roll like a 17, I'm like, God fucking damn it. I'd hit another one and I go, fortitude save. And they're like, 15. I'm like, God fucking damn it. I will teach you how poison works. I will teach you how poison works come hell or high water.
One of you will die and re-roll a new character.
I don't want you to die. I want you to learn how poison works.
You're basically sentenced to death. We've explored all the options. You literally would have sentenced one of them to death. If there were two, God forbid.
No. You want to know what would have happened? Aradin would have cast. He would have reached into his funny little pocket.
Yeah, well.
He'd have grabbed the heal scroll that he has. And he'd have read it out loud to. Actually, he wouldn't have been able to do that because that's 2 action. You're right. Somebody would have died. But that is a sacrifice. I gestured to the crowd. That is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
I will make an example out of one individual.
That was going to be Hilda, had I remembered.
Man, imagine, like, again, if it's more than just one, it's more than 2 people, right?
Yeah.
If there's like 3 of them who has tomb rust, one of those fuckers are gonna die.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. So they don't know this, but I've talked about it a little bit when I was making this dungeon. The first floor is tutorial floor. It is baby's first Pathfinder experience. If they TPK on the first floor, they will get saved by Preston. They'll basically get to rerun the dungeon. Second floor, though. The second floor is where if you die, you die for real.
Cages?
Oh shit, that's right, the cages. Fuck. They get enslaved. I very quickly I sweep the death underneath the carpet. They get put in cages.
Yes, you cross over the word on your on your dock. It's like, oh no, not death.
ooh,
slavery.
Slavery. That's right. I made cages for them.
You wake
wait.
up to the smell of stew. You're tied to chairs around a Herngar table.
Lore question.
Yeah.
What level or what part of the APU would, if it's run normally, would players encounter poison mechanics?
Second room.
Second room.
Mm-hmm.
So they would
you fight the rats, you go down the hole, and then the web lurker. Sorry, not the web lurker, the spider in that room would hopefully poison you.
Okay, I guess Boss Man does.
I don't think there's any other poisons in the entirety of the thing, unless you count Gila. But Gila doesn't poison you, he just does poison damage.
So the Spooter is the only one that has poison.
Yeah, that has a poison.
Jesus, Boss Man.
What?
In his defense.
I got a question.
What's up, gamer?
So, circling back the silly little bear, if it died and Cyrix decided, they wanted to make a dope bear skin hood out of their fallen companion,
what?
Would you give it a special ability because it's the corpse of a friend?
What?
There's a stat block for that.
Oh, sick. Yeah, I would if any of them had the ability to craft.
It could become
It's
a
not-
relic
Noted.
known as the Ursine Avenger hood.
It's not even like a big. There's not enough fur.
It's not enough.
A baby bear is definitely big enough to make a hood out of, Legion.
Oh yeah, like the whole
Okay.
body. You could absolutely make a hood out of like the whole body.
Yeah, the whole body. It's basically yes. You when somebody walks past, you just say, "Oh, it's like a little bear holding the like holding onto the head of that person walking by," and then you look. I was like, yes, skinned baby bear hood.
Should be noted, with the hood, it goes with an archetype dedication called the Ursine Avenger.
Oh really? What's it for?
Yeah.
Oh,
They work hand in hand.
Oh,
So
okay.
basically Batman.
Oh,
Like if it were like an older, bigger bear, right? I can see it like a Doratan situation, right? They chop off the head of Snow Song and make it like they have the pelt over their head, so that when their face is shrouded in darkness, their face, the bottom part of their face, makes up like the lower jaw of the wolf pelt. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, boss
yeah, I
man.
am.
Yeah, that one.
Yep. Oh my god, it applies bleed. Oh my god, it applies the persistent. That's fucking crazy. I fucking love Pathfinder.
So what? Did the young girl also have poison, boss man?
No, something far more nefarious. Waggle my finger.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna bleed you to death.
Ah, yes, barbed arrows and barbed
Correct.
swords.
Correct. Well, not barbed sword. It's only going to be the Herngar sharpshooters that have fucking harpoon arrows.
I have an idea.
Oh,
All right. So slavers, right? They got a very long barbed whip that they can like whip you from like, what's the distance? Like 10 feet away from you.
damn. This Pathfinder? I
Whips are pretty
I'd
long.
be really fucking surprised if they don't have whips.
What was the question? Whips. Yeah, we got whips. It's got a range of 10 feet and the trip trait, which is really, really good.
Oh damn! I'm just that good. 10 feet.
Hmm.
I do have a bunch
Perfect
of
for
notes
flavor.
regarding a little bit of the play-by-play in
Oh,
the
please do.
session. Because I noticed that we talked a little bit about weapons and traits with like trip, for example.
Mm.
So I could go over those, but I don't know if you want me to. I don't really want to be like the guy who's like, actually, every session,
brother, send
went
it.
wrong.
Yeah, go over
You
the
like
whole
that?
thing. I'd be down for that.
Sweet. Do you want me to do it now or in a little bit?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, sweet.
Nice. You have your very own rules lawyer to double check.
Oh, hell yeah. Am I a segment now? Hell yeah. Let's go.
I mean, that's what you're writing on your book. You're like basically, oh yeah, these are the stuff that you did wrong, boss man. Can you like remedy this for future installments? Thank you very much.
I did put timestamps on most of these, which is kind of cool. I did miss
Oh,
one that I
perfect.
can't remember what it was, but I do have timestamps. Apart from the first two. The first two happened in like the first hour or two of play. The first one was ready and delay. The differences between ready and delay.
Hmm.
Delay is at the start of your turn. As a free action, you get to take yourself out of initiative, and then at the speed that you would do a legendary action from 5e, you put yourself back in.
Okay.
Delay's great if you're taking persistent damage, because it means that you can just delay your turn indefinitely and never take the damage.
You just never get to go.
You just never get to go.
Understood.
So that's one trick. But delay is mostly used for, if you're, say, using the defend action, you could delay to extend the use of your defend. Things like that. Ready, on the other hand, is 2 actions to use 1 action as a reaction. That's the way I like to remember it. So as 2 actions, you prepare to take a single action activity. That single action could be Flurry of Blows, or it could be Aid, or, well, it couldn't be Aid because reactions. But any single action activity, so the heal spell for 1 action, works. And then as you set a trigger, and then whenever the trigger goes off, just like in 5e, you do the thing.
Okay.
And that's a reaction. The next one was Concentrate. I think it was Sizzlemeister who was talking about concentrating on multiple things.
Mm.
The answer is yes, you can concentrate on as many things as you want. So can the enemy.
Okay.
Concentrate as a trait does sweet FA by itself. It's just that other things call for concentrate. Such as, I think, Fascinated means that you can't concentrate. Raging means you can't concentrate. There's a bunch of stuff like that. At 2 hours and 15 minutes in, skeletons are immune to the motion trait. So this broke my heart at the time, but I didn't say shit. I was like, shut your mouth, Law. Let them have it. If you take a look at your skeletons real quick,
Okay.
you'll notice under the immunities, they have the word emotion in their immunities. So, they have mental. That's what I meant to say.
Uh-huh.
Mental is on things like demoralize.
Oh.
Yeah.
I knew something was wrong. I was like, I don't think a
Heartbreaking.
skeleton would actually be afraid, but
You were right. Your gut feeling was correct. Skeletons can't be made afraid. Now, if they didn't have the mindless trait, that's a different story. But because they're mindless, they simply don't have the ability to feel fear.
I have a question, Lore.
Go ahead.
This is a bit of a silly ask, but
Actually, that's not strictly true. They can be frightened,
oh,
but
interesting.
not through demoralize. Go ahead, Legion.
about the frightened thing for the skeletons, can there be like a specific animal or creature type that they're afraid of?
GM Fiat.
Hmm.
That's GM Fiat.
Okay. Bossman, can you make them afraid of dogs or wolves?
Bears. So that was the emotion thing. The immunities won't just have damage types in them. They'll also have traits in them quite a lot of the time. So like with the Skeleton Guard, it's immune to poison. So that's not just poison damage, that's the poison condition and the poison trait. Anything related to poison at all is completely immune to. Same goes for bleed and death effects. Death effects are literally anything that has the death trait.
Okay.
I learned something during your stream, which I didn't know, and it kind of is counterintuitive to the thing I just said, which is why I wrote it down, because I thought it was very interesting. If you take a look at the perform action that your swashbuckler can do, both perform and fascinating performance, the way that Arundel is getting their panache, don't have the mental trait.
Oh. Oh yeah, it does.
So they do work on skeletons, which blew my mind.
Huh.
So I assume it's not just doing the Macarena and seeing if they notice, it's the act of physically making yourself more visible to the enemy goads them into attacking you.
Oh,
So
well.
it's not just a mind game.
I'll be damned. Okay.
Yeah, I learned that during the game as well, because I was like, surely perform doesn't work either. Googled it and I was like, my God. So there's a buff for swashbucklers there.
That's
hell
pretty
yeah.
sick.
So
I'll
it would
have
work on
to-
Minus Undead, it would work on golems, anything.
By the way, boss.
Hold on. Before I lose this train of thought.
I can send these to you if you
Oh,
want.
please do. Thank you.
I've written them down.
I want to make sure that that Necro gets that, so that way she knows.
100%. Sorry,
Alright.
Legion, did you have a question before I move on?
Not a question. I know I mentioned something about the dogs thing as a jokey joke. Like skeletons are afraid of dogs.
Yeah.
I found a more serious reasoning behind it.
Okay.
Not
They eat
dogs.
bones.
I guess more werewolves. Something about, Wolfemir, the destruction of everything. So it's like a proverbial fear, right? Like those that bear the symbol and icon of the wolf. Like again, if it's like an undead, right? It's sort of like stained. They kind of fear oblivion, like completely wipe the slate clean. So when they see like icons of the wolf, that can like send like an actual fear that transcends like you shouldn't feel fear, but you do because it's an entity that's meant to wipe the slate clean. Like even the Allfather was afraid of Wolfemir. It's like to that effect.
I will consider it.
Actually, wait.
Counteroffer.
Oh yes.
Whenever a goat or a cow, or any relation of animal, are within line of sight of a skeleton, they must roll a will save. On a failure, they become fascinated by the prospect of calcium.
Oh my god, like lick. Like,
to the
Like a salt
teat.
block.
Now they ain't got lips no more, so it's going to be tricky. But effort.
That'd be interesting. They have like some aversion to like certain animals, and then fascinations with other animals.
Just to give like skeleton some sort of other flavor.
Hmm.
So just rattle me bone. Actually, wait. Was it? Sorry to interject. Is so the Promised Calamity, right? Wolfimir is the All Father the only entity that's afraid of it, or was what do you call this? Was I forgot Amir and Enbrir. Were they aware of Wolfimir's presence as well, and were they afraid of it?
So that is something that'll be probably something I have to bring up when I start getting into those particular gods. When I start writing up their lore for them. As it stands right now, I don't have anything. I just have it as the Allfather being afraid. The same idea of like Odin learning about his fate at the hands of Fenrir type shit. So that's what I have currently. My big thing that I'm going through right now, which is something that Hale talked about around the same day that I started thinking about it, which I started thinking about redoing my roadmap.
Again?
Yeah.
Didn't you just do that?
Yeah, shut up. I know. Trust me, I'm aware. Trust me, I'm aware. It's a thing that frequently pushes itself to the front of my head, which is the only thing that has stopped me from doing it, was that I just did it. But some part of my brain is like, damn, I kind of want to redraw my roadmap. Mostly because I've learned how to do hex maps better. So sort of being able to... Yeah, he died. He's super heartbroken. He did not like that idea at all. Mostly because I've learned how to do hex maps much easier now. And I've looked at a lot of the maps that I have. And I realized a lot of them might be a little too difficult to do hex maps for. And some part of me, I don't know why. I've really enjoyed like the Archotech stuff. But I fear I might have gone a little too heavy in the paint. And some part of me kind of yearns for like to make it more fantastical again, to make it more weird. I don't know, man. It's some really dumb shit. My brain is basically like, rewrite your world again. And that's basically what I've been grappling with for like a month now, is some part of my brain being like, yeah, maybe you should go back to the Allfather just being an Odin type instead of some shithead human. Maybe go back on all the Archotech stuff.
This sounds like two separate problems. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but what does Archotech's influence on the world have to do with the world map?
Oh, that you are correct. That is two separate problems.
I see.
It's just layered.
They are sort of a part of one another. Yeah, the unexplainable urge.
Oh.
Go on.
I can understand wanting to remake the world map. If you're going to remake the world map, right? If you just start off it as a like hex type already, it does make it seem easier to make like sections of it already, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can make it seems quicker to like, oh, okay, and now I can like turn this one, like if you want to run a specific game on like some different part, it's much more easier to create that like area map, right? Instead of just like recreating, like taking a screenshot of one section and then recreating that into a hex map. So in that regard, I can understand and maybe and even support it, I guess. But it is a very time-consuming process.
It's incredibly time consuming. You are not wrong there. Here, I'll show you what's been in my head for a bit. How I've sort of like been viewing. Hold on.
It is, to be fair, time-consuming now. However, in the future, it does seem like it would allow you to easier run like other one-shot, games and other parts much more quicker, as opposed to like what you did now, right? The prep time for Chaos and Galador, you basically had to redo, like remake or not even remake, make a new hex map using a screenshot of part of the world,
Mhm.
of the current world map. So prep time to start a new like adventure path or section or a new like one shot even does take longer, but you wouldn't have to do it right now. That's the thing. But if you redo the world map now into that version, future game prospects are like, okay, we're done now. We can start the game, whatever. Since it's already hexes, I just gotta put like you know like tokens or symbols of like this is a town, this is a ruined castle, this is etc., and all that,
Mhm.
as opposed to redoing it. Yeah, that one I can understand.
I mean, Hale also has the right of it. There is just some unexplainable urge in my head to be like, redo it all.
That's just the
Oh.
artist in you, boss.
I see. I walk in on Crowned on his obsession with smashing things and rebuilding it from the ground
I
up.
wish I could explain it. Also, thanks for 38 months, you dumb.
You're welcome. I kiss you on the mouth and then I slap your ass.
Oh,
This is
Say, go get him, champ.
This is kind of what I want. Is the vision in my head is I want to keep the singularity. I still want this like nexus, this sort of node point in the middle of the map where everything is drawn to it. And to have this sort of like you have the center, and then it's this like fucked up sort of like pseudo Pangea type to basically show like I just realized what I'm doing. Does anybody know what I'm doing?
What? What are you doing?
Making a sun.
No.
You're building a
is that
world
the
map.
Maelstrom from WoW?
No. Close.
Is this Io?
Correct.
Oh, God, I'm good.
Oh,
Oh
Holy.
no!
As
Abandon.
I drew the third fucking little Pangea, I went, this is just Io. I'm literally just
Oh.
writing Io.
I
Deleted-
remember the
deleted
loading
immediately.
screen. I fucking Fortnite.
He's
man.
knocking on the
Yeah.
door.
None of these idiots are real fans. I'm a real fan, Brett. Fucking.
This is it. The inspiration's taking over. He's been exposed too long. We're gonna call it the world of Adish. It's gonna have chains attaching
Oh my
to
God,
continents.
Gee, I'm just steal, forehead, as you steal from Brett.
Steal. Just as
Everyone
I
says
fucking
just
push
steal.
Brett out of the way.
Everyone says you should just steal from what inspires you. I mean, why not steal from other DMs' IPs? Their stuff's just stolen content. What's stopping you? Io, just call it OI. Boom.
Start saying, "How do you want to do this?" The whole shebang.
Maybe.
Maybe. My God. It's Space Lump Princess.
Some part of my brain. I just really fuck with the Pangea shape is the thing. I just really fuck with like a giga world.
I love big blobs. And I'm tired of pretending I don't.
Does the singularity have to be above water?
I was actually considering that. I was considering the idea of it's basically sitting either in a crater or floating in the air type shit. Like basically this center point or this nexus of the Pangea.
What is?
I mean, even like a landlocked lake, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be touching ocean, does it? Necessarily.
Explain the singularity for probably the 5th time, if you don't mind.
The singularity is the point where the All-Father smote the planet.
I see. Okay, so we're making that now. Oh my goodness! It's not just a black dot anymore.
No, it would still be. This is I'm talking about remaking my world map.
You son of a bitch!
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what this entire conversation has been me being me in my head going, I should rewrite my world again.
you shouldn't. You really.
Oh.
You're still writing. Like, you're not even done writing the current version.
I'm aware. I think the big thing that has basically has been in my head is I feel like I've lost the fantasy motif. I went too hard in the paint on the tech.
Well,
And
like,
now he has
who's
to
to
remake the
say?
world.
Who's to say? Like, what is and isn't too much Archotech?
I mean, okay, if I may, looking at it,
I slap
right?
you.
No, okay, never mind.
Here's the thing. If you're worried about making the world map again, don't be. My advice would just be to do what I do. Have rendering distance. Keep the map as a reference, but then keep the general shape of the continents vague outside of that. That way, if in future you decide to change it again, it's still vague in your mind. You can use it as reference for like the places on it. You can use it as reference for like the distance between places. But only think about where you are in game. And then whenever you go to the other places, that's when it becomes important. I wouldn't worry about the entire planet as a whole. And if you want to have a world map, just use that one as a reference material. But then get vague. Have it be where that map that we're looking at was made by cartographers in world. Like
That's certainly how I run
wizard
it.
created it.
I have it that the world map is not a 1-for-1. Because already, like, if you were to look at what I have like hexed out and stuff like that, you would see it does not line up 1-for-1. There is like suddenly more land mass than actually appears on the world map type deal.
I think that's the right way to do it. That way it gives you more freedom as a creator, and it doesn't limit you in any way.
Maybe you just want to redo a piece of your world rather than the whole damn thing.
I'm thinking that's the bit is I really like Tyros. I enjoyed
Yeah.
Tyros. I have
Here's
no
the-
qualms with it.
What? You haven't really expanded beyond Tyros, though.
Correct.
So, like, what is the point of rebuilding
I
Carousel?
think I
if
don't
you-
like Carousel, is what it is.
Do you just want to
Oh,
exile Carousel to the Shadow Realm?
No, I want to rewrite
Elves be
Carousel.
gone? Numenor it?
rewrite? What do you mean?
Interesting. Is it too evil?
No,
The
I
Iron
don't-
Maidens were
I
pretty.
don't know what the fuck it is, dog. Like, there's some part of
You
my
hate
brain.
elves?
I fucking love elves, dog. The elves, like, I always make sure that the elves that you guys meet in Tyros are fucking sick. Like,
It's because you don't have a campaign in Carousel. You need a campaign in Carousel.
To be fair, you haven't also like solidified like an ideal concept for them aside from the Empire steals everybody's magic items and hoards it for itself,
yeah.
and you need licenses and stuff. And compared to like road wardens and stuff, they have like literal the Drakis, the dragon mark nobility, and all that.
Yeah, it's not fleshed out like Tyros, but we do have a general concept of like who they are. So, is it just we want to flesh them out, or is it like we just want to take Volandris, throw it in the bin, and pull out like something new? Do we not like empires or Roman? Do we not like the Roman Empire? I look around at all the dudes in this chat. Are we really going to admit that to ourselves?
Maybe that's what it is.
Is that?
Maybe I don't
Do
like
I
the Roman
even
Empire.
know you? I fucking look back at Crown. He's in like Gaul face paint. You know what?
I'm a goth. Fucking.
I think Caesar
I
was
mean-
an asshole, actually.
Tax what, bitch?
Also, to be fair, right? You kind of, I'm not well versed in Roman and stuff and all that jazz. You kind of also took it in with the Drazaran Empire, right? The Macedonian Empire.
I try to
It's-
go
the-
more. The issue is that I look at Greek, I look at Rome, and I sigh as my hands basically are overlapped on top of each other.
Yeah.
I just love the response, the uprising in chat. At least 2 people going, "No, the Roman Empire's awesome."
They built roads. They built roads.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? The quote unquote the backstory for Tyros is it was a pseudo Roman Empire that started off all the roads, and then it eventually fell and gave rise to the current knights of Tyros.
Now,
You
now,
basically
now.
you did the Roman stuff already.
We haven't got into the culture of the proto-Terosians necessarily. Just because they built roads doesn't mean they're the Roman Empire. Technically.
Well, that's fair. I think, to be fair, the Drazaran Empire, like King Drazaros, right? That guy, he was at least the original, the dad. He was like, hey, I will make like allies and diplomatic relations. I mean, wasn't Marelia technically like a quote unquote barbarian queen?
Correct. She
Like
was the leader of like the humans in the Etenmore.
Yeah.
So
So
I
basically,
think-
that's like.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. It's like again, I'm not familiar with Roman history and all that Roman Empire stuff, but isn't basically that's just like the fledgling Roman Empire like paying off or like making alliances with quote unquote barbarians. I'm not sure if that's a thing that happened, but that sort of vibe.
Hmm.
Like it's I think there's a sort of you don't like it because you already did it, but as a backstory for Tyros already. Like if you compared to Yatagara, right? Compared to Yatagara, which do you
I can tell you right now, I'd much rather run a game of
Between the two.
Yatagara.
Yeah, see, because Yatagara is unique. It's a wholly unique thing.
I think my other thing
Mon-
as well is I'm still trying to figure out the fucking timeline. I have like major events that, honest to God, I think the Wizard Kings fucked me up the most.
Ooh.
I think the Wizard
A little
Kings
bit.
really fucked me in terms of like having these moments. It's either that or I need to make the Shadowed Age like 10,000 fucking years. Like so my brain, I want more than just the Drazaran Empire. I want there to be multiple sort of like analogs in the past that I can pull and reference from for like ruins and dungeons and like cults and stuff like that. I need to kill the Wizard Kings.
Oh my god. This man's
The gods would
insane.
agree with that.
The Allfather waking up one day. I need to put them in the ground.
Yeah, literally hearing them screaming outside of his house, his eyes open. They're bloodshot. He goes,
There's like
I'm gonna kill those
a
fucking
tequila
guys.
bottle next to his bed. He's like, whoa. Squids. Looks out at the beach. It's like Squidward looking out at SpongeBob and Patrick. They gotta die.
No, I don't want it to be. I don't want it like. I want there to be fantastical and weird things. Like I love talking about the First War, where the Great Worm stole the Allfather's heart, and like humanity
crazy
marched against the
mythos.
Great Worms. But I kind of want more of that. Like, I want there to be weird shit that the party can find, aside from Archotech. Like, there's only really the Drisharan Empire in Tyros that has any sort of standing. And the other thing is my fucking timelines. I've been trying to figure out how, like, time works properly and, like, how to reference it. Like, when is too much, when is too long. Like, sitting there and being like, okay, how long ago did humanity fight under Thor? Like, how long ago did Thorlin explode? Was it 400 years ago? Because if so, that's 4 generations. There's still books and shit that probably talk about Thorlin. Was it 1,000 years ago? That's a pretty long fucking time, but that is still like general history and knowledge that can be referenced to this day. We can go back now and look at shit that was happening in the early 1900s, and like even into the late 1800s, like, and still see pictures and references and shit like that. So how do I want it to be a recent event, or do I want it to be an old event?
10,000 years. Job done. 10,000 years gives you a shit ton of time to make as many ruins and empires as you want. You can have as little or as much information as you want, because in the ages that pass in that 10,000 years, information could be gained or lost. You know, like the Library of Alexandria could be a dungeon or some shit. There's 1,000 things you can do if you increase the time, but if you keep the time small, suddenly you're under a lot of stress to make sure that everything's happening in the right amount of time. I mean, look at Pathfinder, right? The first major event that happens in all of Galarian's history, the big one, is Earthfall, where the Al-Cthulhu Empire rained meteorites from space onto Galarian as revenge against Aradin for bringing the humans out of the water. That was 10,000 years ago. The next major event was the death of Aradin, which happened 5 minutes ago. Well, not 5 minutes ago, it happened like, I don't know, 5,000 years ago, something like that, but people still talk about that. I can't remember the date for the death of Aradin. The point is, he died. And since then, we've been
5 minutes,
living in
5,000.
Yeah, it's the same thing. We've been
Who's to
living
say?
in, like, in 2E current law, we're still looking at the ramifications of that god's death. You know? So 5,000 years is plenty of time to jiggle about and do stuff. And then the last major event was Tarba Fun getting out, and that happened a few years ago, literally just like a dozen years ago.
Yeah, if you want, I think especially if you want big, grand fantasy vibes, big old numbers provides big, grand fantasy vibes.
Correct.
Especially like, oh, this happened 20,000 years ago was the fall of the fucking Wizard
Insert name
Kings.
empire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, imagine it, right? There is a difference between going into a ruin and finding an ancient relic of 10,000 years. And there is a difference between that and going into a ruin and finding a relic of 6 centuries.
I mean, the thing about the Archotech is that, like, that shit's gotta be, like, hundreds of thousands of years old.
That's older than everything.
Yeah, older
Exactly. That's, like,
Yeah,
beginning
older
of
as
time
sin.
old. And it's still, like, that's the creepy thing. And the wow thing about Archotech is that it's still basically architecturally sound, the bits that we still have, right?
Okay. To be fair, Bossman, you are also, I think ignoring like a potential avenue to make it more fantastical. You kind of, I'm not sure, right? But you haven't really expanded on other Wizard King like territories and other, their kingdoms. Like, did they not have like their own like fiefdoms all over, like their own like civilizations that they rule over? Like, and also Wizard Kings, right? Is it literally just this is the first and only Wizard King? Is it not like a line of succession? Like, okay, so currently he's the Wizard King, right? But back then there were like other kings. He was like descendant from another line of kings that just weren't that Wizard King, like the Wizard King that we know that caused the whole issue, the whole calamity. Like you talk about forgot the one that actually ate Ifun, right?
Voradar.
The one that Boromir, who basically took up a portion of the one where DOA plays, right? They basically shunted it off into a different demiplane. Like that's only just one. You mentioned that there are like what, eight or nine? I forget.
7.
It's been a while. Okay,
There are
7.
7 total.
Yeah, 7 total Wizard Kings. But you also mentioned something about how the one that got snatched up by Victor Maltores, it was just him who was snatched up. What about his kingdom? Where was that one? Like, what happened when their king basically got absconded from like their real space? What befell that civilization? Were they targeted by all of humanity, all of creation, because their sire was dared to fight the gods and all that? Like, there's different sections of civilization that fall under the Wizard King's purview that didn't we don't get to see yet, right? Like,
Hmm.
those are like cities of wizards, like actual powerful wizards that ate a god. Surely they have like
Well, we have seen, we
far-reaching,
saw
far.
like Irist's entire campaign this is Voradir's old crib.
Okay, I wasn't there.
Admittedly.
Apologies. Yeah,
You
that was-
didn't see
Oh
it.
yeah, there are like where Isolde and Logan went to school is a Wizard King kingdom.
Yeah, that's one. That's the Isildur, right? I forgot the name.
Arias.
Elendor.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
sorry.
Arias is its own beast.
I thought
Arias is
was
basically
also a
the-
Wizard King.
Yeah, it's the Collegium made by all of the Wizard Kings.
So we do have fragments, but I don't think you really need to answer that question unless you want to introduce Wizard King shit. I guess that's the other thing is what do you want to bring out into your world? Because you are
Fantasy.
you are one person. You're not going to make an entire like Pathfinder and Faerun lore is worked on by multiple people. It's also, especially Faerun lore, a freaking mess, but
I guess my biggest thing is that I want it to make sense. I want not so much
I
that
may
somebody
interject for a moment.
go on.
So what I think might help in terms of establishing a set timeline within the setting is, yes, you can use gigantic numbers like 20,000 years, 25,000 years, but you could also break it up into an age system like we have with human history. So, for example, the Bronze Age was a stretch of history that was 2,000 years. And it ended when Rome, well, not Rome specifically, but, it ended when the Iron Age started. However, you still have overlap between those ages. For example, when Rome went to Egypt, Egypt still had remains of the Egyptian Empire from the Bronze Age, even all the way in the Iron Age. So you could divide it into ages, decide what major events occurred in what age, lock them in there, and then you can figure out where you want your overlap to occur later down the line.
we kind of have that with the Age of Woe. I mean, it is the Age of Woe. That starts with the death of the Wizard Kings and the retreat of the Allfather and the Erenar, and ends with Bahamut returning and blowing up a tree.
Correct.
Like, that is a defined age. Boom.
Correct. So what if we tack onto that and we say after the Age of Woe, you have, I don't know, you could call it the Jasaran Age, and that could be the age of the Jasaran Empire specifically.
Hmm.
The Age of Wizards and Kings. Haha.
Wow. That guy.
I think I do like that as I need to actually define. The only one that has any definition is the Age of Shadow Day. And even then it's meant to be sort of like sort of mysterious of how long it actually lasted, because scholars are like, oh, it only lasted 1,000 years. Or people are like, no, actually, if you check this and check this, it actually is, it's like 10,000 years because of this and that. Because there's meant to not be that much recorded history at the start.
Right.
I just want it
let's
to
start-
make sense.
Well, let's start from the Age of Woe. We have the Age of Woe. That's a certified point, well established. We have the beginning and end, right?
Mhm.
Do we have an age before that named?
That would be, I guess that would be I almost want to call it the Age of Legends, which is when humanity would have gotten its hands on magic. And that's where you start seeing your heroes.
Okay, so the Age of Myth, or I was going to call it the Age of Thrones because of the Wizard Kings.
That's a good one.
Because this is back, because it seems like the Wizard Kings are the big movers and shakers during this age. These are the guys. Like this is the Age of Magic. These are the guys of magic.
Correct.
Right? So these guys are going to be the ones who are establishing your mage. I mean, they're Wizard Kings, so they have kingdoms.
Yeah,
So they're going to be deciding the borders.
There are kingdoms that already exist at this point. Right. That's basically how like humanity and elves and everything like that have already established themselves. But it's these guys who like basically push out all the other monarchs type deal.
Mm. And that's what Age of Thrones makes sense. It's the like it is the pushing out of the like old guard in with the Wizard Kings. Kind of like Rome pushing out, for instance, like Greece, right? The replacement of Hellenism with Rome, and Persia with Rome, and Egypt with Rome. Except this would be the Wizard Kings, I suppose. Or actually, no, it would be Hellenism, wouldn't it? It'd be, the Wizard Kings playing Alexander the Great and spreading their not Greekness all over the place.
Yeah. Fucking weeped as there was no more land left to conquer.
And with the death of Alexander, right, his place is immediately split up by his generals and segmented.
Yeah, that age would have ended the moment that the Allfather dropped the nuke.
Correct, which is why we probably don't have a lot of nearly as much Wizard King stuff as we have Archotech, right? Because most of the Wizard King stuff was probably in the middle.
That would make sense. I like to imagine that the Wizard Kings either defined their borders or built their borders around the Throne of the Gods, which is what the mountain was that they used.
Right. Probably the center of magic, I would imagine. So they'd all want to be near where magic is most powerful, being Wizard Kings. And this being the main way that they sort of influence the world.
Mm-hmm.
Not through like armies necessarily, but through big old spells. They're playing Magic the Gathering up there. Orders mono blue, that son of a bitch.
And if I may tack on to that, it's possible that, if the Wizard Kings did end up forming their own empires, it could be that nothing or barely anything remains. Like, it could be something as simple as an ancient tapestry, or a book, or a stone slate, like how we have that one stone slate from all the way back in Mesopotamia.
Mm-hmm.
But like anything before that, you probably don't even need, because it's to reason that the Wizard Kings themselves probably destroyed it. And then when the Wizard Kings got destroyed, anything that was before them just got doubly destroyed.
Yeah, it's basically like Neolithic era. We found one busty statue, and that's it.
It would be truly lost at the time.
Yeah.
What would you consider ancient? What is ancient to you in terms of like time? Actually, hold that thought. I have to piss.
He's gonna come back and he's gonna be like, I'm redoing the world. He always has his eureka moments, or like his like thought moments after a piss. The uncertainty goes down the porcelain void. And he comes back a new man. He's like, I have decided.
I have made a decision.
Correct. Every time he goes to take a piss, I think of like the philosopher statue with like their chin on their fist thinking.
The thinker was built wrong. It should have just been a guy at a urinal.
Me when I shit.
What if that's actually why he's sitting? It's just supposed to be a guy on like an ancient toilet.
True.
Oh, I'm back. What I miss? We on break? Oh,
Yes.
we still on history talk?
Yeah, kind of. He said, "What? How old is ancient to you?" And then he said, "Hold on, I'm taking a piss." So he's probably gonna come back
And have
like
all the
with a
answers.
new. Basically, he seems to do that. A changed man.
Toilet bowl theories.
I think the swirl of the flush, like he gets lost in it and like
Just
his
sees
mind
the future
wanders.
in the. Yeah.
Yeah, he's scrying right now. I cast augury in the toilet. DM, what do I see?
Whoa.
How does my vision pertain?
He takes longer than me on the bowl. He has a pretty good reason though. It takes
You
him
have to think about it.
takes him a while to get there. Your boy got the pimp cane.
Drew.
Oh, the elf has returned to bacon.
Wow.
You were the elf on the sofa again, weren't you?
Yeah.
I gotta clear my throat. I'm still ill as shit. I'll be right back. That's better. Lovely jubbly.
Lovely.
Oh, so good. RP and proper crunchy 2E. I think that's it. I think with 2E, I mean, it helps when you're experienced for sure. Because when you're experienced and everybody at the table knows what they're doing, the RP is almost boosted by the crunch. Because nobody has to ask questions anymore. You can sort of just infer stuff as you go. Like, as a GM, I won't worry about what's on my players' sheets for the most part. I'll let them tell me what they can and can't do. So as long as they all know themselves, they can say to me, GM, I have a feat for that. Or they'll just say, GM, read Psychometric Resonance. And I'll be like, yes, of course, tell me what happens. And then they'll describe how they touch the thing, and they ask me, what do they feel? And I say, you feel the sense of this. And we go from there. And it's very quick, and it rolls off the tongue. But even with the new group, I think Crown's group, Sis included, of course, is doing tremendously well with their RP, but they're naturals at that. So it's like he says, they're all thespians, and they do a great job.
I want the Mother of Elves to be bitter.
There it is. Did you learn that from the toilet?
Yeah.
The porcelain flush.
I realized I want her to be bitter because she got struck by a human wizard king.
Oh, she's racist. Good.
And it made her very... Not only was she bitter, but she watched a bunch of her children die. And
Does she
got
hate
really
humans?
upset. I don't know if she hates you. She might hate humans.
Does she hate humans? Is she racist? She confirmed Aranar racist from trauma.
Well, the other thing is that the other little issue with that is I think she might be, namely because the creator of humans, the Aranar who made the humans,
The humans.
let me get his name.
What if he didn't have a name? What if he was?
He does have a name. He specifically has a name because he loses it.
Oh. Is it Ember?
Yes.
It's Anbeer. I knew it.
Thumbs up. You're welcome. Look what I made.
I believe his name is Galadir.
I see.
Galadir is the one responsible for creating humans. And he is also the god of betrayal. He becomes Enbrir.
I see. And then
And
the Wizard Kings happen, and she's like, you just can't trust any of these motherfuckers, can you?
I think that's the thing. I think she's like, not only did you betray your father, but through your betrayal, you like killed my children. It's humans' fault. Like, had you not made humans, they'd have never attacked the goddess of magic. Not, a very flagrant sort of hypocrisy because two of the gods or two of the wizard kings are elves.
We're elves. Yeah.
Oh, question.
What?
So, is there a Wizard King that basically galvanized the other Wizard Kings? So, like, hey, let's fight gods. Let's eat one god and let's fight the others.
No, the idea was they were all tricked by Malor.
Mm.
They were basically like the idea that they were meant to rule heaven and like that they weren't meant to be servants and shit like that to the gods came from Malor.
Because if it were like a human thing, right? That could be like, what's Vorodir? Is Vorodir human or some sort of
He's-
elf, half elf?
He's very fucking human. He's not
I
like
mean-
Balavar. Balavar is a human supremacist. Balavar is like rise up, son of man, fuck elves. Like he was the one out there. He's the one who wounded the mother of elves.
In my head I was like, hell, what if another thing like they were influenced by Embrier? That's like another fuck you. First you betrayed your father, and then you basically used your creations to, I don't know.
I mean, technically, Embrier was influenced by Malor. Galadir was influenced by Malor.
Yeah.
So he, in theory, could have
it's like-
influenced the Wizard Kings.
I'd say it's their god, the human god, the god that created them, right? It's like it trickles down, like the poison seeps through.
Hmm.
Like Embrier took the brunt of
Fucked
it
up
when he
nepotism.
was the first to fail. Yeah, yes, deep in the heart of every man, there is a small fragment of Embrier's potential to betray others. It is the
Hmm.
it is the willpower to persist and actually fight back Malor's, influence
You know,
that makes them also special.
maybe that's what it's been. Maybe it's not that I've missed the fantastical and shit like that. I think I missed the grit.
You missed the eat.
Yes, grim dark time.
I think I
You're
think
tired of playing nice.
I think
Is
I
that what's
looked
up?
at the events of CTF and I went, ah shit, too much. And then I pulled back way too hard. And some part of me is like, I like the grit.
I mean, you're slowly bringing it back, especially with the giants, right? The technically like the nameless king giant. They do have a say. They do have a claim to the Ettenmore, since their family was the one that had hold of it before, even if
Mhm.
it's like misguided, mismanaged tyranny. That is a claim that they have. So it's like, you know what? They are the rightful owner, like rightful heirs, but they are bad. There is that slowly, it's coming back slowly but surely. Like there are elements now that are like, hey, this is wrong, but they do have they have a point, even if it's wrong.
Hmm. He needs Darkest Dungeon now.
We must go back to the dungeon.
Hmm.
I slowly bring up Shademore. Here, man. If you're missing grit, depression, I got the place for you.
We would
In
need to
fact-
run. I think we would need to run a different system for Shademore.
In fact, well, I'm glad you said so, because there's another IP that I've been getting into that has that sort of, you would be starting as a prisoner, but it's got like, it's grimdark, but it's still fantasy,
Hmm.
It's called Rayclast.
What
It's
the
Path
fuck
of
is
Exile.
that?
It's the continent of Path of Exile. The game where you start as a prisoner.
Are you just asking me to play Path of Exile with you again? What?
I mean, yes, but
is that
also,
what this is.
but also, if you're looking for gritty fantasy, there's a lot to pull from that. I mean,
Oh,
literally-
I thought you were suggesting a TTRPG.
no.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what you'd use for Shademore.
We would need something that sort of brings it a little bit more in line with like you are
Cowboys.
a dude in
Yeah.
the swamp and the things out there are legitimately terrifying.
Whatever you do, Mothership, that'd be really funny if you could.
Mm.
That's a little futuristic.
You could
guess-
probably
I mean, you could-
reword a lot of
yeah, you
stuff
could
from
tweak it.
Mothership.
You could retweak it. Guys, what's a good horror
reflavor the
TT,
word.
like horror fantasy TTRPG?
There's a one book system called Black Powder and Brimstone.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I
know one
actually
system.
don't know if it's in print yet, but it's based off of the whole like, witch hunters during the Pike and Ball era.
What's that? What's that one TTRPG that's like it basically considers itself to be super? It's like fuck elves or something like that.
What?
Nice.
It's not like that. It's like the whole bit is like that they hate elves. They hate
no.
the whole fantasy thing.
I'll take one of those as well.
Oh wait. Sorry, boss. I think. So, have you resolved your issue with Carousel, or is there more to it?
No,
still?
the issue. I haven't resolved anything. I've only defined that I want the mother of elves to be bitter, and hold a resentment against humanity or humans.
So does that mean Carousel is more like, man, fuck the other countries, we're the best country?
I don't know.
Is Caruso and Tyros staged for war like the old lore?
I think.
Are they still? Is it still either a Cold War or like a building keg?
I think a Cold War might be starting now. I think Queen Alexandra kept the peace, but now that she's died, her brother doesn't have that same force of personality. And I also think there's probably a lot of push from the Empire.
I bet. So,
Yeah.
starting at the tippy top, I bet the Mother of Elves is looking at Tyros with the most recent death, and is basically like, "Now's our time. They've lost the treaty. They can't be accounted for. They need us, right? They can't be trusted. I don't want to commit a genocide, but we can't let them continue to just have free reign." And Bahamut is currently sort of, I won't say fighting her, but is kind of. Have you seen the most recent Terminator?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Never mind.
Oh wait, is this the Dark Fate?
The Dark Fate.
You can
No,
spoil
I
it,
don't
by
know.
the way. That's fine.
Okay.
Which
There's just
Terminator are we talking about?
the anime, the most recent one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's this guy who's basically spends most of the show arguing with an AI that's like Skynet that he made himself on why humans should live. Basically, it's basically like a psychological fight, and for the first half, he's losing. And I think that's what Bahamut is basically locked in debate with the Elfin Queen, and so far has been unsuccessful in convincing her that humans are worth a damn.
Wait. Actually, the Eranar what's their view on humanity? What's their view on mortality? I mean, like the mortals of the world.
The mortals. I think that depends on the Eranar.
I was about to say that depends on the Eranar.
Because it'll be really fucked if all of the gods actually want to wipe the slate clean, and it's just like a few select gods is like, man, do not. There's still hope for these people. Like you just have Ebor and Bahamut going like, hey guys, despite all their misgivings, despite the Wizard Kings, there's still hope for them yet. And like the other gods are like, hey, it's fucked, man. Like there are Morlings around, there are etc.
I
The
wonder
queen,
if...
the mother. Yes.
Ooh, what if the Queen of Elves was given a vision of the Imperium of Adis and was like, we need to push to that?
Oh my god.
What if someone, evil, maybe for good or ill reasons, gave her a vision of the future. Much like how I think, the Emperor has basically the, was it
The MacGuffin.
Silmaril? Yeah, the MacGuffin of future telling. Definitely not the Palantir. And it basically has given him like visions of the future, right? He basically has the all-seeing eye. What if the mother of elves is like, this is the future that my children were promised. I'm going to push towards that.
Mm.
And that's why she's causing this sort of friction, sort of behind the scenes.
Also, I can see like the emperor, right? The current emperor of Carousel, the one that you said does the snake, etc. All that.
Mhm.
I find it fun if he's like the one that's basically holding the reins, like keeping the leash, right? But every single elf is like chomping at the bit to find like, man, we can conquer Tyros now. Everybody's fucked at Tyros at the moment. Like the original ruler is gone. Morlings are on the rise. All that, etc., etc. A lot of like they're like Tyros is ripe for the taking. Like literally, the idea that the nameless King Giants got about to make his appearance. The Durgar or the Hyungar basically going out and stealing people for some nefarious reason. The appearances of like the Mulverins just looming in the background. It's like, man, they are basically kneecapped right now. We can just go over there, sweep the entire place, and actually make our empire actually scope the entire world now. Because once Tyros falls, I'm pretty sure Yalagara, the Wilderness, and Suna will soon fall right after.
That's fair. Honestly,
Basically
I
dress
like
them up
it.
as
I like the Mother of Elves being like, "Fuck it, take it all."
well.
I also think
the-
that she's bitter because there are elves in the West who have basically adopted a lot of human like morals and stuff.
Mannerisms, yeah.
She's kind of an asshole. I don't think anybody's going to make
What's-
a character that's worshiping this person.
What's the
View it
Iudaran?
probably as the death of their culture.
What's the Iuvaran opinion?
On which part?
I assume she doesn't like Iuvaran.
Oh, what's her opinion on them? Oh God. Oh God, is she a fucking? Is she a no
Does she work for
crossbreeding?
Wizards
No.
of the Coast? What are we
Yeah,
talking?
is she a Wizards of the Coast employee?
Wait. To be fair, I can see like a spin wherein she basically allows for it. She actually encourages it because now every single Eoverin who was born after every single half elf is half elf. She has now a claim to their souls as well.
I don't think she would.
Ah, yes. Read the humans from existence.
Yeah, she's
basically
fucking she's
overtake them.
Wesker. She's planning elven eugenics. I don't think she would like that the Iuvaran get a choice. So in my setting, because I'm heavily inspired by Tolkien, half elves and elves to a certain degree get to choose if they forsake their immortality. So at a certain age for a half elf, you choose if you'd like to live like a man or live like an elf. And that sort of determines your longevity and everything that you get. So if you live like an elf, in my setting, you gain access to 2 elven traits and a human trait. If you live like a human, you gain 2 human traits and 1 elven trait. I don't think she would like Iuvaran.
She wouldn't like the idea that you get to pick.
Yeah.
Oh, juicy.
Oh, by the way, boss, I forgot. But did you have an idea for like a campaign for like Carousel yet?
No.
You mentioned something about. I think I have an idea. Just to throw it out there.
Okay.
So going off of the one I said, wherein all of the Caressians, right? All of the other aside from the emperor and maybe his small cadre of like followers, they're all gunning to basically take over the world essentially. But they're like being stopped. They're being like leashed. What if so? Morin's son, like Morin's actual, Morin's
Nordics.
Morling Norix is in Carousel, right?
Correct.
What if there's like a champion that the Queen of the Elves has fully given all of her like blessings towards, and basically their one thing to basically start their campaign is basically for that champion to slay basically Norix, to basically actually claim that birthright to like, hey, I killed the son of Morin. I have destroyed the threat here at home. Now, either you will allow us, talking to the emperor of
Mhm.
Carousel, allow us to basically go out with your blessing to conquer the rest of the world, or we do a coup. You get put to the sword, and I take over, and we go out. Like that's their like now basically there's other entity who's actually actively trying to hunt Norix there, and for a campaign you're basically under the employ of the emperor to basically sabotage person
Oh, to stop the Elven
Go.
champion? Interesting.
it's not like or
He's dying
He
so
get-
much. He's
He is.
dying so much.
He is. I appreciate you trying to like apply filters to assuage the inevitable destruction of your own world.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Trying,
Hello?
you're
I'm
trying
back.
to feed
Sorry,
the
that's my bad.
beast that tells you to blow it up. Like, what if a different color?
correct. Correct.
And you're like, fucking, your hand
Hello?
is gripping
Hello?
the eraser.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
Sorry, my internet disappeared for a second there. I
Sorry.
didn't hear if you said something.
Yeah, it was like, oh, the idea being that the Emperor is hiring you to basically kill this Elven champion.
Either kill or to basically sabotage every single gains that they might make, right? You go like, hey, we hate the Morlings, but we need to actually let them take dubs. So it's now, you can play a quote unquote evil campaign, but you're not necessarily being evil. So basically, you go into a town and it's about to get attacked by a horde of Morlings, but like just a few days away, or just like a couple hours away from the town, there is a cadre of like elven Carasian soldiers who was under the banner of that champion, that elven champion. Now you gotta basically undermine the town, lower its defenses, so that when the Morlings arrive, they take over the town, so that the elves that were about to go there, it's like a Pyrrhic win if they do defeat the thing, because the town is gone. So now you're basically trying to. It's like a balancing act, right? You gotta not let your civilization fall, but not let the usurper basically gain so much power that he can claim, like birthright to
Yeah, basically
wage
claim
war against the
dominion.
world.
Like you don't want him to come back
Yeah.
like Caesar, basically.
Yeah. So that's the whole premise of the Caressian campaign. You basically go out, you're under the employ of the emperor, like, man, we can't let this guy get like his head too big, or else everything's lost. Literally, civiliz- the whole setting as a whole will fall because they jumpstart
fuck?
the empire, the imperium of Aethys, essentially.
Yeah, but let's just bank the entirety of your plot on one campaign.
Well, not
It wouldn't be
campaign.
the first
Obviously,
time. It wouldn't be the fucking first time.
Yeah,
No, but
they
also
fail.
it could be like,
All the other campaigns
oh,
gone.
sorry.
End of civilization.
Sorry. Well, obviously, that's like a campaign you do like near the end after you've done the other campaigns. That's literally like something
See.
to go off. Like, hey, the Elven champion has conquered almost every single hindrance in their way. The only thing in their way now is Norix, the son of Morin, the last remaining bastion of Aethys' freedom.
Cool idea.
I do like
let's focus on, however, with one campaign at a time. We're never getting there. I'm just gonna let you know that.
That's fair. That's true.
So let's focus on why Crowd hates his world again, and see what we can do to fix that before he presses the nuke button
That's right.
like the Allfather.
I do want to redo the world map.
There you go.
So here's my
Okay,
here's my thing. Here's my
I
thing.
grab
Here's my
you.
thing. Here's my thing. Hold on. Put me down.
I gently put you down.
You're too huge to be picked up. What?
Is it just because you don't want to deal with the Kenka?
What? No. I love the Kenka. I've been using
Squint.
well, here's the thing. I love the Kenka now that I figured out the format for stuff. Like the writing up like Ebor and stuff like that, big fun. I don't want to change like stuff like that. The only reason I want to change the world map,
Okay.
I don't like its shape.
What? I thought you loved its shape.
I like the shapes, right?
The shapes.
I like Tyros. Tyros has a very defined shape. I like it.
Okay.
Carousel has a very defined shape. I like it.
You like that?
Yadagara, very defined shape. I like it.
Okay.
I don't like its shape. The world's shape.
The well, this world is a square.
Correct.
Because it's on this square map.
Correct.
Why? Just add another like island.
I kind of.
No, I get what you're saying, boss man. I think you might want to look at how Azeroth's world map looks like to get an idea,
Hold on.
like how it's positioned and stuff.
I don't get.
I
what
can
you're saying.
see that-
I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying. Like the entire, like the way that Tarosian and Suna and Caressian continents sort of form a square. But on the other hand,
It is. So here's the thing. It makes ultimately no sense. Like.
okay,
It is.
as long as we're good.
Yeah. It is very
'Cause I could
much
show
a.
I could show you like Faerun and be like, this is one of the most popular settings in TTRPGs. It is quite literally a square. I could show you
I
Middle
get what
Earth. Mordor is a square.
I think it's just how the elements are placed, like in context with one another. Like in isolation, they look all right. Like individually,
Individually, they look great. Like Tyros by itself, I fucking love. Like being able to do the like the Fanghold like borders and everything like that. Big fan of that. I like that a lot. When it's on the world map, I go, that looks disgusting.
yeah, it's when
I think
it's
you're on
in
crack,
the
but okay.
No, I think I get what you mean. Like if it's in context with the other land masses, it's how it's
Solution.
placed.
Stop looking
Solution.
at them.
Crop them from each other. Have them as separate maps. Surround them all in ocean. Keep it vague.
That's what he did with
Mm.
Tyros, and he's like, I love Tyros.
Like I always say, keeping it vague will make your life 1,000 times easier. And it gives
You
you
know what,
everything you
Mama?
want. If you change your mind later, fuck it. That thing that you
How about-
made now is over there.
Wait. How about this, boss man? Why don't you open up a map of Earth right now, and let's see how the land masses are placed alongside each other, how it naturally grew.
Guys, I don't think I like China. It's too square as a landmass.
Is that
What's
a
up
black
with
hole in
that?
the middle? Yes. No matter what map I make, the singularity will be there. Because that is a defined point on the map. That is like, regardless of where you're at, the singularity is there. It's like a really good map.
An epic map.
One of my favorite things is showing fantasy cartographers maps of the world and watching them out about how the geography is too perfect. There's no straight lines in nature, and then you just show them
Who
Saudi
designed
Arabia.
this?
Yeah. This is awful.
Saudi Arabia is not real.
Me looking at Saudi Arabia. Why is that just a square? Who made this? A rectangle here, huh? What lazy piece of
God,
shit
no
just put a
vision.
block? Fucking assholes.
And look, it's mountains with a desert on the other side. How original.
Who made Italy and just drew a boot with a rock, huh?
Explain
middle.
yourself.
Not when we wouldn't notice. It's just a dude kick.
I think the other reason I want a Pangea style map is literally something like this.
Like what?
I like
that?
borders.
You like borders, but
I
you
like showing
have
like
huge
political borders and
Pangeas.
shit.
But you have political borders. You literally have border, like, get.
I don't know, man.
Bossman, I have
Like
a
I said, it doesn't
mean,
make
I
sense,
think-
dog.
okay.
I said it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Do you want Tyros and Carousel to have border friction? Is that what the problem is?
I think I want them to touch tips. Yeah.
You want them to touch ships. Okay, now I can understand.
Nice.
Because realistically, Carousel and Tyros, until they get unified, which I mean, Carousel kind of is, and they have ways of traveling like across the ocean,
Yeah. There's
are
no
really
reason
too
for
far
them
to be fighting.
Correct.
There's
There's
too
r-
much land mass for them
There's too
to
much
really
ocean.
care.
The Sudali is
Right.
fucking massive.
Right. So for that reason, I could understand wanting to shift them to just nudge them a little closer. But I also think, this might. This is where I think the world gets a little too big, because these empires can expand beyond really any reasonable size that an empire can expand beyond. In their own house.
Oh, yeah. See, so here's the other thing. Tyros makes a lot of sense because each
Right.
Fanghold is basically ruled, it's its own kingdom.
Right.
They all have like individual kings, basically. Carousel, empires were like, yeah, sure, Alexander the Great's empire was fucking big. But we're playing on like a super Earth. And
Correct. The
Carousel is
Etmor is
fucking
America.
massive. Like,
My question is, what does Tyros have that Carousel wants
I don't think they
convince
have anything is the
lords
issue.
to send armies to Tyros, or vice versa?
That's always been the thing, is that when I initially had the conflict, the whole reason I stopped it is because there was literally no reason that they would be beefing. They have so much shit happening in their own land that there's nothing for them to point at and be like, I want that.
I mean, that
Well, I
was just a
mean,
good
from
dress.
the sounds of it, Carousel could just be on a war of internal appeasement. You know, if you've got problems going on at home, you just focus the anger of your people on another, and boom, you've won.
Yeah, but why not focus on
true.
Suna, who's a lot closer and richer?
Correct. Why would you not focus on the Byzantine Empire that's basically 2 feet away?
And
Are
also,
they humans in Suna?
Maybe,
Yeah, they're
maybe
humans
they
as well.
have. Why has Carousel not conquered Suna yet?
Good question.
Oh, hey, boss.
What?
Do the
Because isn't-
elves. Oh, do the elves of Carousel have a means to revive a tree?
I don't think anybody can revive a tree. I think, well, I can't say anybody. I think the way to revive a tree is not known to the greater world. There's a lot of speculation. The running theory is that you can replant a shard of a tree, and eventually it'll regrow.
Why not? Oh, well, if that's the case, why not just be like, hey, we still have our tree. We just take a branch and replant it there to revive Forolin, but it's ours now. It's not your tree anymore. The 2 trees of Aethys now belongs to the Mother of Elves. No
So-
longer, a gift to you.
I mean, it technically doesn't belong to the Mother of Elves. It belongs to the Allfather.
Shh, they don't
There-
know that.
They do
there
know that.
could be they do know that, but there could be the idea of Elven manifest destiny, where we have to bring our light to the poor, humans in darkness.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So this
I mean,
was going to be my concern. Carousel is rather technologically advanced, correct, compared to everybody else?
That is an issue, yeah.
Because I have this issue with my own world. If you get a Pangea and you've got an empire on that landmass that is more technologically advanced than everybody else, you now need to come up with a reason why they have not conquered everybody. Because it's literally just going to turn into
Yeah.
the United States Army marching westward.
I would
Like,
I
they're
would
not going to be able to stop
probably-
them.
I'd probably step back their technology, honestly.
I mean, wait. To be fair, you don't have to do that, boss. Doesn't Tyros have a lot of other things? Like again, does Carousel have access to like dragons who like willingly fight for for the Empire?
No, but 357 Magnum punches a hole through anybody. So
Yeah, but they don't have magnums.
Come
do
on.
they?
no.
They don't got magnums.
I think I need.
They-
God, I hate this. I hate world building. I hate it. I hate it.
This is why. See, I knew it. I fucking
Oh,
grab you.
Jesus.
I shake you. You don't want. You just want to rebuild your world because you don't want to world build. That's your problem.
I love.
You're like, I
world
want to do the
building.
fun
I
parts.
love world building. I hate world building in the same breath.
You want to rebuild the world map because that's the fun part. You like doing that.
I hate lore.
Hey, no one says you
Don't
have to make.
apologize.
Damn, that's fucked up. You don't
I mean,
have
okay,
to make
so
lore
from-
for Carousel though. We haven't touched Carousel. Do you want to start touching Carousel? Is that what's going on?
I want something.
You want something?
I want something.
So, what's the problem with what we currently
Maybe-
have in Carousel? 'Cause right now, I will say, Volandris is a far cry from perfect or soft gushy. Like they're pretty gritty. I mean, they literally basically, I won't say enslaved, but conquered definitely the Aranai elves. And nearly burnt their own tree out of hubris and pride, and are currently engulfed in like several political machinations up the ass, which the Emperor is doing everything in his power to basically keep from swallowing him and Volandris into like basically civil war. So if you really want to fuck up Carousel, you want to make it real gritty, kill the Emperor.
Yeah, that's a good bet.
Now,
Again, that's why I suggest.
all right. The Emperor dies. Kill your darlings. First thing you want to do is kill your darlings. Roll something of writing, right? We kill the Emperor. He dies. Alexander the Great style. Volandris splits into many different holds, right? People competing for the throne. Maybe he didn't leave an heir, right? Or maybe his heir is like imprisoned by one of the families, and the other families are sort of competing for basically the emperor's son, Shogun style, basically. Make it Shogun.
My eyes my pupils dilate.
Make it Shogun. You have this war between nobility who are like all sort of shaking hands, like, oh yes, we will keep the peace of the empire, but really they are all gunning for the throne. One of them can easily send, essentially, sort of seeing that they're on the edge, far from the capital. I could definitely see them sending, essentially, Caressian conquistadors to Tyros to basically plunder all of the free magic that's there to bring back.
Yeah, I can see that too. And Suna and other countries. Though I don't think the Emperor has to die. Because if that's the case, nobody's leashing them to basically. It basically allows them to, like, hey man, try to fucking conquer the world! Because the Emperor's alliance with the current High King, right? Even if it's tenuous, even if it's like weak, that's still something that basically keeps
Okay,
the attack dogs chained.
The thing that keeps Carousel
Counterpoint.
chained after the Emperor's death is infighting.
Yeah, I was going to say counterpoint. Without the Emperor, they're too busy stabbing each other in the back to think about
Correct.
war with Hero.
Mm.
Why would I send my army across the ocean if my neighbor can march across the mountains at any moment?
You know,
Well-
Witcher. You know how Nilfgaard invades the north under Ember's banner,
Mhm.
or Ember. I forget his name. I think it's Ember.
It's not Ember. It's something else.
It starts with an E. Emnir. That's it. If Emnir died, Nilfgaard immediately retreats to deal with its own political shit. And that's the other way. That's the other split. Is you make Carousel Nilfgaard, and Nilfgaard starts invading pieces of Tyros, or sending, like in Witcher 2, assassins.
I think the other thing, I do like that, by the way. The other thing is that I want to do away with the Roman aesthetic. I think I'm just going to give them a very like clean, like sterile aesthetic instead. So like they're all about like everything is in order. Like they are ordered
Yeah.
to the extreme type shit.
I very much recommend you look up Nilfgaard lore, because Nilfgaard, first off, their drip immaculate. Literally gold and black is their style.
Very
Like,
true. I do know that.
The sun, the emperor who dances upon the graves of his enemies, is a beautiful. He knows his style. They are also intensely order bound. They are all about the rules and codes and laws. Like they are bringing civilization to the north, whether the north wants it or not. Where the northern realms are all about freedom, individuality, that kind of feudal kings and aristocracy. Nilfgaard is all about laws. They're very strict. They do not have the stereotyping or the inherent racism or the witch hunts of the north, right? They don't have the superstitions of the north. But everything is regulated. Their sorcerers, regulation. Non-humans, regulation. If you obey their laws, they're happy with you, but you have to obey their laws. And they do not care about your personal, the context thereof. It's very black and white.
What's up, Legion?
Question about Yatagar, like side tangent, still related though. Didn't Yatagar go through a civil war as well? Like they're recovering from?
I mean, that was the original idea, is that they just settled a civil war sort of deal, or like a war across the country against some entity or internal conflict.
Each other. Yeah, I was like, wasn't there like another civil war thing going on in a different continent?
I think Yatagar should be just drowning in demons right now.
Oh my god.
Yep. I think they all think we're a bunch of pussies. Because we're all fucking whacking each other off with political shenanigans, and they're fighting the real fight against invading fucking demons.
So about the aesthetic angle, because I get the concept of wanting it to be like sterile and clean, but I'm a level with you. Nothing kills interest in a culture faster than a sterile, boring aesthetic. I would actually almost recommend, if you want to do away with the Roman angle, go with like a Spanish conquistador or King Edward type look with like the fades hats and the poop.
One more time, brother.
Give them that overly. Go with like a imperial Spaniard type vibe. The big hands. The really embroidered chest plates, like overly imperialistic, super regal, very full of themselves type deal.
I mean, if I was gonna go for an aesthetic, I'd probably just straight up rip Nilfgaard. Like Nilfgaard's got drip.
Nilfgaard.
Well, good,
has
because
that
Nilfgaard's
almost-
basically Spain. So
correct. They have that regal Spaniard. Everyone's wearing like embroidered plate mail kind of shit. We're rich. We're rich as fuck, and we know it, baby. Also, shave your beard, you weirdo.
I did like that. So that was probably my favorite bit from what I did play of The Witcher 3 was getting there or getting to one of the cities and then being like, a man must have a clean face or else the beard distracts, and that's no good. And I went,
Yep.
wow, that's crazy.
Yep. Well, think about it. They come from the warm south. This is every like culture, right? It's hot in Nilfgaard, and every like coastal city you shave because it's sweaty.
There's a side tangent, actually, if you talk to the barber, where basically you pick the I want to keep it option. Geralt says something like, but doesn't it like make me look distinguished or wise or
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that?
Doesn't that
And
guy
the
get
barber's
fucked? Like it's obliterated if you keep your beard.
But the yes. But the barber's like, that may be so, but the problem with facial hair is that it hides one's intentions because your face cannot be seen.
Also, it's filled with lice, you fucking heathen.
That too. It's dirty
Yeah,
and unclean.
The only
We gotta-
person I would say doesn't have lice in their beard would be Geralt, given how much he fucking bathes.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. He bathes a lot, but he is also on the road for weeks on end.
Hmm.
And he hangs around with dirty peasants all the time. So, especially after he gets to that specifically, he's been on the road for weeks tracking down Guinevere through like old battlefields.
Oh yeah, he probably smells
So
like
he was-
fucking rot.
He was particularly stinky. And he just finished killing a griffin. So he was trotting around for that. And then he ran from the wild hunt. So he probably showed up to Nilfgaard as stinky as he'll ever get. That man was prime stink.
So, from me to you, you could take this for the beard thing if you want. It could also be a class thing. So
Yeah,
I did
true.
it for my dwarves, but basically the way it is like if you have time to shave, it's probably because you're well off.
True.
Like if you're working in the dirt and just trying to get by, you probably don't have money for a razor, let alone time to use it.
You could have it so like the aristocracy are trying to have like they're clean shaven, but the bourgeois, like the merchants and stuff, who are sort of the middleman between, right? They're rich, but they're not aristocracy, are probably the ones who have like really like you have these elves with like the full mustache. Like they keep their facial hair very trim and
Yeah,
very,
they're
like,
the
bombastic.
people with like the really well groomed, waxed and styled facial hair because
Yeah.
they want to connect with the people, but they still have to look good to be among the aristocrats.
Yep. They're like, I'm one of you, but I'm also better than you. Like, let's
Oh,
not get it twisted.
please.
I'm still richer. Yep. They're
Don't
coming
act
out
like you
with
know me.
fades. They're the ones with like they spend the most on like their barbers.
I'm
sure
a
there's, like-
working man, like you. See, I have a beard. Ignore the fact that it's coated in $50 beard wax.
Correct. I'm a Dapper Dan man.
Well, isn't that just a geological phenomenon? 15 minutes from everywhere.
So, boss man, I know you guys were talking about Nilfgaard.
Nipple guard.
Nipple guard?
Nilfgaard.
All right, brother.
Ooh.
A Freudian slip.
Legion, you drawing something over there? You got nipples
Oh.
on the mind.
But this might be a complete like 180 to what you guys are talking about the armor design. I'm posting on text chat.
Uh-oh.
So instead of like
Stormtroopers.
black and gold, right? Hear me out. Instead of like black and gold, it's like marble. It's like pristine, like going off
Oh,
the
white
the
and
sterile
red.
look.
Like Scarlet.
Yeah, and then there's like they have like red fabrics like wrapped around it, all that. Not necessarily the stormtrooper look, right? It's mostly like what the other one, the Captain Enoch character, one
Yeah.
has. They have like gold, whites, and then like one very striking red
So
to basically symbol the thing.
I think so. There's a practical issue with white, right? As your army makeup, it gets dirty really quick. So I would probably do a mix if you wanted to do white and red and gold. I would keep black and gold for your armies.
Oh, hold up. I
And
I grab you.
Oh.
White, red, gold for one. Black, gold, purple for the other. I very gently set you down.
Okay. The white and red and gold is like the imperial family. That's like the emperor's house. So the royal guard would wear that because that takes a lot. It's basically showing off. It takes a lot to keep white clean.
Mhm.
So of course that would be what they wear is the shiny white and the gold to be like, look at us, we're rich. Fuck you, we're in charge.
Yeah, like marble with the gold veins etched into the armor.
Counterpoint. We're in a world full of magic. Prestidigitation is one of the first spells that anybody can learn. I know
Incorrect.
Presti's not a thing. I know
Incorrect.
Presti's not a thing. However, Kama.
I fucking.
That's so funny.
Steady. But, in place of Presti in the world of Adis, you have what?
Oh,
Like-
magic.
Folk magic, which even someone who doesn't know magic can learn. There has to be folk magic for cleaning one's armor. And if that's the most
Yeah, the
basic of spells, then can we
Yeah.
really say it's difficult to have clean white armor?
Hmm.
Also,
More so than
isn't
black.
like also back in like the Civil War era, right? They had like attendants that cleaned their stuff, or not even Civil War. I don't know which war it was, or like in France, but they had like attendants that basically went out to actually tend to their armor, like our armaments and like uniforms.
Exactly.
Like it wasn't the soldiers that cleaned them. They had like servants that were like, here,
Just an
clean my
acolyte
stuff.
going from
Yeah.
soldier to soldier. I bless you. Your armor is cleaned. And then they move on to the next one.
Yeah, and
Or
if
just
ever, right?
standard issue. Everyone's like, every time they get sent out to do their duty, they are, I forget what you call it, where somebody like gives you something for your duty. But everybody gets like a deck of cantrips, and it's just full of folk magic Presti stuff.
But also, who's to say? Okay, maybe this is another thing that basically lets them like do the we're bringing light to the uncivilized. Maybe they just found some sort of material that doesn't get tarnished, like grime does not stick to them.
Yeah, they're all wearing merino wool under their armor.
Yeah, something, some sort of like material, like the chest plates they have, the greaves they have, like the gauntlets. They never. It seems like it's always pristine, or like it doesn't, like grime does not stick to it. Even blood doesn't like stick to it. So it's like, oh, there's like the unnerving aspect of like a perfectly clean, even in the midst of like gruesome violence, they don't like
We're all enchanted
get
with
sullied.
armor, perpetual cleanliness.
Or just loss off like grime and stuff. It does not stick to them because they're like above it all. But yes, black, gold, and very deep scarlet red as their colors.
The only thing that sticks to them is the blood. So you can see how much
And-
they've killed in battle.
It's also like to basically contrast with how T-Rose is basically all like gun metals and very colorful spreads of. They have like the earthy tones, they have the metal sheens, and they also have very different like colors because of their coat of arms. Like T-Rose in general is very colorful. It's very rainbow.
Mhm.
Where them it's just like yes, pristine again, sterile. It seems like they do not afford any sort of like thought to the idea of like individuality. It is only the gold, the red. It's to symbolize their like the ribbons there, right? It's like a symbol of their them being chained to their cause. It's not. There's no room for anything else. It's just that.
Well, you could also go up the aspect to bring up Spain again. I believe Spanish uniform colors in the 1600s were red and gold trousers and shirts, because the whole deal was if you saw a Spanish trooper, you knew that they were Spanish because their uniforms matched the flag of the empire.
Okay.
So you'd probably want to decide, at least for the Grand Imperial Army, decide what the colors that represent the Empire as a whole would be.
Yeah. What's like a professional army? Banner.
Nilfgaard.
Nice. Based. The sun will shine upon the north.
I didn't think it would be the sun. I think it'd be the light of Elohim is what they have on their chest.
You know it, baby. The golden light. I mean, gold's got to be in there.
I was thinking a golden tree.
Yep. The ultimate irony being, of course, that they were the ones who almost burnt it.
Exactly.
The pompous assholes.
Wow.
How was Valandris founded?
Well, I mean, pretzel. Hold on. Oh, they're so dry. Originally, Valandris was built back in the old lore, because I haven't rewritten it. That it was built upon basically a Wizard King settlement, or like a Wizard King place, and basically kickstarted their civilization again.
I got some Chucky milk. Do they know that it's a Wizard King place?
Yeah.
Mm. Which Wizard King?
I hadn't decided on which one it was.
Which one are the elves?
It'd have been one of the two if it was the elves. It'd have either been Esdras or it'd have been Kael'thal, or the two elven. Sorry, there are three elves. There's Esdras,
Wow.
Kael'thal, and Vilthal.
Ooh. Miss Elf Goddess, your argument is starting to... There's some holes in your logic there. More and more of these Wizard Kings turned out to be pointy in the ears. That's weird.
It's so strange.
Do any of them have a symbol?
What do you mean?
Like, they're a Wizard King. Does their kingdom have, like, a symbol to it?
Oh, do they have like a coat of arms and shit? Yeah, they probably did. Do I have it? No.
Okay. Because the Imperial family, like the OG family, like the Valandra standard versus the Empire, right? The city versus the Empire, could be like a mutation from the Wizard King's standard, since it was founded in Valandris.
Whoa, Jesus Christ. Ferris, what are you doing?
Oh my god.
Jesus, man.
Nice.
Thank you very much for fucking 21 gifted subs, immediately pushing us into a goddamn level 5 hype train. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
So, for instance, like if his symbol was like his ring, for instance, Valandris could be like a tower with like chains underneath.
Whoa, guys, what are you doing?
Nice.
Jesus Christ. Chanda, what are you doing? Thank you very much for 5 gifted subs to the community, brother. I appreciate that. You don't gotta do that, though. You don't gotta do that. It's unnecessary. Just you hanging out is more than enough.
None of this is stopping you from looking at example maps and wanting to change everything. is
I
it?
will be redoing my map.
I see. Understood.
I want to do it in the style of Earth.
What?
Earth.
The style of Earth?
Yeah, hold on. I'll show you.
What do you mean? Like
show
you're
you.
gonna make a
Hold
globe?
I'll show you.
This guy's making a globe.
Oh, this map.
Oh, chocolate milk.
This is what I want.
Also,
I want to kind of do it like this.
your hype train went up.
Jesus, guys, you already killed the goal. The goal's dead. You already got the gold earlier today. At the start of stream, you destroyed the goal. My God, Laura, thank you very much for finding more gifted subs to the community, brother. My word.
Gotta keep up with Verse.
Varys is insane. Varys just rolls in and goes, 20 gifted subs, throws it at the wall, and then walks out. Goes, it's bedtime now. I want to
So
do
you want
this
to do
style
this?
rope.
Okay.
And I want to put...
Crown, that's Earth.
I know it is. I'm well... I live right there. Obviously, it's
My
the
brother.
biggest country in the world.
Guys, look, it's
You're
Tyros.
pointing at the map.
I know. What I mean is this style. This, like, oval shape.
Globular.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So you want to make a collapsed globe?
Yes.
Why?
I think it will give it a better look.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be hell, but good luck.
So does that mean they have globes in Hades?
Yes. I read my
Got the
chin.
globes right here.
8 is flat world confirmed.
Yep, you can fall off the edge. Don't laugh. Some
Flat-
fantasy worlds have that. You could just fall off the edge.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Some of us think we live on a turtle, okay?
I'm
Wait.
aware.
Bossman, can you fall off the edge of the,
No!
you know, the edge of the singularity?
Oh, that's a different question. You don't want to go to the singularity.
I mean, technically, in Silmaril, Middle Earth was flat before they sunk Numenor, or was it Numenor? I think so.
Hmm.
I have a question, boss.
Hmm.
Is there any lore about the Carescent Imperial Palace?
No.
What if it was? What if it's a Wizard King's palace?
I mean, it probably is.
Uh,
In all honesty, it probably is.
Wait, are you making the world now?
Maybe.
Do you have 2 campaigns to plan for?
What of it? They're on islands. They're
My
on islands.
Crown. Oh,
word. It sounds like we're getting more streams
Yeah.
this week.
yeah.
That's why you're my king, boss man. I knew what there was something.
Shut up!
I feel a kinship towards you. When idea strikes, you gotta strike while the iron is hot, regardless of other whips and works in progress that you have
Regardless
to
of
do.
sets or deadlines, the time is now.
That's why you're my king, boss man. That's why you're my king.
The go. Where's the go?
Totally optional side quest.
Really?
Could be done literally at any time.
Exactly.
I told you.
It could be done at any time. So why not now?
told you.
Right.
He went to take a piss and he came back a new man.
You
It
were
happens every time.
100% correct.
It was
2,
doomed.
3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9,
I know.
11,
I've been
Or,
with this man
14.
for enough years to know that when it's in his brain, it's not coming out until it's done. There's no arguing with it.
So bad. I can't fucking help myself. Okay, I don't know what.
I
it
know
is
you
in my
can.
brain.
I know you can. Okay. I've known you for like 6 years now. I know. All right. I saw it with the first time you redid your entire world. Okay. Like there's no stopping you. Once it's in your brain, it doesn't come out.
I wish I could stop it.
I look. Just you do you. It's your world. If that's what you want to do, I raise my empty chocolate milk jug to you. But also, where the fuck is Yuria? I grab you.
I don't know where your is. I don't
I
know
just
where.
miss her. I say as we're driving.
I watch your hand fucking. I watch the veins bulge on your hand as you fucking squeeze the steering wheel.
I miss that white goth woman I made.
You're still there, Brad. Hey, hey! The wall, the
As we
wall!
drive off.
I miss her so much, bro.
Oh my god. Fluffy!
Make Yuri an Imperial warlord.
Oh my god.
Fluffy,
please
thank you
no.
very much for 5 gifted subs to the community, brother. I appreciate that.
That's
Thank you very
crazy.
much. Thank you
I
for
didn't know you could-
watching my madness.
I didn't know you could add emotes to gifted subs. That's crazy. Wow.
Claire's not the goal. By the way, the goal keeps moving as you guys succeed. That's a Twitch thing. Are you gonna? Oh, my second goal, the 10K followers. We're getting there. We've been chewing through it, actually.
Nice. DM is the Queen of the Elves, a white-haired goth.
I don't know what she is,
What?
brother.
Damn. Okay, well, let me know.
It
if I
is
can
now.
consider
We're repurposing Yuria.
What the fuck? My god, this whole time. She's like, Silverell, I was testing you and you failed. You're not enough elite. You're not elitist enough.
You love these humans too much.
Too much. You fell for it. I dressed up as a human, and you fell in love.
You
You
simped
idiot.
so hard, you fucking pussy.
God.
No daughter of mine fucking slaps
take it.
Silverell.
So stupid.
New map of Adus? Three
Real chat?
three question marks?
DM once again dodging, having to make more lore for the Aranar.
I clenched my
Once
fist.
again, he looks at Shillier. He goes, you know what? It's time for a new map.
What's fucked up
Shot.
is that I like him. I like Shillier. What we wrote for him.
I know you do. You like your lore. It's just when you gotta write it down, and it's a pain in the ass because when you write, it sounds like a good idea until you write it down, and then you're like, you look at your own words, and you're like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Ask me how I know. You go, I don't want to write it down because then it's gonna look bad, so I'll just make a new map.
Make my life so much
You know what?
easier.
Maybe you should make Shillier's lore a map. How about that?
You know, I have
Maybe you
funny enough, sort of tangentially within the same region of thought. Have you guys ever used Obsidian?
Like the company or the material?
Obsidian is a like document program that creates
Oh.
threads between your documents.
Oh, like a pinup board?
Sort of. Actually, yeah, probably 1-for-1 with a fucking pinup board. So you'll link it to like other things that you've written, and it'll create a thread to it.
Oh, nice. I have
And
it. Sounds neat.
the way that the way you're meant to write it is how you think. So like instead of making it super defined, you just write bullet points or like how your brain sort of creates and connects. So I've been wanting to get into that for writing up my gods and stuff.
That is pretty neat. It sounds really useful for trying to pin all this stuff together. However, I think you should unironically make maps associated with the god, and you will come up with things like literally make like the first grove that Shilier was part of, like before and after, and then like your brain will probably fill in the gaps as you make it.
Wrestling.
And that way you don't have to like put it on paper and look at words that betray you and hate you and call you mean names behind your back.
They do be doing that.
Doubt in your ear. I look at the word is. I hate you.
Hey, you suck at me.
You suck.
I have to take a
just wanted to-
screenshot of a screenshot
You ever just wanted to throat punch a comma? I have.
all the time.
Why is there anything better? Why do you suck?
Why are you everywhere?
It's you or you. I throttle period and comma in either hand. You always break up my train of thought.
I hate you. Interesting. How big? We'll put that there for right now. Put that there for right now.
All right. This is gonna be interesting. I don't know how you're gonna fit Yatagara into this, by the way. It's gonna look like a noodle.
Hold on. Let me cook.
I'm just saying, like when you do the collapsed globe, you're now dealing with perspective, which is a bitch. It's not that I doubt you. I just think this is gonna be a challenge.
It probably will be. It'll probably. I'll probably fucking hate myself.
Why? All right, you did it. There it is. Collapsed globe. Boom.
Boom.
But
I'm a
beautiful.
god. I'm a god.
I put it on a circle and it out. That's all you need. You just need a background to the map. It's wonderful. It's perfect. Now it no longer looks like a square because it's in a circle. Mind expanded.
Who could stop me? I'm a map genius. A D&D question. You once said you would reflavor multi-classing in other ways instead of choosing another class. May I ask how you would do it in an example, like a Warlock Pact of the Blade tanky-like character? My idea was 1 to 2 fighter, 3 Warlock. Fighter would be my martial. So I don't do multi-classing at all. The way I would do that is I put it up here. That's what it's been looking weird because it wasn't in the right spot. There's a lot of more open world now.
That's so funny. It just tilts Yatagara at a 45-degree angle. It's beautiful.
I've done it.
I did it.
My God, I'm a genius.
Oh.
I mean,
Hey,
so
that's honestly all it
unironically,
takes.
like
If that's all it takes is just squeeze it together. Fuck it.
You might
That
be able
is-
to do this in GIMP. I'm looking at a world map right now and I'm playing with it in GIMP and I'm making it spherical as we speak. I'll show you if you want.
Circle.
So the way that I do, when I say how I flavor my multi-classing and stuff, I don't allow multi-classing. I think that in 5th edition, it's poorly used. or poorly optimized. It's a dog shit mechanic that they gave no thought to. And my way of fixing that, so that way you're not, you know, feeling like a waste of space in your own party by level 3, because you're most people were like, oh, this sick ass multi-class build, it's gonna pop off, and it's like it's gonna pop off at level 20, but you're never gonna get there. So what I do is I give abilities. If you are a fighter, if you are a warlock and you want to be more tanky, I'm going to give you custom abilities for that build to make you to sort of fill that role, to feel more tanky.
I mean, have you ever just considered putting a token border around your world map?
Because I kind of like Yatagara being like this. It's initially like down here.
Yeah. It's down there in the usual
But like,
Japan spot.
bah. Boom.
Whoa,
Wow, look at that.
that's crazy.
Look at that. Are there lizard folk in your setting? Yes. They're called the Sectili, and they are really dope. They have like spawning pools that they throw like creatures into, and then that basically like builds their genetic code for the next brood that is spawned from that pool. So if they throw in a knight, the next brood of Sectili will be more like chivalrous type deal.
Guys, I think Lord just impregnated the world.
I'm opening screen.
It's in text chat. But also, yeah,
Oh, interesting.
he gave it the bulge.
Oh,
Oh,
I saw the world and I made her curvy.
Damn. Earth, why are you looking so thin?
Can we
Is you know what I'm
5 good
saying?
men, some climbing spikes.
I'll impregnate the bitch.
I miss you, bro.
I miss Brunt too.
Have you considered using a map program that you could import your images and then alter the projection of the various other designs, such as Mercator or Robinson? I have no idea what those are, I'm afraid.
No, what are you talking about?
That sounds weird.
Stop saying random names.
Let me... I know what this world needs. I waggle my finger. It's one easy,
Them boys.
simple trick. Okay, I have 2 things. Boom.
Oh my god. Look at that. He is actually just going to add a token border to the world.
I can't because Yatagara's in the wrong place.
Have Yatagara just stick out of the border. Like a fancy token. Anyway, guys, you're fighting the world. It's CR everything.
Good luck.
It has every monster stat block.
It has what?
Including yours.
Honestly, depending on how I shape this, like, it might either open the world up more or... I gotta remember our planet is like a fucking billion% water.
There's a lot of water. But you know, Earth is like that too.
That's what I'm saying. No, that was like I was like there should be more land. And I went and I looked back at Earth and I went, there's a
Nah.
fuck ton of water.
Now you got a fuck ton of land, dog.
Yeah, I think something like 70% of Earth is water.
Yeah, we kind of nerfed ourselves deciding to walk on land.
Yeah, being fish people would be way more efficient, wouldn't it?
True. Honestly, it's kind of depressing when you think about it, because we basically evolved from the things that couldn't hack the water. Like they were too much of a bitch baby to you know survive down there, so they grew legs instead. Like that was somehow easier.
I mean, apparently it was
They
because
pussied out of the ocean.
we went from being people too bitch made to handle the ocean that we became the apex predator of the land. So
Of the land, though. But like, you stick my ass in the ocean, I am no longer the apex predator.
correct.
You stick my ass on land, I am no longer the apex predator.
I hand you a spear. How about now?
I'm still
My
I'm still
ancestor
not cut
fucking
out
wakes
for the
up
ocean, dog.
within me.
But the only reason you're not the apex predator is because we've become so much predators that we don't even need to pretend to be predators. But like the ocean, bro, you can give me a gun, you could give me a knife, a spear, it does not matter. The shark is gonna eat my liver.
It's going to need more than just your liver.
Yeah, basically making a pseudo-cylindrical map is what this is.
Yeah, you fucking pants. Jeez. Big words. Big man with big words. Um.
Okay, but what if I take the best of both and make it the Bungie?
What?
Fuck! Pat, you're watching me lose my mind in real time. Apologies
Yes.
to the people who tuned in for Pathfinder. Instead, you get Dungeon Master Dilemma.
Why not take a step away for a little while and come back with a fresh face? New perspective.
Nah.
I tend to sleep on it when I hit things like this. Put it this way, you're thinking about it right now. What is dreaming if not thinking about all the stuff that you did throughout the day and figuring out answers to it and how to process it? This is exactly what
Don't
sleep
do
is
it.
for.
Don't do it. He's just trying to distract you with sleep so you'll forget about doing this and work on stuff you actually need to prep.
No.
It's
What I'm suggesting is that you compartmentalize, is that what we call it?
Sure.
During sleep, and then wake up with a new perspective, and it will make things clearer and easier, especially if you think about this again just before you go to sleep. Think about it. You might solve all of your problems without even lifting a finger.
Sizzle.
Yeah.
I need you to be unbiased here for a moment.
I'll do my best.
Tell me why I should do this.
Why you should do this?
Correct.
All right. Why you should. I don't know about a collapsed globe. I can't think of a reason to make it a collapsed globe other beyond it looks cool and you want to learn how to do collapsed globes in the future. As a map maker, perhaps that is a skill you want to invest in, is to learn how to make this style of map because you think it's neat. And ultimately, you are doing all of this because you think it's neat. So if you enjoy making a map and you want to make a collapsed globe map, go ahead. It's content anyway. Like, why not? Other than that, push it if you want to. Once again, push Carousel and Tyros closer together, but this is not an argument for a collapse map. This is just an argument for editing the map in general. Just to be clear. Arguments for editing the map as a whole is to push Tyros and Carousel closer together so that it's easier to believe that they are in friction with each other. But that will make Suna smaller unless you edit it. Which maybe isn't a bad thing. I mean, Suna's already maybe Suna's just a small but rich country. You know? And to shift Yatagara up, because you seem to think that looks good. So if you want to do that, then I would say do that. It shouldn't be too difficult to shift an island up, Smile. Is there any other reason to do this? You want to flesh out the wilderness, I guess? Which I wouldn't recommend because the chances of us actually having a campaign in the wilderness is slim to none. Unless you just really want to go up there for some reason. But there's so many other areas just in Tyros that I feel like going into the wilderness is unlikely.
All right, tell me why I shouldn't do it.
It's a lot of time and effort. And you have other things you can focus on. Arguably more important things. Like, I won't say lore, because like Lore said, keeping it vague isn't necessarily a bad thing. And frankly, a lot of this lore doesn't have anything to do with the current campaigns that you're running. But for your own sanity, maybe there are some things you want to flesh out, like timeline in a general sense, where adjusting Carousel. Carousel is a pretty big continent that houses, as far as I can tell, the majority of high elves. So anyone making a high elf character might want to know about Carousel. I mean, I'm 99% sure Kieran's character is from Carousel. So fleshing out their characters, like where they come from, might be worth it. Flushing out elves in general might be worth it since you plan on running with Whoops, and they are literally an all-elf party. Granted, they're from Baldur's Gate, so I don't know if that really applies. But, again, having an all-elf party is a good time to flush out elves in general. So, and of course there's the Aranar, there's Shillir, there's the other gods, there's the Kenka page that probably still needs updating. I mean, it's going to need continuous updating the more we flesh out stuff. Like, are the Dwagar in there? Like, with the Axiom and stuff?
The Axiom's in there.
Okay.
The Ebor, the Axiom, and then... what else did or Tiro is up there as well. I was working on Shillir. God, why the fuck do I hate my map?
I don't know.
That's why I've been trying. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck I don't like it.
Spent weeks on this map etching like different continents from the real world to make it. And when you finished it, you're like, I love this map. This map is so much better than my original map. So I don't know what is causing you to dislike this map. It serves all of your purposes as far as I can tell. In Adis's current state? Is it you don't like the themes of Adis? You want it grittier? You want CTF back? You want the fall of man? The man? The fall of? Demons?
I think I just wanted to. Hold on.
Okay. But those are the arguments, in my unbiased opinion, of why you should or should not do this. But remember, the first rule of DMing is to have fun. Smile. Smile. I mean, I say smile, but you should unironically do what you enjoy. Is it because there's too much map? You don't know what to fill it with, so you just feel like it's empty?
Ooh, would I be happier with a smaller map? Fuck.
Probably.
Because let's be real, 90% I could circle like Calidor and the Ettenmoor and Iris, theoretically. I mean, not anymore. It's not even on the map.
I can certainly
And
like
say-
this is. I can literally show you the places that the games have been run.
Exactly.
It's been.
Yep.
It's been here. I'm setting up a game to be run here. I've run a game here. And theoretically, this is where Iris would have gone. I've run a game like here. And then that eventually ended here. So
Yeah, it did. Good times. But what happened on the Big Island? What's the Big Island?
Big Island, what you mean?
The one you circled before Iris.
Oh, this is Mauritania.
Oh, so that was like your very first.
This is the very first game.
Understood.
I've
You should
only
do a
ran.
Return to Mauritania.
Only done like technically right there for like a session.
My first.
I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of like actual games that I've ran this many games. Was that
Correct.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, no, 4, 5, 6. I've only
Yeah.
ran like 6 or 7 games.
Correct. Don't forget Summer Hall on the tip of the Edmore.
Oh, true.
Yep,
That's what
there
I
you
was
go.
thinking of. There you go. That's my 6th. Or that's my 7th.
Yeah. Now, all the places you circled could be condensed to fit literally on like
Correct. They get
that island in the
right
corner.
fucking here.
Correct. So 90% of your maps have no campaign and therefore no, I won't say no lore. There's a ton of lore in here, but it's sort of vague generalizations, right?
Mhm.
Tyros is pretty well fleshed out as far as the basics, as far as what you need. Carousel, there's a general concept you have, which is like the other half of the planet. But you don't really have a use for Carousel, is as far as I can tell, other than we need elves somewhere. And the tree. I guess the tree is pretty important.
The tree is important. I think maybe that's why I'd want a Pangea, because it makes the map smaller.
Yeah.
And it shaves off a lot of the bulk.
I could see there being a.
What happens if I just fucking wait.
Oh my god. Take that out Put the ocean back and just connect the northern tips.
Oh, like here?
Yep, just bridge that. You could also bridge. You could also add islands from Kareen to the other island
Hmm.
as a possible route, so they could island hop between each other.
What is the purpose of the land bridges? To have connected friction and borders and stuff like that.
Yep.
You could do that
If
with
you
magic
want.
too.
True. Magic and I mean the tech of Carousel does allow you to get away with, because they have like airships and shit, to somewhat ignore distance to a degree,
Yeah.
as well as like teleportation.
I'm thinking like Ayuvara, Elf Gates, or like you said yourself, like Narvoth in your world is its own plane. Maybe it works like the Nether and you can walk across Narvoth to get across the ocean. Things like that.
You know, I've always been a big fan of like aetherites.
Yeah, actually, my god, Gigabrain, just have like waypoints. Like if you want land friction, don't have it over land. Just have like these ancient. I don't want to harp on Architect too much, but it could be ancient like
No,
like
Architect
dimension
could work.
doors. It could be Architect. It could be ancient ways made by like the Wizard Kings that are like nobody can make this tech anymore. Like Skoldir has teleportation between it and the capital to get like supplies into Skoldir. That's how the capital survives. At least that's what I've written out, because otherwise it's just a frozen wasteland. So there could be like hidden waypoints in locations of Tyros and Carousel where they basically guard. There's like fortresses and stuff to keep Carousel from invading through those portals. And perhaps one of the things Wayfinders are trying to do, one of
Find
like
new
the
ones.
holy grail, right? Correct.
I like it.
Finding lost
It's
ones.
like you could have like, you know how the Feywild in typical adventures and TTRPGs have doors that enter into the Feywild, but typically the way to open the door is very esoteric. Something like, you go into a fairy ring and sing a lullaby, and then when you finish the lullaby, walk backwards into the bushes, and you'll be in the Feywild. It could be that there are events and places and songs and things like that if you sing them or do them or walk through them, they will take you across the planet, and people know about them. Some of them are known, like location-wise. Others are coincidentally found, by adventurers or otherwise.
There could be extraplanar like friction of the empires as they try to traverse these planes to get to the other side, like hopping,
Plainveth,
like
Narvoth.
yeah, like maybe the Shatterkai are pissed because their land keeps getting invaded by the Caressians and the Terosians try to reach the other side. You could have like a Marco Polo that like managed to like find the first gateway or travel through like the Feywild and reach like Carousel or like Suna and make it rich.
You don't have to remake the entire map to do these things. You can just
Yeah.
use the magic of magic.
It's true. In fact, Tyros probably wouldn't be able to exist given its size without magic teleportation.
Maybe you could link it to the black hole in the middle of the world. Maybe it has like magical forces that it imposes around the world where it distorts space in certain areas. There's 1,000 things you could do that don't involve completely cracking open and remaking the world.
You have dragons.
You have dragons.
Dragons.
Really
They
cool
fly.
dragons from Pathfinder now.
So I
Yeah.
do like the teleportation, the whole extra planar thing. I like all of that.
Okay.
A part of my brain still says to shrink the world.
You could still do that. But you don't have
You
to
can
make a map for that. You could just do that with rendering distance.
Yeah, like that, like the archipelago to the south of Volandris, you could get rid of that and move Yadagar closer.
Also, you have trains.
Great.
Even
Legion
your
really
fucking
need
Arco trains. It's like
I mean,
outward all over
Karasuk
again.
does have trades, admittedly.
So
The
you have like
whole the whole
giant.
world has trains. They're just hidden.
Yeah,
Ah,
Like
Yeah,
that's
but
what brought Rosewood into sort of prosperity is that they found
Right.
a track that connected to another city.
Isolda's
Yeah.
gonna be so disappointed when she realizes that they've already invented trains, man.
Shield Day?
Yeah, Shieldé, not Isolde.
How big is It's basically like a super Earth, I believe, is the definition. Like the Etmore, this area right here, is the size of America
You could also
in terms of
Just-
mileage.
adjust the mileage so it's Yatmore isn't that big. You could make it the size of, I don't know, Greece instead of America. That would immediately make everything closer together.
Or you could just invent ways of overland travel at speed, but then you're cutting exploration.
Yes, but do you know the exact numbers? Yeah. However big America is.
3,000 miles.
Well, that's
Never take.
all wide across the Etmore is. So if we take the Etmore and we apply it multiple times, like this shit is fucking like what's that like fucking 4 Etmores. So like
So part of-
12,000 miles across.
I will say part of the advantage of having a giga planet is that a giga planet can support giga creatures and get away with it.
True.
So you can have a dragon the size of a mountain, for instance, or a mountain range, when
Galacron.
the Etmore is the size of America.
Galacron.
You can have a kraken that like swallows the sea, you know, this gargantuan creature.
Or Yatagara being a giant, lobster.
All right, kill that guy.
The lobster isles exist. Lobster isles too.
You can edit it and slim it down. Like, if you don't have, if you're looking at like an entire archipelago or a chunk of land, and you're like, I have no idea what to do with this, you can just remove it, technically, or just wait to come back to it. You know.
It's like I say, sleep on it. You'll feel a lot better in the morning.
Or you just gotta do another world building story.
I'm a piss.
Play Fortnite. Nope, he's gonna.
Answer incoming.
Jeez. When Crown faces the tough decisions, there's only one thing that can assuage his fears and indecision. It's
Grabs
the porcelain
pimp
bowl.
cane. Hobbles to the throne. The king takes his seat. He will now hold court.
Oh, fuck. Every time. He really needs like a piss emote of like some dude just thinking on a toilet.
100%. 100%.
Understood.
It's just,
You want it?
Okay, you gotta come up with an idea though for the book.
There's
Huh?
there's
What is
something you
this
could do there. You could have like a toilet full of honey.
no,
That has
you know, like Pepe toilet, where it's like Pepe the Frog sitting on a toilet. It's that, but it's like a just change Pepe out for like this squishy bear.
Either that, or you just have an emote of a yellow streak going down, like in a curve.
no. Let's not.
You know
do
how
that
like
one. I
Momo
don't
has
like
the
that one.
cattails and stuff.
I'll put it in text chat. Like
Something you could put on all of the emotes to make it all like they're pissing.
It's like this emote, but it's him thinking on the toilet, like a bear with a little crown.
That's pretty funny. I think you'd struggle to get all the detail in though.
You could probably fit like a brown blob as a bear on a toilet. Or a better one.
If anybody could do it, it'd be Legion. That's for sure.
True. I mean, Pepe isn't like the most detailed in the world,
Correct.
but it gets the point.
I don't like the second one staring at me.
Well, you
Stop it. Pepe, stop.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be this one.
What the Oh, hell no. Alright, that's enough Pepe for today. Does anybody in chat have questions about Pathfinder I can answer in the meantime?
Oh man, but you know what? You know what's been itching my brain all day for like a day and a half.
Brain itch.
It's Star Wars. You know, let's talk about Star Wars.
Please. Wait. Not again.
Let's
I'll pay the
discuss.
tax.
What's your favorite style? Like, what's your favorite fucking Jedi combat fucking style, or whatever the fuck they're called?
Whichever one the Hutt Jedi uses. There you go.
I don't know. I think that's just bribery.
Well, then bribery.
Nice.
I like Grievous's one because it's every style.
I don't think Grievous has a style, does he? He sort of just goes on fully automatic and starts spinning.
Do you really care? I can.
Don't answer. Yeah, we've already lost 2. It'll be just
Technically-
you and Crowned and the rat.
There is a style. It's just Grievous's style. Like, it's just his thing. Because his thing is to he knows every style. He's so
Does he?
wonderful. Yeah, he basically counters with just because he's like taught every style basically.
Oh, by
He was trained by Dooku.
that one.
By Dudu. Yes.
I remember watching a cartoon with the 2 of them having a go.
You must
You
be
got, like-
impractical. Make your opponent guess. And he's like, I'll spin.
They'll never know.
Look, the spin was a lot cooler in the 2003 version. Okay, the actual move.
Now then, have we reached some level of wisdom?
What did the toilet tell you this time?
It told
What
me
did the
nothing,
bowl
actually.
say?
Which
Oh,
is
fuck.
so funny. I heard you say it as I walked away the first time. But yes, when I piss or when I go and I get my drinks or whatever, I self-actualize. I reflect. I compartmentalize all of my thoughts, and I try to come up with conclusions or try to figure out why I'm feeling a certain way. I don't know why pissing does it, but it like lets me turn my brain off.
It's focused on a singular task.
Unfortunately, this time it yielded nothing. I just kept circling the
Ooh.
fucking drain, and I was like,
DM was like, roll a d20 and you crit 1. And you're like, the bowl tells you nothing.
yeah, my God, what's that fucking spell? My augury did nothing.
You got a maybe out of the toilet.
To be fair,
DM shrugs.
maybe the lack of an answer is the answer. Maybe the bowl is telling you that perhaps you should seek its advice another time, perhaps after some rest. Or maybe there is no answer.
There is a point where it's really just up to your personal preference. This is, in fact, your world, and eventually you have to pick a path. Out of all the good ideas, you say this idea, and there isn't a right or wrong answer because ultimately it's just what you write.
The
Thumbs up.
issue is that I can't shrink little parts. Like I would have to remake the world anyway to do little changes. Like Here's my thing. Okay, so I can't say I didn't yield anything. When I was pissing, my brain was like, the reason the Witchlight Coast is called the Witchlight Coast is because there's a fucked up phenomenon that comes from the singularity because they're so fucking close to it. And it's the singularity glowing is why it's called the Witchlight.
Oh, that's where they have Halloween. Oh my god.
Like that's what I yielded from my piss, and I was like, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking of trying. Give me an answer on if I should redo the world, and it was like, but what if also the Grimwald is the way it is because it's also super close to the singularity, and it's basically like the war zone where the battle against the gods took place.
So here's the thing, that can still happen with the current size of the world. Because they are, in fact, the closest to the singularity, barring like Kareem.
My issue is that I want to shave out like this part of the fucking ocean, but I can't. Like I want to like push it so that way it's basically like right fucking here, and the Witchlight Coast is like right fucking there.
What if you just made the singularity bigger?
I don't want it bigger. It's already big. Like, I wish I could just shave out and, like, sort of narrow in or push in, but I can't.
Push it. To the limit.
Why can't you do it?
Because that doesn't exist. That's not, like, a thing I can do in Incarnate. And in GIMP, I would have to, like... I'd have to, like, fucking trim up all this shit. Rather, my knowledge of GIMP is not nearly as...
I still think you could get away with just shoving singularity down a little bit, and it would be closer.
I think you could do it in GIMP. The only way to learn is to apply yourself to it. That said, I'm not saying that's the perfect answer. I'm still going for the rendering distance answer.
I mean, if it's like right there.
Like, correct. You can literally shove it down, and now it is closer to both the Witchlight and the Grimwald. And you could get creative with the shape of it. Like, you could make it like this, make it look like an octopus with these tendrils coming out, you know, so it looks even a little closer. It doesn't have to be a black dot. Although the black dot is pretty neat. And there's literally nothing saying that the singularity couldn't affect the whole freaking world if it wanted to. Like, the only limitation is what you put on it.
Yeah, like why not just have an event where the singularity gets bigger?
Yeah.
Could be the plot of a campaign or a short adventure.
Maybe everybody's shitting their pants because it is getting bigger.
Changes the world's dynamics and power dynamics. What do we do if there's a black hole getting bigger and swallowing up our land? Is there magic that can stop it?
Heroes has giant terraformers that are changing it constantly. What's to stop the terraformer from adding and removing land?
Wait a minute. I don't know why the fuck I want to make a Pangea. That's what my brain keeps coming back to. My brain, somewhere in the back of my mind, regardless of all of the conversations, which I've been agreeing with, somewhere in the back of my brain is like, make a Pangea.
I know. And in the end, you will.
Yeah, we're going to come to the next stream and you're going to be like, guys, let me show you what I made.
I'm just waiting for the guys. I've been up for 16 hours. Here's my Pangea.
My sleep schedule is ruined, but look at this cool map.
Correct. And then he slumbers at peace finally, for the beast in him has been sedated by Pangea. If you just want to make a Pangea, there's nothing stopping you from just getting it out of your system. Making
I
a new
would
map.
advise sleeping on it though. Genuinely. Because you don't want to wake up in the morning and be like, what the fuck was I thinking?
God. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need a distraction. That's what you need.
That's right.
Would you like to know about all the other rules that you got incorrect during the game?
Yeah, that'd be great.
We're going to go full circle.
That's so funny.
This all stemmed from Legion asking a question, by the way.
Oh, I showed up halfway through and I was just hearing
No,
Pangea.
we were halfway through.
I do have a
And
question.
Legion was like, I've got a question about this god that people are afraid of. And I was like, uh-oh. And then we went into Pangea mode.
I see.
Wait, what? What happened?
You were asking about like some werewolf god eating skeletons. Because we
Oh,
were talking about skeletons having immunity to emotion effects but not perform.
did that
And then
start
it
from
went
there?
from god to god to god to god to world to world to world.
Did it really
And
start
before
from
we
there?
knew it, here's where we are. Yeah, I kept tabs on the whole conversation and I was like, fuck,
Oh.
we're getting further away. Anyway, did you know in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, corpses do in fact incur difficult terrain?
Oh, Pog.
So you got that correct. There's a little bit of GM fiat in the book. It basically says, typically if there's larger bodies, they become difficult terrain, but there's no specification on whether or not that's in comparison to you, or if that's just larger than a tiny creature.
Sick.
That said,
I roll it in 5th edition, so that works perfectly.
perfect. They do say that if there is a creature that is larger than you, you may need to climb as an action to get
Ooh,
over it.
That's fun.
So big boys need to be climbed over.
Yeah. So you fell the dragon. There's something behind it.
You gotta climb the dragon or walk around. It becomes cover though, if that's the case.
Oh,
So that's
nice.
pretty cool. Ranged trip with the bowler.
Oh, that bolo fucking confused the shit out of me.
You pretty much got there in the end. Ranged trip specifies that it only works within the first range increment, which I believe you saw during the session. You are correct. You can only do it within that first range increment. If you try and do it on a creature that's further away, it doesn't have any penalties because you simply cannot do it. It doesn't work.
Nice.
The way that you resolve it, there's no attack roll or anything like that. You simply do athletics versus their reflex. If you succeed, they trip.
Oh, okay.
You basically do the trip action with a weapon that has the trip trait.
And
You'll
that'd have
find at later
been
levels. Go ahead.
that'd have been if he was within 20 feet, right?
I think it's 23. It was range trip 20, I think. So, you'll find at later levels, you might get +1 weapons, +2 weapons, +3 weapons, what have you. Those are item bonuses to attack rolls that you make with that weapon. Trip is an attack. So if you have a +1 weapon with the trip trait and you trip somebody with that weapon, you get a +1 item bonus to the trip check.
Oh, okay.
So if you have a +1 whip, you can trip people easier.
Nice. Very 4E.
Which is very, very cool. Very furry. Aid. Let's see here. People were worried about how difficult it was to hit a DC 15 on aid.
Yes, that was the monk.
That was the monk, yeah. I got a couple of points for this one. The first one is that if you play a creature or a player or a PC who is built to use the aid action, such as a human, with a bunch of feats, then it becomes incredibly easy to aid people. There is a human feat at level 1 called Cooperative Soul that gives you a +4 to all of your aid checks.
Pretty sure that's what Ezran's built with.
Good choice. At later levels, you can also get something that makes all critical failures into failures and all successes into critical successes,
Nice.
which is very, very good. Little side note though, if you feel that DC 15 is too high, you can also lower it with the easy modifier if they're outside of combat in a low stress scenario, what have you.
Oh yeah, level by DC or whatever.
Yeah, you just do level by DC and then give it the easy modifier, which is a -2 easy mode. I'll pass it every time. The next one, encumbered. So the way encumbered works is it only cares about the integer. So if you have an encumbrance of 9, which I think is the monk's encumbrance.
Yep.
If you have 9 bulk and 9 light bulk, you're not encumbered. It's only if you hit 10 that you become encumbered. There's a cheat to know whether or not you're encumbered. If you take a look at their bulk bar in game, it'll go from blue to yellow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if it's yellow, put the condition on them. They've earned it. If it's blue, let them have it.
Heck.
Diplomacy is never secret unless you want it to be.
It's not secret.
It's not a secret check. You know straight away whether or not they like you or whether or not what you said is going to reap the rewards. That said, though, you can totally make it secret if you don't want people to know if they've, crit failed and make an impression check and the other person's lying to their face. Like if you make a person your enemy because of something you say, you making it a secret check could lead to further roleplay from the person that they've angered if they don't let it on straight away. So there's pros and cons to that one. That one's up to you. And confident finisher. This is my second to last one. It mentions making a strike. This isn't something that came up in game, but I could see it coming up in the future, so I thought I'd nip it in the bud. If something says make a strike, that is a unmodified strike action. So it's a by the book, make an attack versus their AC. Do you hit? Do you not? Apply the damage. You can't substitute the strike in an ability for another ability that makes a strike. What do I mean by that? Let's say you has sudden charge and intimidating strike. Both feats. Intimidating strike says make a strike. If you hit, they become frightened. If you crit, they become frightened too. When she does sudden charge, she can't stride, intimidating strike.
Okay.
She has to stride, regular basic bitch strike.
Okay.
If you combo them, marshals get very, very strong, very, very quick.
Suddenly even more dangerous at level 1.
Yeah. If you want to have like a really juicy road warden or something, fucking do it. Give them some feats and let them combo off. Why not? But players, I wouldn't recommend it.
Fair enough.
And last but not least, the zombie grab action still takes 1 action. So stride and then slash plus grab is 3 actions. It wouldn't be able to do it all in 1 turn. It would have to start its turn next to the person, slash them with its hand, connect, and then use its next action to grab.
I thought it auto-grabbed.
It doesn't auto-grab. It says plus grab. But if you read grab, it says if your previous action was a successful claw strike. So you still have to dedicate the action to it. And here's the best part. It's not automatic either. So if you connect with the hit with the hand, you still have to roll an athletics check with map in order to grab them.
I made that zombie even more scary then.
Very, very scary. But luckily, it died again. So it's all Gucci. But that's why zombies are very, very weak. You'll notice there's, you can put zombie modifiers on anything. They always make the thing slowed. The best example of this is the zombie dragon, in my opinion. They have a fly speed. It's not very quick fly speed, but in comparison to a regular dragon, they could fly up into the air and start gathering necrotic energy in their throat. But it takes 2 actions to breathe. So they have to wait the entire round, wait for it to get back to them, do a breath attack, and then that's it for the round. They can't do anything else because they're slow. So slow is a very, very powerful tool. Zombies are great. I love making things into zombies because they're not too strong because of that 1 action. But yeah, don't get grabbed. And that's it. Apart from that, you're Gucci gang. And most of that stuff is just suggestions and future-proofing. In terms of the actual rules, you smashed it. I think it was only the demoralize on the skeleton, and I think Let me double check. I
Is
think that was
pick
it.
locking a private role?
No.
I didn't think so.
Oh, did you guys do
had
it
a
private?
feeling.
Yeah.
Is that something I missed? Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you'll
had.
know if
I'm
you
like,
pick it or
there's no
not.
way this is a private.
I was
role.
really
Like,
trying
you
to figure
immediately
out
know.
what the fuck. Like I was really trying to
That
figure
makes no
out
sense.
when to do private roles or when to do secret roles. Like that's my been
The
my
actions
big
tell
thing.
you. There's a trait called secret, and if it has the trait, you do it in secret. If not, you do it out loud.
I'm just like, because we know immediately, right, when they successfully pick the lock.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Sizzle put it best in game, right? I think Sizzle, you said or you typed like if there's ambiguity, that's when you do a secret check.
Oh yeah, that was like chat.
Or was it in chat? Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. If you think knowing the information would change the player's mind on something or give them meta information, make it a secret check. If they're going to have the immediate knowledge of whether or not they succeeded and that doesn't influence anything, then make it open.
Fuck has a secret check.
The secret trait. Basically,
Gather
anything with
information.
perception. Yeah, anything with perception, anything with like a knowledge check.
Great forgery, recall knowledge, seek, sense direction, sense motive, sneak. Oh wow, I was using this for fucking everything. It's literally not the case.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
Jesus.
outside of combat that are secret. But not too much. A lot of stealth stuff is secret as well because you don't know whether or not you're successful.
Yeah, hide, sneak are both secret checks. Bribe, contact. Okay. I'm kind of getting it now. Yeah, you don't really know if you actually can, like, you don't know how good of a job you did concealing your camp. You don't know how good of a
Until
job
it's
you
too
did covering up an item. Okay.
You get the idea.
Ah.
Anyway, I'll copy and paste what I wrote down just so that you've got it available.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want me to do this every time, but you've pretty much got the game. I don't need to really do this, but I don't know if it helps. There you go.
I appreciate it. Because it's also, if it's like tricks and also good for players.
Oh, 100%.
Like the whole demoralize, or not demoralize, the a performance thing for Swashbuckler.
100%.
Because it doesn't have mental on it, meaning it, bypasses a lot of creatures that have mental immunity.
Now, to be fair, it was freaking awesome in game when we demoralized that skeleton. The players were all hyped, everything was Gucci, everybody was having fun. That's more important, in my opinion, than getting the rules right.
Oh, so fair. Like 100%.
100%. Yeah. So don't be afraid to just know something's wrong and then fucking toss it. Be like, nah, fuck that, we're on a roll. The vibes are immaculate. I'm not ruining the vibes with the rule. Just toss it to one side and be like, yeah, of course you demoralize it. It's frightened.
It was great because it was her idea. Like she was like, I want to demoralize, and I was like, you know what that is?
Where did you learn that? It might be a shout to add some of the actions to their sheets now because they're asking more and more questions about it too.
I have gone through and I have put more of the more complex actions onto their character sheets.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like I gave
Session
her
3.
like trip and grapple and escape and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Reposition.
Oh no.
That's a good one. You might want to put that one on.
Yeah, I should probably
Reposition and shove bread and butter for action economy manipulation.
But,
Trip is the big one though. If we start seeing, I don't know if we've seen it yet. If we start seeing the monk tripping people, that's going to be huge for damage.
He's been very focused on like flurry of blows. I think he's still treating it a little bit like 5th edition.
Yeah. But he was asking questions though. I remember the reason I bring this up about putting the actions on was that in game, Dover was saying about, why don't I have this action on my sheet? And you were like, I didn't want to overwhelm you.
Oh yeah. No, he who did he trip? He tripped something. Because I remember I was like, are you ready for this fucking crazy roll that they're...
That's right. Yeah,
you
it's like a
ready?
zombie, right?
Yeah, are you ready for this reflex DC? And he's like, it's gonna be like fucking 18 or something. And I was like, it's a 10.
It falls on his ass and takes damage.
You critically succeed and send them fucking plummeting to the ground. And he was like, oh, sick.
That's a cool name for it. The Ground and Pound Monk.
Mm.
Hell yeah. Should be noted as well, by the way, you don't have to pick a stance. There are very, very cool monks that never pick a stance.
Really?
Mm-hmm. If you want to be like a magical monk and have like, I forget what they call it in Pathfinder. There's like focus spells that you can get as a monk. And if you pick those, typically you're foregoing stances. One of my favorite feats that you can get as a monk at level 1, I think it's like Psyburst or something like that. It's not Psyburst, I can't remember the name of the feat is, but basically it just lets you move really, really quickly. And it just gives you a shit ton of speed.
Hmm. That sounds cool as fuck. I know he's when he goes in the mountain stance, he ain't going anywhere. Difficult terrain will in fact fuck him.
100%.
What?
Vormir has a movement speed of 20. When he activates mountain stance, his movement speed gets reduced by an additional 5, meaning he has 15 feet of movement.
That's a slow dwarf.
He basically wants to get in melee and then activate his stance. And then hope to God that the enemy doesn't run away.
He's going to be very, very, very good in a tight-knit dungeon where everyone's close together.
100%. He's going to suffer on an actual open battle map, but in here, where like the width of a room is 20 feet, he's God. Vormir, the fucking the dungeon toll booth.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There we go. So it's it's key spells at level 1. It gives you a focus spell, and the way it works is accelerated by your key, you move with such speed that you become a blur. Move 2 times as 2 strides or 2 steps, or 1 stride and 1 step in either order, and you gain the concealed condition during the movement and until the start of your next turn. So there's a 20% chance that people miss you, and you get to stride twice. If you're in mountain stance, you can still use this.
Oh.
So this could be a way for him to move 30 feet in exchange for a focus point once in combat.
Damn, nice. This is a feat he would have to take? Oh yeah, level 1 feat.
It's a class feat, so he'd have to take it at like level 2 or something like that.
Okay. I like that.
And to be fair, I think the only other thing he'd want at level 2 is maybe stunning blows.
He might probably go for that, honestly. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I hope it's
movement
that,
speed versus stunning blows.
I hope is that.
Hey, boss.
What's up? 100.
Oh, maybe later after you're done with that. I was about to ask a question.
Ask your question.
But Mike derail.
Brother, you already derailed us for like an hour and a half.
I'm so sorry. That's why I'm like. That's why I'm sorry.
Go for it. What's up?
I asked Lord this a while ago. Like, this is one of the questions that I was about to ask like before, right? So, speaking of the undead that raised, right? The stained. So if say there's a king and a king has his knights, and the knights make an oath to basically always serve the king. So if they die, they can come back as hollowed undead because they're willing. They give consent. But if the king dies and they get raised into a stained, do the knights come back as hollowed? Like the
No, it's not like it's a fucking contract. Like it's not like regardless of the wielder of the contract, you will come back as hollowed. They made that vow to the king. If the king doesn't bring them back, you're getting stained.
no. The king. So that's it. What I mean is, okay. So a necromancer, right, goes and brings back the king. The king turns into a stained, but the king retains that. Oh, I have my soldiers, and they go, arise! I call upon thee and your oaths. Do they
Stained.
come back as stained, not hollowed?
Stained.
Why?
Because your intentions are evil.
Wait, what? So
You are resurrecting the king. You are bringing the king back, probably
Yes.
against his will. He's a stained.
yes, the king is a stained, but the knights that swore for fealty and basically give consent to the king to raise them back up in times of crisis, would they come back as stained or as
That's not
hollowed?
technically the king doing it. That's you doing it still. You're
No, I mean
using
it's
the
like
king as like a puppet, more or less.
no, you bring back the king, right? But you don't, give the king the order to raise its knights. The king just like, oh, I have knights under my thrall or under
That's not
my
how that would
service.
work.
Really?
Yeah, if you're bringing back the king, either you are bringing them back and they are themselves, or you are controlling them.
No, they are themselves just stained.
How the fuck are they stained?
Okay. So the knights, right? The soldiers, the skeletons, and the zombie that the party faced. Were they brought back by an external force, or was it like like they had unfinished business?
Well, if you watch the episode,
I
something
did.
that Eridan did,
It was a,
or something on Eridan's person, drew the ire and brought them back against their will.
I did not catch that.
Yeah, you notice how when everybody else walked into the room, it was A-okay, but the moment Eridan did, his vision tunneled to the center sarcophagi as a figure pointed at him and said, "Intruder."
I won't apologize.
Something about Eridan made those otherwise resting souls come back.
Wait. Now I'm forgetting. I'm misremembering something. Did them going in? Did the Tumba happen before or after they did the offering to that one, shrine thing?
The tomb vault was before they found
tomb vault,
the
okay.
shrine to Saren's saint.
Yeah, the bowl, the offering. Bowl. Okay.
I pat my Leshy. It's okay. Look. Sometimes
Oh,
you
actually,
need
like that.
haters, okay?
Yeah, so something like that, right? So let's say someone disturbs the king's tomb, right? And they come back as like, oh, intruder. Would if they raise their finger and point at the intruder, would the knights that come back as hollow? Stained. Even if the king comes back as a stained and goes, my knights, to me, an intruder is upon us. They would still come back as stained.
Maybe they'd be hollowed. I mean, it ultimately doesn't serve any. There's no like mechanical difference.
That's fair. I'm just asking for the lore. Come on.
I mean, you'd never be in a situation like that, though, is the problem.
Jeez, okay, I guess I can't ask questions.
No, you can ask hypothetical. I'm just saying that it's just that. It's a hypothetical.
Yes, that is always what I do. Just hypothetical questions.
Because technically, that's what happened in Thorlear. The Revenant King of Thorlear basically bound all of its knights to him in perpetuity, and then used that vow to basically create knight wraiths.
Yeah, but that's stained still, right? Because that's not with their consent.
No, it was their consent. They gave their consent. They gave their vow to the king, but the king twisted it.
Twist. How? Because if it's for evil instead of instead of a just cause? Question mark.
He more or less brought them back to enact his will. Instead of basically we will serve the crown, even in death I will serve type deal. He twisted that to be you will be my malicious force. You will betray your oaths and your vows and everything like that. All of them except to me.
What a funny little guy.
Suggestion.
Go on.
I'm looking around Nethys for inspo, and I've come across the giant whiptail centipede. Boss fight?
Giant webtail centipede.
It has a poison.
I will
Wiggles
poison them.
poison.
I will poison them.
You'll probably kill someone if you use it, but it's only 2 levels higher, so it's only 80 XP. It would be considered a standard boss.
A whiptail centipede.
A giant whiptail centipede.
Hmm.
It's level 3 and huge.
Undulate.
You.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I could use this if they make friends with the Leshies.
Huh?
So either they fight the mushroom Leshies on the second floor, or it's
they fight
giant
this.
whiptail centipede.
Nice.
I
Just so you know,
realized.
Sizzle. Stage 1 is 1d10. Stage 2 is 2d10. DC 19. Best of luck.
Thank you.
You will forget.
Are Leshies all the same? Are they all Leshies?
Wow!
button.
Wow! Jesus!
Yeah.
I
I
Beg
cover
your
my
pardon.
little Leshy's ears. What the fuck did you say?
Christ, man!
He's sensitive, man. What the fuck?
2025?
Like the same genus?
Mm-mm-mm.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ! There are mushroom Leshies. Does the mushroom Leshy look like Eridan's Leshy?
Are they called Leshies then?
Leshies are spirits.
Why you
that
got a
use
human
plants
then?
as bodies. Yeah.
Humans can look very different, but we're still under the same purview of human.
What?
It's like the Homo sapien, Homo.
What are you
erectus
calling
thing,
me?
right?
Oh,
That one's
shit.
like the same genus type, right?
I don't
Is it
actually
genus?
know.
Is it-
I'm a
So
Homo sapien. Thank you very much.
The
Yeah,
2E
so it's
law is that the bodies are constructed of plant matter that's nearby when
Yeah.
they are created. But the actual Leshy is a spirit
Oh,
that's lived for thousands of years.
Yeah,
But they
yeah.
only
So
gain their memories when they enter the body.
that's what I was
Insane.
asking. So Eridan's Leshy and the mushroom Leshies, can they be like homies? Will it be easier to communicate with them since they have,
Why not, Smile?
psi? Oh, okay.
Uh,
Why don't
He's
you go
literally in
find
the
out?
fucking call. Like,
Mr.
Oh,
Sizzle,
you've
can
got the
you
dark
hop
side
off call real
mushrooms.
quick?
Hell
what the
yeah.
fuck?
I would like to know the answer, please.
The
I was
answer to
kidding.
what?
The answer to Mushroom Leshy inside the Leshy on Eridan's shoulder.
There's a mushroom leshy inside my leshy. That seems very convoluted.
no, that's not what he said. He wants to know if the Leshies in the dungeon can be friends with your Leshy.
Yes.
Oh,
Because they're Leshies.
Yes.
Can I have a look at the Leshy's proficiencies real quick?
I see.
Sure.
Hmm.
But the little
Okay,
mushroom
yeah.
Leshies?
I
No, the
consider
shoulder
the
Leshy.
fact that Crown is already making an alternate creature to fight in case we somehow, through some
Make a
mysterious way,
friend.
manage to befriend the Leshies. That's crazy.
No,
Nah, man, probably
familiar.
not.
Yeah, it's evolution of this. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Your familiar as dumb as bricks.
Excuse me?
Who hurt me?
Do Leshies have their own language? Is there a Leshy language?
I don't believe so. I would
Technically
imagine most.
speak with plants.
Yeah, my thought pattern goes to Wild Song, the language of druids, but that's also technically a taught language.
Also,
I mean, Leshies have no reason to speak, typically. They learn languages as a sort of necessity when introduced to other races.
Is Eridan's Leshy Sai? Does Eridan talk to it? Like, and does it
They
reply
have
back?
telepathy.
Oh no, does it talk?
it's like, no, it's like emotional, like telepathic empathy is what they have.
It could speak if you gave it the familiar ability speech, but he hasn't. So it can't.
Oh,
I don't think I can at my level. Period.
Yeah. Well, I think you could at your level, I think. It would just
I
take
don't
up
think
one
so.
of those two precious slots.
By the way,
Yeah.
this Leshy here can only talk to fungus. It
Should be noted.
cannot talk to anybody else.
A lot
Why
of
not?
Leshies don't even have mouths. So
This
they would
guy ain't talking to
communicate with
nobody.
smells or something
Robert,
like that.
trees don't have mouths, but
But
the awakened trees can talk,
True.
and so was the grass. They awakened grass before in the other games, right? I
It
don't
can't
remember.
talk. What do
I
you
don't
mean talk, dog? It fucking like what
Yeah,
the fuck?
yeah.
It literally did not talk.
Really? Even
it's
the
all sign
awakened tree?
language.
Oh, dang! I must be misremembering stuff.
It's not talking, it's barking.
The awakened trees did, but that's because I described them having faces carved on them.
Okay, so if we carve a face on the mushroom Leshies, they will speak through those faces. Is what you're saying?
That sounds like a war crime.
That sounds brutal. That's defacing the fucking creature so it
Yeah,
can
let me
talk.
just give you a smile real quick.
So what happened?
My father was a vicious man. Wanna how I got these scars?
Then how does Sizzle Eridan's Leshy have eyes and a little mouth?
They're not eyes, they're just parts of a plant that look like an eye.
Mr. Sizzle? Does Sai have eyes?
So are you trying to get me to like counter like what is this?
Maybe. Well,
I don't know, man. I don't know
Oh,
Leshy
okay.
lore.
okay.
I'm a new player, so they have eyes until somebody tells me they don't.
It would be horrific if they had actual meaty eyes. Because you got to consider what they're attached to.
I'm pretty
They don't have a
sure-
brain.
Well, they have some sort of vision. Because the fungal
Sure.
leshies, I haven't adjusted them at all. They have dark vision. So they have
do
some
have
form of
sight.
sense.
They have sight, but you can have sight without eyes.
I don't think they have meaty eyeballs like you and I do. But they have
They don't have
some
cranies.
sensory ability.
And
Some
what's-
sort of
because Sai has an eye, like the emerald eye, one that looks like an octopus. So I'm like, you know,
What do you mean?
Did I
Those
do
are
it
like
wrong?
those are like coffee beans.
yes,
Those are like coffee beans. Those aren't eyeballs.
yeah, they're just coffee beans. They're just beans on
Yeah, little
a
beans.
sentient bush on Eridan's
Sentient
shoulder.
bush.
Yeah, those are basically like the little berries that are growing on it.
Oh, he just
Oh,
plucks
that's-
his eyes out and feeds
Oh
it
my
to
god!
people.
Yeah, those right there.
Nice.
I guess you found a way to make it work.
That's
Unless
what you're
he's just
eating.
like, oh, as you like.
It's
Mhm.
the fucking boba meme where it's like, this is what boba is, and it's a baby seal's face because the eyes look exactly like boba, and they're like, do you want to drink boba now? That's what Eridan's doing every time he hands you a fucking cornucopia berry.
The cornucopia berries just size.
And given the fact that he's there's no rebuttal, means I'm in the right.
Oh, okay.
Huh? I'm not even paying attention.
Approved.
I mean, I believe.
I'm getting my ass kicked to Spider-Man, man. I don't know what you're fucking saying.
Don't mess with your neighbor. Oh!
Correct. It's a long and hard. It's a long road filled with danger and mostly death. I'm sure my team is fucking frothing right now.
Pangea.
He just can't help himself.
I tried so hard.
It's all right.
I don't know if I want to do an Adis Pangea. I think I just want to make a. You know what will probably happen is I just want to make a Pangea.
Dude,
Like,
make a Pangea.
I could probably make it for like one of the other settings, like one of the other like maps.
What was the other setting you had? The future sci-fi setting.
Oh, that's the Imperium.
Is that like a multi-world setting? or-
It's multi-galaxy.
Yeah, just make a world for that, and then when you go into that story
True.
when Starfinder Second Edition comes out, you can explore
Yeah.
that.
Make a sci-fi Pangea where the Imperium has smashed Adis into one continent.
I mean, boss, there's a solution. There's a solution to that.
Okay.
You make the map of the Underdark, or you make a map of Yggdrasil.
That's what I was saying. Like
That's
making a map for
Oh, okay. Perfect.
making a map for one of the other realms. Just to get
Okay.
it out of my system. But then also, if I like it, just make it Adis.
What?
I do think it's a good idea to like make something extra planar, perhaps.
Yggdrasil. So that way the Fae actually has like deep, like actual lore bones to it now. Like there's meat on the bones now. Because there's a planet. There's an actual planet.
Hmm.
Or you can make a victim authorship. There's all of that.
For the other campaign, the one with the giant nameless king final boss,
Mhm.
I think we mentioned him being in another plane for a while before coming
Correct.
back.
He's from
What was
Yornmalar.
that plane? Do you have a map of Yormalar yet?
Mm-mm.
Food for thought.
I mean, they are trying to get into Adis. Right? So, maybe it's a bit counter to what they're making a map.
I'm just saying, if I'm one of the four
That's fair.
boys, right? One of the four elves, or I forgot what they're called. Elf boys, that was it.
Elf Road.
If I'm one of the elf bros and I'm feeling chaotic and I know that there's a portal to this other plane, shit, I'm going plane hopping. And now suddenly we need to make that map. Could be a shout to maybe get ahead of the curve. If you have the creative
Always
itch,
ahead of the curve.
you know, food for thought. If not, definitely some Narvoth.
You know what? Maybe I could get both. my brain is like, what if the demons who made the deal with the Giant King just basically Controlled C, Controlled V, ate us?
Based.
Except they got horribly fucked up because demons don't know how to create. So it's this kit bashed, fucking slam fucked piece of a map.
Oh god, the Shadow Realm.
Well,
Also, right.
it'd be Jornmalar, it'd be the home of the giants, but you would be able to look at that and be able to make out distinct landmarks like the Ettenmoor. Like how the Ettenmoor is basically Italy.
It's all coming together.
The Giants, right? The Giants probably have the Jornmalar is made by the specifications of the Giants, right? Because it's like, oh, this is a world for, so they could be like, oh yes, I would like a world that is similar to, except everything's connected because our empire reaches everything. It conquered the entire planet.
That'd be a great way for me to get the itch out, and if I like it, I just go, boom. And if I don't like it, if I find out that I don't like the Pangea because it's harder to make or whatever, or cumbersome or what have you, then I go, this is Jornmalar. This is specifically the land of the giants.
Yes,
Yeah, it makes sense that big old boys basically come from one big old Pangea.
Mm-hmm. I push everybody aside and I point at the freak who's joined the call and hasn't said a singular fucking word since joining.
Hey, I didn't want to interrupt.
Now you're gonna.
Whoa.
You have no choice now but to interrupt.
Ah. What's good?
Thoughts on Pangea?
I've just been kind of sitting back and listening to this and going, but why though?
The itch. Artistic
Like,
itch.
is there a specific reason why we're looking at Pangea? Or just, I like it?
I don't know why. Some part of my brain says make Adis Pangea.
This is gonna sound really dumb, boss, right? But technically speaking, right, Heroes is a Pangea. If you basically look at every single Fanghold as a country of its own, it's basically multiple big countries already smashed together into one continent. So that is, quote unquote, a Pangea already.
That doesn't sound right.
So,
That doesn't sound right. That sounds wrong.
It's because it is wrong.
No, it's not. It's true.
Pangea is
literally
one
just-
central landmass surrounded
Just
by
a-
water.
it's just a continent at that point with countries.
Yeah, essentially.
Pangeas aren't like that. It's just all the landmass in one single body.
Exactly.
Okay.
I was like, that sounds really wrong.
Like, that sounds fake news.
If you look at it in isolation, it is a quote unquote
Legion-
Pangea.
Legion
not.
standing.
A definition is a definition.
Legion standing, fingers interlaced. I like spreading misinformation.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Continue, Kieran.
Yeah, I'm just. Holy shit, he fucking evaporated. But yeah, I'm just uncertain as to the inspiration that brought this about because I just joined the call. And I wonder just how that would affect things because we've kind of set up that the big players in the world, Tyros, Karaso, Suna, and Yanagara, like how that would relate to one another.
Suffering from a Fey mood. Yeah. in terms of how they'd interact with each other, it'd be the same. They're just now you could step 5 feet and go visit elf country, and the elves can go and visit Tyros instead of having to cross the Sudali.
Or war. We crave war.
I was going to say, like, empires don't tend to like to share.
Very true.
And
That was
having an
also-
ocean is at least a deterrent in some cases for
Well.
immediate invasion.
It was something we had talked about. God, Legion really did just leave.
Was motherfucker in the car or something? I could hear his fucking blinker going.
The
That-
current standing is the current standing is the world is so fucking big. There's no reason for there to be any conflict. Each respective corner of the world is dealing with their own fucking problem right now. And those problems are wide spanning and generally pull so much attention that it would literally be killing yourself to focus on another threat outside of your walls, so to speak. Why are you worrying about your neighbor when your own house is on fire? That's the current situation. There's no real reason for the superpowers of the planet to go to conflict, which is fine. I'm fine with that. I am A-okay with that. I wish that I had an answer. I have taken many a piss today to visit my scrying toilet, and all of
Your
them
scrying bowl.
all of them have yielded
Indeed.
literally nothing.
That's the nature of divination, my guy.
It is I don't know.
I mean, there's nothing to say, you know, kind of like what you and Lore and Sizzle have been tossing around, like, hey, maybe make this for like some other realm and then see how we feel about it. Just so that you don't go, I'm gonna remake the world, and then, oh god, I hate it.
That's fair. I also like the Aetheryte idea. That was a good idea.
Ooh, Aetheryte?
Yeah, basically these like Wizard King things that are left, like the last remnants. Basically these focal points within the planet that can be connected to and teleported to and all that stuff.
I mean, we were kind of experiencing that in Dawn of Bannerlore.
Correct.
So,
Hmm.
ones there could have just been a recreation of things that existed on Adis before. It's just that Voradare needed more now.
I probably will end up sleeping on it. I honest to God have no fucking clue why I want a Pangea so bad.
Is there a media you saw recently that has Pangeas in it?
No, I don't think there's any maps or anything that I've played that's had like a Pangea. Even like maps that inspire me aren't Pangeas. Maybe it's some part of my brain that's like Pangea feels more fantastical.
Does it?
It's something we don't have, like, it's something we had, but we don't have in the modern day.
But if that's the case, there's also dinosaurs. You have dinosaurs. That's something we had, but we don't have anymore.
That's a hell of an argument. No Pangea because dinosaur.
Yeah.
Pretty sure if you go into some jungles somewhere, there's gonna be dinosaurs. I don't know. That's something that's always kind of made me go like head tilt is dinosaurs in fantasy. I don't know why.
I
But,
should
like-
just blank dinosaur.
I think it's because it's too far back. Like, it's too ancient.
It's just like when I was playing through Tomb of
Pangeanism?
Annihilation. Yeah, and Pangeanism. But when I was playing Tomb of Annihilation in Chult, and just like, oh, and then these fucking raptor motherfuckers come on you, I'm like, what? I'm a magically created robot. What is this?
Plant dinosaur. You know, dinosaurs from Big the Zoo. They plant dinosaurs.
I'm not making the fucking Bananasaurus. Jesus Christ.
Can't have nothing in this house.
The
SMH.
Potassium Rex.
Yeah. I mean, we have like the Leshy now, right?
By the way, there are banana leshy.
Dino Leshy. Oh,
Banana
Oh,
leshy.
it writes itself. Pathfinder to the rescue once again.
A map of yeah, I know.
DM, I wish to communicate with the Leshies through interpretive dance.
Oh,
Oh, please do. I would like to see.
It punches the shit out of you.
nice.
Interpret
that's
this.
fair.
I didn't like how you wiggled at it.
That's offensive.
You wiggled when you should have undulated.
Wrong
You just do a little
dialect.
dance. It goes, no, she isn't, and then punches.
Speaks perfect common before fucking laying you out.
Responds in common. Perfect Taldane.
Like, what?
Called my mother a what?
Again, that does remind me of Flail Snail, though. Was possible to learn the Flail Snail language.
Hmm.
It was just that, vertebrates tended to have a difficult time with the finer points of it. You could get across most of it, but
You do lack some of the necessary parts for the communication, as it were.
it's just a little stunted, a little stiff.
They're wondering why you stutter.
As I have motherfucking bones.
You know what's crazy is that I think it might just be what I think I need to like not have a world map and just have continent map.
Ta-da! Wisdom.
God. Don't admit he's right. It'll go to his head.
It's already there.
Like the world
Too late.
map is nice, but there's something about it I don't like. But I like when the continents are by themselves. Like when Tyros is by itself, it looks perfect. I love Tyros when it's by itself. When it's on the world map, I go, something's wrong with you.
Break it
What's
down
wrong
into its
with you?
fundamental pieces. That's all you gotta do. If it's too confusing, or if it's too wishy-washy, or if you don't even like the look of it, break it apart until you do. And then use those pieces to make something else. Render distance. It's like I said from the start. Nice and easy.
I mean, hell, right now all we need is Kalador.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
right now, this is all we need.
I mean, yeah, like if you look at the Kalador map, you don't see Katarina on there. I shaved off where Katarina would be, and it's just ocean. Because it's not necessary.
That's
Unless
exactly
we-
the right way of thinking.
Unless
Is
we're
it
like
necessary?
100% the area, or we're like, you know what? Let's move on.
At that point, the campaign's over.
Plus,
We'd
if they
like
hit
to
the
go to the
ocean,
mainland, DM.
yeah, but if you do something like that, then just have another map. you can just move the camera slightly to the right and then figure out exactly what's there at the time that you need it. You know, maybe it's like another hex map, but you have some like ocean hexes with a couple of small dotted islands in between the two mainlands on either side of the map. Something like that, you know. And then they get their boat and they have to move from hex to hex using the ship.
I will say, probably will not do a Pangea. I still want a world map some way. And I'm probably gonna end up making a fucking pseudo cylindrical map, a globe map, as it were.
A what?
A globe
Gesundheit.
map. I'll probably end up making one of those in the future, but that probably will just be a later project. I think because the map is so oddly shaped as like a rectangle, it fucks with my perception of it. But again, I like when all the continents are by themselves, so I'll probably end up keeping the main shape and just try to fit it
Just
all
make,
into this fucking
an ATIS wide hex map. Then you'll love it.
Wow.
Every mile hexed out.
That's right.
I mean, so there is
10
such a
years
thing
project.
as flower hexes, where a hex within it contains other hexes. That's like how old school hex maps would. You would roll on the like overworld map, and then within that is like a flower like hex that has like 20 hexes, and then within that is even more hexes type shit. So you could theoretically break down maps like that. Like this map, this hex is 2,000 miles, and if you get within it, each hex, there are 10 hexes. Each hex is worth this much. You get down within that one, each hex is like this much. So you could get down to like to the point where like this every hex here is a mile across.
That sounds oddly like rendering distance.
Maybe.
Sits back in chair, crosses fingers, steeples. My wisdom is aged. It is old. It has stood the test of time.
Is that it can box us into a hole, as if saying that this all there is, stifle our creativity. I think that was something we talked about earlier, is that there was so much that my brain's like, well, you gotta put something there.
On that note, I'm going to despawn.
Hey, brother.
Oh no.
Take care.
Have a wonderful stream, everybody, and to everybody watching, dream of Pathfinder. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I'm beset by felines. Let me see.
What if I shaved off everything but Tyros and Carousel?
The minute Lord goes Pangea.
Now that the voice of reason's gone,
Oh, finally.
what if I shaved off everything on the world map except for Carousel and Tyros?
Okay, I mean those were your two begin. Those are like, it's like going back to basics, you know.
And then, as I start writing the lore, I start adding more to it. So hear me out. 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 Hold on.
Here we go.
Hold on. Hold on. Hear me out. Hold on. I just kind of fucking hyped myself up for this. All right. Hold up. What if I explode the world map? However, hold on.
Our
Your
characters.
pitchforks
Wait a
down.
minute.
Your pitchforks down. Hold on.
God, what?
I have the singularity, Tyros, Carousel. Boom. That's it. And as I write out the rest of the lore, because I need to, I would like to, write the gods, what have you, I add to the map where it's necessary, like World of Warcraft.
I was gonna say, this is just World of Warcraft expansions. Like, Suna DLC when?
Let me
So we start
fucking
with
pull my own
Alliance
wig, thank you.
and Horde, and then we
Correct.
add the
And then I go, all
Burning
right,
Legion.
what about Northrend? And then I go, dun, 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 the wilderness. And I plaster the wilderness
Spirit
up
is
there.
going to have a fucking conniption.
And then I go, oh, Pandaren. And I fucking Yadagara.
I mean, okay.
I mean, until then, it's like, they exist, but, like, map doesn't render in that direction.
I don't want an okay, Sizzle. I want your honest opinion.
That's okay. My opinion is okay. That makes sense. What do you want from me? What do you? You're right. My bad. Yadagar these nuts. There you go. There's my usual response. Enjoy. I put on the clown mask. Are you happy now?
No.
All right. That makes a lot of sense.
Shut up. You ruined it.
All right. You're welcome.
Boo! You don't like that hail? I was figuring it's a right as you go type deal. I don't need Suna right now, so it's not on the map. And once I write up Suna and I get Suna figured out, I add it to the map somewhere that I think is fitting.
We had some stuff regarding Suna, but I don't know how advanced it was at the time.
When do you plan on adding Suna in Yadagara? Just like when you feel inspired, or
Yeah.
like basically when we decide to do a campaign?
Both.
Okay.
Either when I feel inspired and I start writing, or I go campaign time, and then I immediately start fucking scrawling the map on.
Rings the bell, summons players.
I thought Yadagara was made basically during a moment of inspiration. You basically watched Shogun
mind you.
and went Yadagara.
I'm gonna keep the exact same design.
Oh,
What I've done is I've screenshotted each of the continents, so I can literally just slap that bitch in there, trace it, and be like, boom, I'm done.
So you're literally just the Giga plan is to just not show the world map.
To show, I mean, kinda.
It sounds
it's
like
a
I will
DLC.
show you the world map as necessary.
Yeah, it's like a DLC world map. I'm gonna show you Tyros and Carousel and the Singularity. That's all you need. And then you go, well, what's north? And I go, what's north? And I reveal the wilderness because I was inspired by a Fey mood.
Yep.
And I go, the wilderness. And you go, my God, how long has I been there? I was like, the entire time. And you go, my God,
Wait a minute, Northrend?
that's genius. And I go, that's right, the Lich King's up there.
Oh, fuck.
that's crazy. Oh my God.
DLC time. That's where the next campaign
The only
is.
people who knew about Wilderness beforehand were the ones who read the little.
That's right. You read the
Borbos.
books. You read the books beforehand.
You read the texts.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
And I go, guess what? I watched Shogun again. Yadagara
appears. It rises out of the ocean.
Hey, do you know that lady actually went to Japan to train how to swing a fucking naginata? It's super cool. As it emerges from the ocean. She's really awesome with the show. All right, guys, next campaign. Desert theme. Suna rises from the ocean.
Am I paying $40 for these updates, including a $15 a month subscription?
Wow.
Man,
Our shareholders
$40
told
is what
us.
it used to be.
Our shareholders has asked us not to comment on that just yet until the date of release. But you can pay $120 now to gain
What?
super access.
Oh my god.
What does
But that's
super access mean?
and I won't have to pay the $15 a month subscription because I'm paying you literally like 5 times that now.
No.
Well,
Oh.
our shareholders have asked us not to answer that.
Oh.
But
Okay.
look at this sick mount that we beat the
Wow.
shit out of our
How much is that
interns to
mount?
make. This comes with a $120 pre-purchase.
Oh my god. It's basically free. They're
It's
giving it to us.
It's super rare and will never appear in our item shop. Wink.
Looks over. I'll have a reskin ready in 6 months. What if you just move the ocean to the foreground and color over land masses? Just as the world is discovered, you can make a show of erasing the ocean, revealing the landmass. I don't know how the fuck I would do that.
What if you just had like clouds?
Fog
that
of
mask those
War.
parts of the map. Fog of War.
Bro, I mean, clouds is super easy to do with.
Oh my Fog of War.
Fog of War.
I don't like the shape of this I don't like the shape of this world, DM says. Start spamming clouds. Now I don't have to look at it. Yes.
Okay, but that ultimately does not fix the issue.
Yes. Tyros and
Oh
Carousel,
my
that's all you see.
That's me fucking that is me using a
What's up?
zip tie
What's
to
up?
hold up my muffler because I know I
about
have
it?
to
It
take it
works.
in, but it's gonna hold for like
works.
a week and that's it.
Oh my god.
So that's what I'm gonna do. At some point, while I'm working on stuff as a side project, I'm going to redo the center of the world. Tyros and Carousel. Bah. Keep their shapes because I like their shapes. Just make it fit into the center of a fucking pseudo cylinder or what have you. Whatever shape I decide is gonna look sick nasty. Maybe I'll do like a diamond or a triangle. Fucking cool.
Whoa.
What?
Singularity, Tyros, Carousel. Boom. That's it. That's all I need right now. These guys, some shit's going on. Mother Elves hates humans. She hates Galadir. Boom. Boom. Galadir made the humans. Humans betray people. He becomes god of betrayal. Boom. Boom. Because he's super nasty Volinar. All humans possess some spark evil, and the Mother Elves hates that. Wants him dead. Maybe not dead, but under the control of elves, because elves, perfect. She says so. Boom. Then I go, you're from the wilderness?
Racism.
The wilderness,
Plus.
mystical, mysterious.
White
People
elf
haven't been
burden
there.
Plus.
Nobody's mapped out the wilderness yet, so you have no idea what the fuck that looks like. Until I go, it's campaign time. I go, somebody just recently came back and mapped out the wilderness.
Oh, there's a downed airship in here.
There's 3-4 quirked up adventurers laid out prone on the ground, fucking giga dead.
Yeah, but is there any reason I'd want to make like a cleric of the Mother of Elves? She kind of sounds like all negatives.
Yeah, I don't know how we make her good.
I like there doesn't seem to be many. Like when you add racist plus white man's burden plus what is it? Something destiny. Fucking it's pretty
Manifest destiny.
Manifest elfiny. I don't know what you
I
add to
don't
make
think
them
her clerics get a choice.
redeemable. Oh, so it's just worse. Wow. I don't know, guys. I don't like elves very much.
We came up.
Yeah.
I was trying to just figure out what to do with the Mother Elves, and I was like, "What if she's bitter?"
DM wants bitter, like, he wants a bitter hag. It sounds like
Oh,
he's hag
wife.
maxing.
Hag maxing.
He
I
wants
said that word unironically
disillusioned
the other
wife.
night,
He
so-
wants that divorced wife energy that just really gets him
Ooh.
going, I guess.
What do you mean you said it unironically last?
Like, there was some kind of a conversation amongst my friends, and it was just like about like getting older and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm over here just hag maxing, and then I fucking just sent everyone in the call into fucking
Nice.
shut.
Nice.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
Glad you could educate your friends like that.
And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh my god, we're getting old. This is what I mean. The one person in the call that understood what I was saying is 20 years old.
Uh,
It was like, never say that again.
So the DM wants things a little he's like, I didn't want it as gritty as CTF, but then I made it not as gritty, and he's like, just a little gritty. And so then he immediately went to
Yeah, if-
the god hates humans and is racist, and also
Hold on. I
Eugenics.
didn't say anything inside.
immediately just like
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Wow.
He said, "What if she's a little bitter?" And then
Hold
immediately
on.
went into hates all humans, top priority.
Well, not only
You know,
that, she did
God's
get
really
she
said
did
to
get
make one thing their
her-
whole personality.
she got her shit kicked in a little bit by Balavar because
Okay.
Balavar also hates elves. So
So it's trauma racism. It's still racism. Cool story. Still racism. Still white man's burden. Still manifest destiny.
I don't know what to do with the mother of
What's
elves.
the redeeming
I have
quality?
no idea what to do.
She's
with
a
her.
MILF. Is that it? Is that? I look around. She's hot and a MILF. I can fix her. DM presents me white-haired goth woman. I go, I see.
No,
yeah, I'd
that's.
like a cleric.
I don't remember
That's
what
her.
we set for Zomarin's hair color, but Inkley drew a really sick interpretation of like a knightly
I
Zomarin.
remember that. Yeah.
She's got like fucking tattered banners on like her like
Mhm.
dress and shit. Oh.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was pretty fucking dope.
Yeah, that's definitely what she looks like just straight up. I will be using that art when I do the Zomarin.
I remember the Goblin Queen.
Oh yeah, she's also. I think that was drawn by. Was it drawn by
Also,
Inkley?
Inkley, yes. The one you're thinking about with the big axe? Yeah.
Yeah.
The one you went,
That's her,
Wife.
all right.
mm.
Once again, the artist's not even thinly veiled at this point, out in the open. fetish. Straight up.
Short stack.
We are
gaming.
monster fuckers in this house, and I will make it known.
Short stack with leather stockings. Oh,
Oh,
literally
it could
no
fix
combat.
me or make me worse.
Literally, the combat utility 0, but she's still wearing that shit, and I'm giving her an AC of 18.
I know it looks like she's
mean-
wearing literally nothing, and her ass is out. Her armor class is 19.
What if it was like AC 10, but like for every goblin near her, it's like it goes up in AC because they just jump in front. Wait.
Get down, Queen!
Mother of L. I'm thinking. I mean, I could definitely see a bit more of like an elf supremacist kind of view because they're so long lived. They're basically able
it's
to.
it's just natural.
I mean, that could be the reason that Varidas sees that her people should be leading the world over others. Is that they are so long lived and they're, humans are very flighty.
We really are
Things
the wisest.
change far too quickly.
I mean, that was sort of what we were cooking up a little bit, was along with the bitterness. She does know that her children are long-lived, and in some cases, immortal, because they mastered the current. She's like, I haven't seen a human do that, and then watch the human tree explode. And I'm like, well, you definitely can't do it now.
XD.
I mean, if you wanted to soften the bitterness to just that could be something to work on. As less of a hatred and more of a These are my chosen ones, and they should be yours too. Here's why. My kids, they're fucking great. They're basically a shoo-in for this. Upholding society and, you know. Here's the thought. We could still absolutely bitterly hate Embraer / Galadier.
That's a shoo-in.
Yeah, that's a given.
Yeah,
I
okay,
could
but
destroy
like, what
them.
if she's bitter because they fucked? All right, how about that? Huh?
Well, you can't do that. Galadier's married to the fucking queen of
Yeah,
Darkness.
I point at Greek mythos. I think we can actually. They cheat all the time. When you're immortal, it's almost guaranteed.
My
Who
God.
was Galadier married to?
Galadier, in our lore, is one of the first people
Oh yeah.
who is married to the Queen of the Fae, or the former Queen of the Fae, the Queen of Air Darkness. Her name is Kalari.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah,
They made
and then she got all
Shillier.
crazy.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't get crazy. Her husband got crazy. And she went,
And then
well, I'm ride or die. So, looks like we're riding.
Yeah.
And then it was like, Titania, you have a new job.
Well, Titania's a little bit of a usurper.
Just gonna take this.
Titania made some deals with the Allfather.
So she
All right,
went higher
but,
up
like-
in corporate and snatched that position.
Correct.
All right, but what if Geraltir was like, elves have many useful roles.
Points at Veritas. Own a hole.
Or
Don't look at the back of his shirt.
Bondage here. Maybe I should just embrace
Bracelets.
maximum horn.
Maximum. The way of the Greeks. That really is how every god mythos turns out. Is it's just horny fan fiction.
Unfortunately, God was horny.
Yeah. It seems like a lot of pagan god stories go, God put his penis in something, and then you'll never guess what happened next.
Consequences.
Consequences.
Not
yeah.
to the god, usually to everyone but God is the
Correct.
fucked up part.
Yeah.
Guess what?
I guess
Loki
that's-
decided he was gonna get a little frisky, and then the whole world now has to pay for it.
Yeah.
Loki fucking
I guess-
Unfortunately, Loki was bored. It's basically, unfortunately, Loki was bored, or
Correct.
unfortunately, Zeus was horny.
Correct.
Maybe that's how you know you've made it to godhood, is when you can put your penis in something and everyone else suffers for it
Offers as a direct result.
as a direct result. Everyone but you. It's everyone's problem but yours.
Amazing.
And you're like, yes! I made it!
Yes!
I'm a god!
I have decided in my brain that I will be doing the World of Azeroth map style, where continents will
Why are
be
you so
revealed
far?
where they're not. I'm standing.
Oh.
I am currently pacing in my room.
Come
Oh,
on.
he's gone crazy.
Wow.
He's gone mad.
He's pacing. We need to get you like a little crook of pipe.
We should
For
give him
your-
like
for
a
your
little
pacing.
a little tiny treadmill thing.
Oh, a treadmill one. Fuck.
I
like
actually
a little
have
mini
those little
treadmill.
desk treadmills. Yeah,
Yeah. I never
they're
did
loud
get
as
anything.
fuck.
Okay, well if they're loud,
My boss
then
has
maybe not.
one.
It's like someone. Bui's like, who's mowing the lawn inside that man's room?
Not quite that loud, but like, yeah.
Settle back. I don't want a Pangea. I do want to
You want two
recreate the
Pangeas.
world piece by piece.
Yeah.
And I need to figure out what the fuck to do with the mother of elves.
Fuck her.
I mean,
All
yes,
elves deserve it.
yes, but
Rude.
don't
Rude as someone that is
don't
playing an
fucking
elf.
add the fucking
Oh yeah.
the fucking don't fuck me, says the elf literally built to be fucked.
Wait, what?
I'm looking at your fucking character right now. I'm looking at
Whatever you
Arendelle.
say, Aaron Dick.
You're gonna tell
Whoa.
me that smug asshole, that fucker looking at me on the screen right now,
seen
isn't
the
built
fan art.
to fuck? Say it to my face.
think- Or to get fucked.
Say it to my face.
This feels like persecution.
Persecution.
Yeah.
This feels really unfair, guys.
I have you on the stand, surrounded by your peers.
No, it's entirely.
Whoa,
We've all
whoa,
been
whoa,
on
whoa.
that stand, bud.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, like, listen.
Well, like, don't pretend you're not also on the stand for trial. I look over at you first time.
Listen.
It's Yuria.
Oh.
It's just me pointing at Yuria. I know what you are.
Oh,
Nah.
God.
I will say, Yuria is not my I want to fuck character. She's I want to be cool character. I point at fucking my Night Maiden. Now that, however,
That wasn't. The Night Maiden wasn't nearly as horny. Compromise.
true. Wait, when was Compromise? I don't know. Compromise
Compromise.
lasted long enough to be horny.
Horny. Which is,
I feel like it was mostly-
shocking, because would have thought the Night Maiden, tasked with making more Night Maidens, would have been horny. But
Yeah,
neither
well,
of
if
them
they were horny-
horny.
I do clear my throat. If they were tasked with it, if they were horny, they wouldn't have to be tasked with it. Think about that one.
Okay, but
What's up?
of the groups, Compromise was far hornier than the Night Maiden. They had some promiscuousness at the start,
It's true.
but it was lost once I knocked your character out of the sky for the third time in a row.
We were in, it's hard to be horny in the middle of a swamp, I will say.
Correct.
Surrounded by ettercaps. It's really hard. You really have to try. Maybe my horny isn't powerful enough.
Try to make it work with the cuddle puddle at some point, me and Bruna.
Yeah, you and Bruna. Or
Abigail.
Or I know what you are, Pimberly.
Listen,
Holy
apparently
fuck.
that character rearranged people's brain chemistry. Good luck.
True. It was hard to be horny when the putt was around.
Something about fat ass.
That's
a
just
thing.
out there. And you can get away with it too because it's furred. And for some reason, that's like completely acceptable.
Basically wearing
Yeah,
pants.
no pants. Like, yep, no pants.
It's wild. Our social constraints of clothing. It's truly wild. Anyway, I'm surprised you said Compromise was the horniest. I don't remember being too super horny with Compromise beyond like OOC shit.
I know what she
What?
I know what she was about.
Oh, I see. That's right. She had 3 horns. Who knew?
Not that. I meant fucking the femboys. Also, yes.
She did like them femboys. That's true. I mean, I'm not saying no. I'm just surprised she was the one you pointed at. That's crazy.
Ale, obviously.
I was
What?
gonna
Do you guys
say,
say anything more?
True. Gale was just Astarion before
Totally.
Astarion was a thing.
no, Astarion I think was a thing, or at least hinted at the time.
I don't think Momo was aware of Astarion. I don't think the game had released yet. I don't think you understand how long ago.
I don't
think he
remember.
was, but he's gone through several. He went through several iterations, and I don't think Momo, especially, was aware. Like, Baldur's Gate was not on
Yeah.
in the spotlight at the time, for sure, for certain.
I thought she was inspired by some indie.
Also, very possible.
That's what I thought
I was
it
gonna,
was.
yeah. I'm not on TikTok, so I couldn't tell you, especially
Momo
then.
does have TikTok brain rot.
Yeah,
And her soul be cleansed by the ban.
the ban's already been repealed.
What?
Yeah, it lasted
that
like
lasted,
5
like,
minutes.
less
It was
than
pure
24
PR
hours.
stunt.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And then
just
Trump
funny.
went, "We should own it." It repeals it. I want this.
I want it. No.
I think several companies offered to buy. I think like
Correct. Even Mr. Beast came out.
Mr.
Like,
Beast
I'll buy it.
offered to buy it, and everyone went, "Oh, that's quirky." And then Elon offered to buy it, and everyone went, "Oh no, oh no."
The issue is that Mr. Beast was going to go to Mark Zuckerberg.
Ugh.
The other shithead, by the way.
Yeah.
Pick your devil. But
I
regardless,
can't.
I push it. I'll get to the Mother of Elves eventually. Focus on Shelier right now. That's the one who I'm writing. He's my my first Green Knight. He was a demigod who was ascended to godhood by the Allfather for building the Grove. First Grove.
That's crazy. Who
Hi,
came up with that?
Evelyn's old home.
And he got burned down by the dragons. First war.
Hi, Evelyn's first home.
And he used the blood of his children and the ashes of the burnt down trees to make first Treant. Saint. I forget the creature's name.
I'm sure I wrote it down somewhere.
It's somewhere. That thing, nope, kicking around. And then he went on his crusade. Green Knight, he fought alongside Ebor and Zomarin until he broke off to go kill the great worm that burnt down his grove. Once he did, powers of the Green Knight faded. He went back to being lovable old man Shelier. As a result, there's an aspect of him known as the Great Leveler.
Nice. He's definitely got that vibe of like the old granddad who's definitely been to war.
Yes. Exactly what I wanted.
God.
Nice.
Reminds me of that, like, that channel where it was like World War vets, play Call of Duty or some shit, and they're just
He's
blinking
definitely
people
got
left, right,
the
and center.
he's got like that army chaplain vibe where he's the nicest guy around.
Exactly.
But also
That is fucking perfect. You never fuck with the chaplain. That dude
yeah, back
is
in
actually
Desert
killed people.
Storm, me and the boys, well, we saw this guy get blown up to pieces. That reminds me of a passage. He who cast the first stone. And the reason I say that is because he was running at us with a rock. Anyway, homily.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, that's Shelier.
God.
That's Shelier too.
Nice. I can't wait for Evelyn to meet the first Ent and be like, "Stay back, I'm warning you." And the Ent goes, "Hi, warning you."
brandishes giant fuck off amber sword.
I'm dead.
Oh! He's the son, Galadir, creator of man, Lari, Queen of the Fae.
Nice.
After that,
Who was their kid?
that's Shulir.
Nice. I forgot.
Yeah.
Even though I.
You came up with that
I
idea.
see-
Literally 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing of writing with Sizzle. Is Sizzle will be
This is
like,
why.
boom, creative idea. And I'm like, damn, that's hot. I'll take that. He goes, you're welcome. And a week later, I'll reference it. He goes, dude, that's awesome. I go, thanks, man. You made it. And he goes, I did?
Yeah.
While
remem-
on the opposite end of the spectrum, I'm like, 8 years ago?
You remember
You
that
said
thing that
this.
happened in Mauritania, episode 2, at the 4-hour mark? I go,
You
"Oh."
should do. You should do like a return to Mauritania.
God.
Imagine the revamp.
I don't think I could because I've established there's a ruling tribunal.
A what?
The land was cleared.
Cleared.
Yeah, so Mauritania, I come back to the mic. Mauritania was a land that was shrouded in
Makes sense.
darkness.
Okay. That
It-
sounds familiar.
Correct. Welcome to
Welcome.
a lot of my many first campaigns.
Was
That
there
exact
a
premise.
place called Summerhall in it?
No, it was straight
Okay.
up just RuneScape.
Understood.
They are responsible for giving the Emperor the Palantir. That's where they got it. It's a Wizard King relic.
Okay.
And the king of Mauritania had that. Basically becoming Borodair. Corrupting
Oh.
him.
Oof.
We didn't get to the end. But they were at that point where I was like, fuck it. They killed the guy. And brought the relic back to the Emperor, because that's what he wanted.
Uh-huh.
And now he has the Guffin to see through time and space. And as a result, high-level characters given basically sovereignty over Mauritania. So long as
wow.
they swear allegiance to the Empire. There is
Okay,
a
what if
ruling...
they disappeared?
What?
What if they disappeared? What if Vorodair kidnapped them? That's like a fuck you. Now that he's an Outer Lord.
I look at Kieran.
I sweat profusely.
I crack my knuckles.
Oh, God.
If I did turn to Maurice. What
Well, I think I know what character I'll be playing.
could I run it again? Could I do it better?
Probably.
Worse?
The mouse would look better.
I mean,
Have hex maps for Mauritania. That'd be crazy.
Oh my god. Actual not RuneScape, finally, with RuneScape mechanics. I spent 3 hours fishing, DM.
We'll like it.
It's so I can save the princess from the dragon. I need to get my fishing to 50.
A prerequisite for the quest. You don't know why.
Yes. What does this have to do with saving the land again? As I throw the net for more shrimp. And they go, what?
Kingfish.
Save the land.
Son, you're catching anchovies. What do you mean? Are you ready to meet Agelm again?
oh, fuck that guy. Fuck
Imagine-
that guy.
Imagine, I don't know who this guy is, but based on that reaction alone, I want when we go back, I want him to be in charge.
Ooh, instead of
No.
his dad? That'd be crazy. Again,
Just
Just
say,
based
it's
on
some time. Is the Elder of Canopus still around?
oh, Dad died.
I was gonna say, that motherfucker's probably dead by now.
It's either I'm running it now, which means Canopus is basically gone. People of Canopus left. A lot of the people on Mauritania did not stay. The moment the fog was lifted, they left. Spoiler
They're like,
alert,
there's boats, it's time to go.
a lot of the NPCs you're going to be meeting in Chaos and Kalador are from Mauritania. They
That's a
basically
hell of
got
a
as,
fucking-
Fucking sweating.
they got as far as fuck as they could from Mauritania.
Oh, I see.
That's
They
why
went
my
from
character's
a-
fucking sweating.
They went from a land shrouded in darkness for 50 years to a land of more or less perpetual sunlight.
Nice.
Perpetual
But like,
sunlight
what
or
if they
just very
forgot their
sunny here?
keys?
You know what I mean? If
Well,
I can
well-
spray you with a water bottle.
Well, what if someone like forgot like that they left the stove on and they had to hire adventures to go back? You know. What if they forgot their keys and they're like,
All
you
the
need- you
stoves
gotta
are
go get 'em.
automatic.
What if every
Yeah, what if the-
100 years the darkness returns?
The darkness, because I said so.
What
Yeah,
if
what if there's, like-
unfinished business?
What if a church like forgot, I don't know, a grail or a relic there? Because oops.
There was a church. Though I imagine Caladan probably would have taken care of that. He was the one in charge of the faith. And the chosen of Veridas.
What if
Yeah.
What if some adventurers were hired by like a concerned noble in Carousel to go like check it out because it's rumbling. There's some weird shit happening over there.
Well, then the fucking tribunal in charge would probably be the one to hire you.
What if it was taken over by the Slod?
Unless
Wait, what? Huh?
it happened
Why are you
when one
making
of
me
the
fear?
tribunal left.
Uh-oh. Monka?
Like
I don't know
left
what that
to
means.
go out on their own, or
Left to, I don't know, go on vacation.
shut the fuck up.
I love vacation.
That'd be crazy if everything fell apart the moment one of them left.
Just proving her usefulness to her fucking country right now.
What
Unfortunately.
if the toasters revolted?
Toasters revolted.
Ooh, unfortunate.
What if
Oh my god. I can't believe
there are just a bunch
Necro's
of
old ass
cider
character.
toasters? Go
A
on.
bunch of what? Oh, I was just gonna say, I can't believe Necro's 8-year-old character like invented Warforged, and the first thing they did was fucking rebel and create their own nation in Mauritania. Dang it!
Oh, Sheila. What a shame.
What a shit!
You're
What if-
mean. You're mean.
We are the collective. Welcome.
Ah. What a shame.
What if
So
we dug
fucking
too deep?
mean.
Crazy.
I mean, there's still the
Sheila
issue of
Prime.
I think we talked about it a while back. The fissure could be a
The
breach.
what?
Fissure. Oh, yes.
For the vault.
Oh, yes.
Oh yes.
Yes, thank you, Kieran. I will be using that to shroud your land in darkness again.
Oopsies.
It's trying to break
Oh,
free.
don't you worry about that. That's just a smog.
It's a smoke. What do you mean I
It-
can't
it-
see the sun anymore?
We're fracking.
What do you mean the vampires are back?
Oh, dang it.
Shroud
Are they
von
hot?
Zara, who?
Rovo, what?
That's my...
No, this is Mauritania, as they watch the sign get changed to Barovia.
What if I turn Mauritania into?
Oh, gee. We must have a Barovia. It's the Grimwald.
Yeah. What if Barovia 2 though?
We already have two in the Shadymore.
What if Count Rodar von Glauer is the one in charge of Mauritania now?
Hot, but like.
Wait, Fissure, Smog, Mines, a Fandelver?
Ew.
What's the one that comes after that? The
It's
one where it's just
Fandover and below.
the one that's like, hey, we had no reference to this, but Mind Flares.
Correct. Illithid! And we went, huh? The Fugue
Everyone
Plains!
Yeah, what if Return to Mauritania was like a hardcore campaign?
Interesting.
Hardcore Brett game, but Mauritania in Ada's Smile. Hunger system.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit.
Food and water system. You're welcome. You see a little thing
How
that
many
pops in the corner.
ounces do you drink?
I'm looking at your
full
water
8.
skin.
Okay.
How much bulk of water do you have? Ooh, 1 bulk? That's 1 day.
Hope you can find more.
Better start finding some water, idiot.
Not that
Yeah,
one.
so,
That's a cube.
so that is our current map. There could be so many adventures here.
Correct. So the plan is, once you guys finish the end of the dungeon, I go, do you want to keep playing? You go, yay or nay? And if it's yay, I go, okay, well, adventure time. The plot hook hits you in the face.
We'll go to a very special land.
Or it goes, oh, no, we're good. And I go, okay. Do we want to keep playing Pathfinder? And he goes, yeah. And I go, awesome. Time to reinvent your characters as the level 2 Pathfinder characters for SOT.
That is
I mean, I think a lot of us will do that anyway. Because reasons.
Nice.
Huh?
Or the party goes, I want to play 5th edition. And I go, okay. And then we go back to 5th edition.
I already know.
Wow, don't sound so disappointed.
I already know that's not happening. I already know the DM has plied his charisma, his every ounce of gaslighting in his power to make sure the party loves Pathfinder and does not, in fact, go back to 5e. And even if we fucking rose up against him and said, no, DM, we're gonna do 5e, so help us God, we're gonna make you do that. I give it like a week of him trying to make monsters in Foundry before he gives up and says we're doing Pathfinder anyway, because as he hits the Foundry with a hammer, 5e broke, smile.
Yeah, Foundry updated and I lost my maps. Whoops.
Oops, all monster gone. Whoopsies. Might be.
Anyway, the character sheets are gone, guys. That's I mean, I saved them. But it won't let me re-upload.
Don't forget this. We're not choosing Pathfinder. We're refugees because WotC's ruining Foundry live. Like this
that is
a
my hope is that you guys let's stay with Pathfinder, so that way I don't have to go deal with the fucking garbage that is the 5e module on Foundry.
Right. That's
wow. It's like
I don't think you understand. Hold on. Let me show you.
Oh, you
let me
told us.
Let me show you.
All right. Show me.
Oh no, DM, I understand. Let me show you. No, I don't need it. Let me show you.
You will understand my pain.
Not dying,
hilarious.
I swear.
Hilarious that any of us think we have an actual choice in this.
Now here's the thing. You do. If the party said that they want to fucking play a goddamn 5th edition, we're gonna go play 5th edition.
I didn't want to talk to them.
I will ostracize them. I will.
Let's take Izzy. Bwah, right in the middle of the goddamn anomaly.
Well, rip.
So usually you right click, you get all this pretty little information.
Whoa.
You get your armor class, your passive perception, your passive investigation, your passive insight, all that shit. This is called active effects.
Huh?
You'll notice they're missing something.
Oh,
Their fucking names.
yeah,
that seems important.
that seems broken.
The reason being is that the individual behind the combat utility map or combat utility belt stopped working on that fucking module the moment WotC got their goddamn hands on this thing. And a patch came out that basically destroyed the combat utility belt.
Oh.
This is a pretty big part of my homebrew system, as it were.
Yeah, putting statuses and stuff like that. Yeah, I remember. I was there.
Kind of a big part. So without that, I mean, it's there, and I can brute force it to work. But there will come a point where it won't work anymore.
I see.
As well.
Yeah, you mentioned spaghetti code and stuff like that.
Correct. As well, monsters are a bit of a fucking pain to make now. Because you need to go into this weird little subsystem to fill out their information. It used to be one page. It would show you what the things did, what the reach was, if it had any cost, what its attack die was, and what stat he used. Now, I have to navigate a fucking series of code and boxes that are all relatively useless and not intuitive at all to make a monster. So a monster went from about 20 seconds to make to about 3 minutes to make. Which, when I'm doing that for every ability for a creature that has, I don't know, more than 4 abilities, I would like to turn my room into a Jackson Pollock painting.
So, and this is where the advantage of the party rarely talks to each other in like the party DMs comes to an advantage because it allows Crown to systematically corner each of us individually to gaslight, girl boss, and gatekeep to his heart's content. And none of us are aware of this until we all come together and we go, I agree with Crown.
Wow.
It's that fucking it's that meme of the like hag meme where it's like you will love women over 35.
Yeah.
It's just me. It's 5th edition out in the window. You will love Pathfinder 2nd edition.
We are divided.
I am having fun with it. It is definitely not Pathfinder First Ed.
We've already lost one.
It is definitely not First Ed, so that's a good thing.
Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Oh, what's my CMB again?
We already lost
when
we already lost when Momo said I love Pathfinder. I'm just gonna be real.
Yeah, that was kind of a nail.
That was
in
the
that
nail
coffin. I could just hear
D&D.
it slam.
Dude, I sat back in my chair. I was like, I did it.
Got him.
That's the moment Lore got his paycheck. I'm gonna let you know.
Yep. But yeah, I do like that. Even at level 1, it's like you can just literally do those actions. All of that right there.
That's
you
all
can just do it.
Get to it.
Make a decision, dummy.
Speaking
that is
of,
nice. Uh-oh.
I gestured to the 2 players in chat.
Oh.
Don't update your sheets or anything, but in your path builder for your characters.
Okay.
Build your level 2 version, please.
Okay.
I'm so glad you asked.
What? Are you like?
Because you already
fried?
did it.
What's going on? Nice.
Are you statted out to level 20 already?
I've got the whole roadmap, DM.
You're statted out to 5? Nice.
I have like 3 different builds.
Oh my
Because
god. She did it 3 times.
And I have my other character too. So I built him as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh
And then I also built a level 10 character. Don't
Oh
don't
my
ask me.
god!
Yeah. No, DM. I didn't build to level 10. Smile.
You don't have this character to level 10. Don't you worry now.
Hides the bag of papers behind their butt. I don't know. Don't worry. Haha.
Listen, the hankering for new systems has been strong. It's just for me, for VTM, I'm the one who has to run it, so
Nice. Well, you don't have to worry about it right now, but keep poking through your character to figure out your level 2 build.
understood.
And why is that?
Because there might be a potential when you guys are playing Chaos and Kelador, you level up to level 2.
What the?
My God. How crazy that be? Lovely.
I mean, you guys are already halfway there, and you're not even done with the first floor of the dungeon. So
That is true.
We did smart things. We
have
solved the
yet to
puzzle and we made
Even map
friends.
transition.
you guys did solve the puzzle. I still super enjoy the puzzle moment. So
Yeah.
We're like, oh, we got headless.
Elemental summons. Summon elemental spell. Oh, okay.
I'm done.
Huh?
Ooh,
I'm done.
you're done?
I've exhausted
Done what?
myself mentally
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
doing mental gymnastics.
Yapping.
You want to do something kind of brainless?
Sleep.
Okay.
Oh.
I woke up at 6:30 today. So
Yeah, Looks like clock. Why are you awake?
my head. I've had like a little bit of like a headache all day as well. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's this weird fucking headache that's been screwing me.
It's been calling Pangea to you, maybe.
It's this. You're out of here.
It's just rattling around in there in your brain, just like shaka shaka shaka.
I still am firmly of the belief that I'm gonna make the map of Azeroth. You're gonna get
It's like, listen, you got 2 continents. At max, you'll have 3 at some point.
You will get continents when I need them. Until then, enjoy human country, and I gesture, and enjoy elf country.
Elf country.
But the orcs.
Them's your
What about the
choices.
orcs? And I go, what about them? Are we playing an orc game? And you go,
You know what?
no.
I'm tired of stereotypes. All right. I want the orc nobility versus the elf savage. All right. Make it so.
I mean, we're already doing some cannibalistic elves. So I think I need to write them up.
The orc general barges into the palace and goes, "The horde is invading," and they look over the wall, and it's just a bunch of half-naked elves with clubs.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There should I want to do more chaos elves. So. I think it's neat. You
And
should
those
shit your
chaos
pants
elves?
when a fucking like Pictish elf like rolls
Oh,
through
Jesus.
the woods.
Yeah, he's got
Would
a
those
junk
be
guy.
primarily in Tyros or Carousel as well?
Everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Chaos
Wherever
is
there's
everywhere.
woods. Understood.
The
What about
half-naked
the-
elf lifting a club? I've been alive longer than your grandparents, son. I'm about to show you some worldly experience. Also, I want your liver.
What about them, Shanda? What about that small insignificant thing. They don't exist. The Svirfneblin exists. Rock gnomes. The only good gnomes. But gnomes by themselves? Those don't exist. And I made sure of that.
All right, I'm done. I'm tired.
I tire of this place.
I'm gonna probably stream tomorrow because I'm not doing dumpster delvers. And don't be surprised if we're working on a world map.
A world map.
We can get the camera.
After all of this.
I already said I was gonna do that. What are you talking about?
After all of this.
Yeah.
Pangea.
It's not gonna be a Pangea. It is gonna be Tyros and Carousel, and that's it.
I see.
And then I expand the map out. I go, boom, but more. And you guys go,
Whoa.
wow. And I go, that's right. It's always been that way.
That's crazy. I definitely remember it being that way. Not that I remember much.
I'll probably change the shapes a little.
A little.
Maybe a lot. Who knows?
A little.
I still like the shapes. So.
Wait. I hate you so much.
What?
I like the shapes. I hate the shape. I like the shapes, but I hate the shape. We've been doing this for hours now.
I love coding.
Make
I
up
hate
your mind.
coding. I love coding. I hate coding.
I kill you. I kill you. I hit you with hammers. I love the shapes, but it's square. So I hate the shape.
I love the shape of the
Crazy.
continents.
I was crazy once.
They locked me in a room. A rubber room.
Filled with squares.
Squares. I hate squares. You made me crazy. I was crazy once. Anyway, say goodbye, chat.
Cat.
Why? I think the chat box is too square. I hate it. Give them a new shape, DM.
Say goodbye to chat.
Make them a flattened globe.
Say goodbye to chat.
Fucking goodbye, chat.
Zebus?
He's still in the room.
That sleepy fuck.
That man is dead.
Legion, say goodbye to chat.
Legion!
Wow.
Oh, hello,
All you
hello,
little
am I
guys
back?
misbehave.
Wait,
Mods
am I
asleep.
back? Hello,
Yes.
hello.
Now say goodbye.
What's going on? What? I just got back. What's
Say
going on?
goodbye.
We're leaving?
Say goodbye, Legion.
Okay, goodbye. I didn't want this. They told me to say goodbye. I don't want to say goodbye.
All right.
I'm held against my will.
I will not
Please.
be coming back.
Bastard.
Send help to these coordinates, please. Please.
Hope that you have a fantastic night. I fucking squeeze the bee.
Ah!
I hope you guys sleep well, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Huh?
All right.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I said what?
For
I
what?
Fucking stutter.
For what?
What? So I need a reason to see you?
Should stream. For
I
a
mean-
stream, probably.
I hate this house. I'm leaving. All right, gamers, friends, companions. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting what was literal madness. I'm gonna change the name of this VOD to Madness the Stream. So when you're looking at the YouTube VOD, don't look for day 15. Look for the DM loses his mind for 5 hours and 54 minutes. And you will find it. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. Thank you for all of the gifted subs, for all of the new subs, for all the people who tuned in tonight, who are new to the channel. Dear God, what a stream to join in on. Hope Hello, welcome. I am the Crown DM. I am a TTRPG dungeon master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw was me lose my mind for about 6 hours. Rest assured, it will happen again. And that's all I'll say on that. If you like battle maps and would like to support me, you can do so over at the Patreon. Yeah, I'll be putting out some maps here this month. So, smile. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to say. I'm a little scatterbrained right now. I have a headache. I've basically talked myself in circles for the last couple hours. So I just need to go rest and get my goddamn head on straight. I hope you all have a fantastic night. Hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I will see you guys later. Yes, Varys, you do support me on the Patreon. Thanks, brother. All right. Good night.